personas.
How life changes who we really are. C.J. Murphy.
About the author.
C.J. Chris J. Murphy's life does not unfold like a resume. It reads more like a series of rooms he had to survive, childhood bedrooms, night shifts, cramped offices, and, eventually, the quiet places where a person runs out of ways to distract himself from the truth. C.J. grew up in the analog world of the 1960s and 1970s, in a house where chaos arrived more reliably than comfort. The adults around him were consumed by their own unfinished business: addiction, anger, emotional absence dressed up as toughness. Love was inconsistent. Safety was negotiable. In that environment, a child learns quickly what is never taught out loud: read the room before the room reads you. Become who they need, or risk becoming a target. C.J. became an expert at this form of shape-shifting. He learned to disappear when tempers rose, to become useful when the adults needed help, to crack a joke when the air grew heavy. He built personas early: peacemaker, performer, ghost. Each one answered a simple question: how do I get through this moment without getting hurt? Those masks worked. They also stuck. Like many from his generation, C.J. grew up in a culture that didn't have language for trauma. You were told to toughen up, to keep the family business private, to be grateful it wasn't worse. Feelings were treated as distractions from work. Pain was something you swallowed whole and learned to function around. So he did what a lot of wounded, high-functioning people do: he worked. Across his early adulthood, C.J. cycled through a string of jobs that all had one thing in common: they put him face to face with people under pressure. He worked nights when others were sleeping, took roles that depended on calming angry customers, managing fraying teams, and solving problems no one wanted to admit they'd created. Call centers, operations roles, training rooms, leadership positions inside organizations that talked about strategy but ran on fear, habit, and unspoken rules. From the outside, this looked like a solid, if restless, career, climbing from frontline positions into advisory and leadership roles. From the inside, it was a survival pattern: stay busy, stay needed, stay indispensable. If you never stop moving, you don't have to look too closely at what's moving you. But the past has a way of leaking into the present. The same instincts that had once kept C.J. safe, hypervigilance, over-responsibility, emotional numbing, fed into workaholism, addiction, and compulsive behaviors. He could hold a room together, hold a team together, hold a crisis together. Holding himself together was another matter. By his 50s, the costs were no longer possible to ignore. Recovery and therapy were no longer ideas, they were necessities. In that work, C.J. encountered a realization that would become the backbone of his writing: most of what we call who I am is actually who I had to be. The competent professional. The loyal employee. The joker. The caretaker. The reliable one. The one who never asks for help. These were not neutral personality traits. They were survival strategies put on like armor in childhood and never taken off. Letters to my dead parents grew out of this reckoning. What began as a personal exercise, unsent letters to the parents who had shaped and scarred him, became a raw, unvarnished examination of how early wounds become lifelong patterns. The book charts how trauma turns into behavior ossifies into identity, and identity quietly steers our choices long after we've left our childhood homes. The process was not comfortable. It demanded that C.J. tell the truth about his parents without turning them into monsters or saints, and tell the truth about himself without hiding behind eloquence or spiritual cliches. The result is not a story of easy forgiveness, but one of hard-won clarity. That same lens, how systems and stories shape us, runs through The Last Job You'll Ever Hate, where C.J. explores modern work from the inside out. Drawing on years spent in organizations of all sizes, he looks at why so many intelligent, capable adults feel stuck, depleted, or disposable in their jobs. Beneath the jargon and job descriptions, he sees the same patterns he grew up with: unspoken rules, power imbalances, and people wearing professional personas that hide very old fears. Personas. How life changes who we really are is the next step in that exploration. In this book, C.J. brings together threads from psychology, neuroscience, recovery, and his own lived experience to examine a deceptively simple idea. We are not one self, but a collection of selves, personas, each formed in response to a particular kind of threat or need.
The invisible kid. The overachiever. The fixer. The rebel. The charmer. The one who never cries. Each persona started as a solution. Each believes it is still necessary. Each demands a cost, often in intimacy, authenticity, and peace of mind. CJ writes about these inner characters not as an academic, but as someone who has negotiated with his own for decades. His voice is direct, compassionate, and unsentimental. He is less interested in offering a neat program of transformation than in inviting readers into an honest inventory. Who's actually running your life, the adult you think you are, or the child who learned to survive? Today, CJ works as a writer, consultant, technologist, and observer of human behavior. He spends his time in conversation with people who are trying to make sense of their lives, leaders who can't understand why their teams are exhausted, individuals who don't recognize themselves in the roles they're playing, and readers who feel an uneasy gap between the life they present and the life they are actually living. He does not claim to have mastered the journey he describes. What he offers instead is something quieter and more durable, a commitment to telling the truth about how our masks are made, how long we wear them, and how it feels to finally set one down. For anyone who has ever sensed that their personality might actually be a defense, CJ's work extends a simple, radical possibility. The self that once had to hide is still there, and it is not too late to meet it.
Prologue.
Before anything else, I need to tell you where this book really comes from. It does not come from letters after my name or a career as a clinician. It comes from years of sitting in a therapist's office, slowly facing the childhood trauma that shaped my life, and discovering the parts of me that put on masks to survive. In that process, I was introduced to the work of Dr. Richard C. Schwartz, especially his book No Bad Parts, and the model he created called Internal Family Systems, IFS. That work changed everything for me. IFS gave me a language for what I had always felt but could never name, that inside me were scared child parts and fierce protector parts, that my personas were not random, they were strategies, that none of my parts were bad, even the ones that made destructive choices, and that there is a core self in me that can learn to lead all of those parts with calm, clarity, and compassion. The therapy I did, rooted in this IFS model, helped me see how my own masks were born, how they saved me, and how they were quietly costing me the life I actually wanted. This workbook sits on that foundation. Much of what you'll read here is my attempt to translate IFS ideas into plain, everyday language, to show you how your parts and personas work, how they first formed, how they protect you, and how you can begin relating to them differently. This is not a technical manual on IFS. It is the perspective of someone who has been the client, done the work, and discovered that the no bad parts lens is one of the most freeing, dignifying ways to understand a human life, especially a life shaped by trauma. With that in mind, let's talk about the first mask you ever wore. You didn't choose your first persona. It chose you. Long before you could form a sentence, you were already learning how to be someone in order to stay safe, be loved, or simply get through the day. Most people call that a mask. Some call it fake, manipulative, a performance. I don't. I think your persona was, at first, a rescue. You began practicing it before you could spell your own name. Before you had words for this feels wrong or I don't feel safe. You spoke it in the language of breath held too long, shoulders pulled tight, eyes cast down, jokes made at your own expense, silence when you wanted to scream. Your body learned first. Your mind tried to make sense of it later, if it ever did. You did not come into the world intending to split yourself into versions. You did not wake up one morning and decide, this is who I'll be at work. This is who I'll be at home. This is who I'll be alone at night when no one is watching and the old memories start to play. You became those versions because, for a while, they worked. They worked when you were small and had no power. They worked when you were scared and couldn't say why. They worked when you were angry but it wasn't safe to show it. They worked when you were ambitious and wanted to belong. They worked when you were trying to earn love, or avoid pain, or outrun yourself. Personas are like any good survival strategy, brilliant in the short term, costly in the long term. This book is about that cost. And it is about the freedom on the other side of it.
The parts of you that survived.
Inside you are parts that were built to survive. The part that scans a room in seconds and knows who is safe and who is not. The part that can feel a shift in tone and knows when someone's anger is coming. The part that knows exactly how to be easy, useful, charming, or invisible when the situation calls for it. In IFS language, these are protector parts, managers, and firefighters that stepped in to keep your most vulnerable parts from being hurt again. These parts are not broken. They are wise. They learned, very early, how to read people like weather. But there is another part of you, too, the part that wants more than survival. The part that wants to feel like the same person in every room. The part that wants to stop performing and start living. The part that wants to tell the truth without losing yourself, or everyone else. If any of these sentences feel familiar, you are in the right place. I don't feel like myself at work. I don't know who I am anymore. I do great for everyone else, but I fall apart when I'm alone. I keep doing the thing I swore I'd never do. I keep letting people cross lines I don't even agree with. Personas helped you once. Now it's time to decide which ones still deserve a place in your life, and which ones are quietly destroying it.
Masks, science, and self-respect.
I write this as someone who has worn many masks. Some of them opened doors. Some of them nearly killed me. Most of them were both helpful and poisonous at the same time. In these pages you will, but not as a cold, clinical judgment. Think of science as a flashlight. It helps you name what you were never taught to see. Threat responses that look like overreacting but are actually overprotecting. Memory systems that replay old scenes to keep you from repeating old pain. Attachment patterns that explain why you chase, cling, freeze, or disappear. Authority pressure that makes you obey even when your gut says no. Shame loops that keep you apologizing for simply having needs. Science does not erase your responsibility. It does something better. It begins to dissolve your unnecessary self-hatred. You will also see stories. Some are mine. Some are woven from many lives, because people repeat the same private battles with slightly different details. I will point out moments where you should pause, look up from the page, and insert your story. That is how this stays honest, not just to my life, but to yours. Underneath the stories and the science is the IFS conviction that became a lifeline for me. There are no bad parts, only parts that took on impossible jobs too early, and have never been updated. This book is an invitation to begin that updating.
The hidden villain, authority.
Running quietly underneath all of this is a recurring villain, authority. Not a political party. Not a belief system. Authority as a psychological force. The invisible architecture of do what you're told. The pressure that turns thoughtful, decent people into obedient parts of a machine. Social science has shown, again and again, how easily ordinary people can be guided into harmful actions when the authority looks legitimate. The system feels inevitable. The cost of saying no feels too high. Stanley Milgram, the Yale professor who did the famous obedience experiments in the early 1960s, didn't just expose a disturbing human tendency. They revealed something we all need to know about ourselves. Compliance is not a rare defect. Under the right conditions, it is the human default. If that stings, let it. The goal is not to shame you for the ways you've gone along, stayed silent, or worn the mask that was expected. The goal is to wake you up to something far more hopeful. Courage can also become a default. Integrity can become a reflex. You can train yourself to pause, notice which persona is stepping forward, and choose, on purpose, who you will be next. You can build a life where your personas serve you, without owning you.
The promise of this book.
Here is the core promise of these pages. Your past shaped your personas. Your future does not have to be a rerun. If you have survived hard things, you almost certainly learned to become what the moment demanded. You bent yourself into shapes that worked. This book is an invitation to become what your values demand. Not perfectly. Not overnight. Deliberately. One conversation at a time. One boundary at a time. One honest choice at a time. This is how real change happens, not in a single dramatic breakthrough, but in small, repeated acts of alignment. Quietly. Gradually. And then, suddenly, it feels like everything is different.
How to use this book.
This is a short book on purpose. Each chapter is deliberately brief and precise. It is not meant to flood you with information. It is meant to give you a clear lens, one piece at a time. Treat it as a 30-day tool, not a one-sitting binge. Read one chapter, or at most two, each day. Keep a journal nearby. Write down the memories, reactions, and names that surface. Notice which personas you meet in yourself as you read. Ask, gently and honestly, did this mask once save me? Is it still saving me, or is it now costing me? As you move through these pages, you will not be asked to throw away every mask. You will be invited to refine them, to design them, to wear a true mask in the world, one that reflects who you are, what you value, and what feels safe and joyful to you now. This is not about becoming a different person. It is about becoming the same person, everywhere you go. Disclaimer: I am not a therapist, counselor, or licensed mental health professional, and nothing in this workbook should be taken as medical, psychological, or legal advice. I am simply someone who has been a client in therapy, who has done deep work around childhood trauma and personas, including work grounded in internal family systems, and who is sharing my perspectives and practices in the hope that they will be helpful to others. This workbook is a personal tool, not a substitute for professional care. Please seek qualified, licensed support whenever you need it.
Part 1. The Mask Maker.
Before we talk about childhood, adolescence, addiction, recovery, or leadership, and before we look closely at the specific masks you and I have worn, we need to name the mechanism behind them. Personas do not show up because you are shallow or fake. They show up because you are adaptive. Your nervous system is not built first for happiness or efficiency. It is built first for survival, and for humans, survival has always depended on belonging. We are social mammals with large, sensitive brains, and for most of human history, isolation was not just an unpleasant feeling, it was a serious threat. So you learned, often long before you had words for it, to read other people's faces and moods as if your safety depended on it, because in many ways it did. When the environment feels safe, you can be flexible, curious, and more fully yourself. When the environment feels unsafe, you become strategic. Personas are those strategies made visible, the ways you show up that increase your chances of staying connected, accepted, or at least not attacked. In this first part of the book, you will build a simple model to carry with you through every chapter. You do not need a degree in neuroscience, and you do not need a stack of technical terms. You only need a framework that is honest, clear, and useful. Think of it this way. Identity is the deep self, your values, your conscience, your sense of meaning and rightness. Persona is the interface, the version of you that steps forward to handle the moment in front of you. When a persona is aligned with your values, it feels like integrity. You recognize yourself in your own behavior. When it is misaligned, it feels like acting. When it is forced, it can feel like betrayal, sometimes of others, sometimes of yourself. All of this begins in the same place, with the same question your body is always asking, whether you notice it or not. Am I safe here? Let us start where every mask begins, with safety.
Chapter 1. The First Mask. Safety.
There are experiences in your past that do not come back as clear, neat memories. They return as weather. You can't quote them, but you can feel them. Your body can replay them with perfect accuracy. The spike of adrenaline, the tight chest, the catch in your throat, the sudden urge to scan the room or disappear into silence. That is the first language of persona. Long before you could reason, you could detect threat. Long before you could explain, you could adapt. A baby cannot file a complaint. A toddler cannot negotiate boundaries. A child cannot pack a bag and leave. So your developing system did what it could. It studied the environment and built shortcuts, patterns of behavior that seemed to keep you safer. If the room rewarded quiet, you became quiet. If the room rewarded performance, you became a performer. If the room punished feelings, you hid feelings. If the room was unpredictable, you became a forecaster, always watching for the next turn in the weather. This is not weakness. This is intelligence under constraint.
Your first mask is a first protector.
IFS gives language to this. Your first persona was a protector part. Richard Schwartz talks about managers and firefighters, parts of you that work tirelessly to keep your most vulnerable parts, your exiles, from being hurt again. That first mask you learned to wear, whether it was the quiet kid, the helpful one, the clown, or the overachiever, was a manager part doing its best job with almost no resources. Inside that mask lives a younger, more fragile part of you that once felt overwhelmed, frightened, or ashamed. Schwartz would call that younger part an exile, the part that actually felt the fear, the confusion, the loneliness. Your first persona was built to stand between that exile and the world. If you grew up in a house where anger arrived like a sudden storm, a protector might have learned. If I stay small and agreeable, the storm passes over me. If you grew up in a place where you were only noticed when you excelled, another protector might have decided. If I impress them, I will stay safe. Your first mask had one job: keep the organism safe. But safe can mean many different things. Safe might mean avoiding anger, avoiding rejection, avoiding being seen, avoiding being alone, avoiding being blamed for the explosion in the room. For many people, the first mask is not confidence, it is caution.
Safety first. Your nervous system's prime directive.
Your nervous system is not designed first for happiness, it is designed first for survival. And for a human child, survival has always depended on connection. Neuroscience and attachment research back this up. Even newborns are exquisitely tuned to caregiver faces and voices, often within fractions of a second. The social brain lights up when we sense approval or disapproval. When connection feels threatened, the same alarm systems that respond to physical danger begin to fire. Stephen Porges, creator of polyvagal theory, uses the word neuroception to describe what your body is always doing in the background, scanning for cues of safety or danger without you consciously deciding to. Your first mask grew out of that scan. Your system learned. When I act like this, they soften. When I hide that, they don't explode. When I take care of them, they don't leave. You didn't think that through, your body discovered it.
The shadow of caution.
Caution is not the enemy. It might have saved you. The problem comes when caution never gets updated. If no one ever helps you notice, that was then, this is now, your nervous system keeps acting as if every room is the old room. Every pause in a conversation feels like coming rejection. Every raised voice feels like the edge of disaster. Every boundary you set feels like you are risking being abandoned. This is what Schwartz means when he says parts get stuck in time. Your first protector is still living back in those early scenes, still convinced you are small, powerless, and entirely dependent on other people's moods. So your life starts to feel like this. You are not choosing who to be, you are reacting to who is in front of you. Your boss's tone decides whether you are confident or apologetic. Your partner's face decides whether you are open or shut down. Your friend's texting habits decide whether you feel lovable or disposable. Your nervous system is running the show, deciding who you are allowed to be based on how much danger it senses in the room. But here is the part most people never learn. Your first mask can be honored and updated. You do not have to rip it off and just be yourself with no protection. You can keep the wisdom and retire the panic.
The first mask and the self behind it.
IFS adds one more crucial ingredient, the self. According to Schwartz, beneath all your parts, beneath every persona and mask, is a core of you that is not afraid of your feelings, not ashamed of your needs, and not fused with old roles. He describes the self with qualities like calm, curiosity, compassion, clarity, and courage. When your first mask is in charge, that self is usually blended with it. You don't feel like a part of me is scared. You feel, I am scared. You don't think, a protector is making me small in this meeting. You just feel small. The shift that will change your life is subtle but powerful. From this is me to a part of me is trying to keep me safe right now. That small sentence is the beginning of unblending, the skill of stepping back enough that self can see the part, instead of being fused with it. When self is present, you can do something new. You can thank the mask for what it has done, and at the same time reassure it that it does not have to work so hard anymore. You might feel yourself wanting to shrink in a conversation and quietly say inside, "Of course you're here. You kept me safe for a long time. I'm older now. I'm here with you. We're not in that old room anymore." That is not imagination in the childish sense. That is retraining your nervous system. Over time, protectors learn to trust that a wiser, steadier center, self, is available so they don't have to slam on the brakes every time a familiar signal appears.
What is your first mask still protecting you from? When your persona activates, what is it protecting you from, right now, in your actual body?
Not in theory. Not in clinical language. In felt sensation. Start noticing patterns like these. When someone interrupts you, does your chest tighten and your voice go flat? A protector may be trying to prevent humiliation. When your partner looks disappointed, do you instantly apologize for things that aren't even your fault? A protector may be trying to prevent abandonment. When conflict starts, do you get louder and sharper than the situation seems to warrant? A protector may be trying to prevent feeling small and powerless again. If you can name the threat your persona is reacting to, you can begin to update the strategy. Instead of condemning your reactions, why am I like this? You begin to see their logic. From there, the work becomes: keep the wisdom, I know how to read a room, sense danger, adjust. Retire the panic, I no longer need to live as if every disagreement is life or death. You can honor the mask that once protected you, while gently teaching your system that not every room, not every silence, not every raised voice is the same danger it once was. That is the work of this chapter, noticing what your first mask is still trying so hard to prevent, and beginning to build a relationship with that part instead of waging war against it.
Practical reflection.
Take this slowly. You are not trying to catch every reaction, just one or two. Body first. When do you feel your body change before your mind has caught up? A shift in breathing? Shoulders tightening? Scanning the room? Going silent or suddenly over-talking? Context. What situations tend to trigger this shift? Specific rooms? Certain people? Particular tones of voice or topics? Give it a voice. If that reaction could speak in a full sentence, what would it say it is trying to prevent right now? I can't let them get angry. I can't risk being wrong. I can't be too visible, it's not safe. Write your answer. You are not looking for poetry. You are opening a line of communication with the part of you that built your first mask. That relationship, between yourself and your protectors, is what will allow real change to happen without violence against yourself.
Chapter 2. Personas are survival strategies, not lies.
If you grew up around any amount of chaos, you probably absorbed a quiet accusation. Your different selves mean you're fake. You were told, explicitly or implicitly, to be yourself. It sounds wise and simple, until you notice that for many people, yourself has never been just one thing. It has been a rotating roster of selves, each one built to survive a different room. At work, you are competent and calm. At home, you are exhausted and easily irritated. With friends, you are funny and slightly distant. Alone, you are tender, anxious, and far less sure of yourself. That does not make you fake. It makes you contextual.
Multiplicity is normal and healthy.
IFS starts from a radical but deeply intuitive premise. You are not one singular, consistent I. You are a community of parts, each with its own perspective, fears, and hopes. Schwartz did not invent multiplicity, he gave us a respectful language for it. Psychology has been circling this truth for over a century. Freud reached for words like id, ego, and superego to describe internal conflicts. Jung talked about archetypes and the persona we present to the world. Social psychologist Irving Goffman described everyday life as a series of performances on different stages. Modern research on self-complexity even suggests that having multiple roles and self-aspects can be protective. People with a richer internal roster, student, friend, parent, artist, etc., often cope better with setbacks, because failure in one area doesn't annihilate their whole identity. You are not malfunctioning because you show up differently in different environments. You are demonstrating adaptation.
Personas as protective deals.
A persona is not always a performance for applause. Very often, it is a performance for safety. Sometimes we use personas to gain approval, to be praised, chosen, or admired. Just as often, we use them to avoid punishment, criticism, humiliation, abandonment, or consequences we did not have the power to face. In IFS language, these personas are usually clusters of manager parts. They try to prevent bad things from happening. When they fail, firefighter. Parts may rush in with impulsive behaviors, drinking, binging, scrolling, rage, to put out the emotional fire. Underneath both are exiles, the tender inner children carrying the original hurt. Your persona is a bargain you once made with life. If I become this, maybe I won't be hurt. If I become this, maybe I will be loved. If I become this, maybe I will belong. For example, the hyper-responsible oldest child persona might have grown from an exile who learned, if I'm not perfect, everything falls apart. The always joking friend persona may protect an exile who believes, if I'm not entertaining, they will leave. The always agreeable employee persona might sit on top of an exile carrying, if I disappoint people, I'll be abandoned like before. These bargains were not irrational. They were creative solutions in environments where you had little power and high need.
When strategies become prisons.
The tragedy is not that you have personas. The tragedy is that some of those personas quietly turn into prisons, long after the original danger is gone. You still overwork as if poverty were one bad day away, even if your life is stable now. You still stay silent as if every disagreement will explode like it did in your childhood home. You still laugh things off as if showing honest hurt would get you mocked. Neuroscience tells us why. The emotional centers of the brain learn from experience, not logic. If, as a child, raising your voice led to humiliation or violence, your protectors coded speaking up danger. They don't automatically update just because your circumstances change. Schwartz points out that parts can become stuck in the past, frozen at the age when the wound occurred. So at 35, 45, 60, a younger part of you is still acting as if you are 8 years old in that kitchen, or 12 years old in that classroom, or 16 years old in that car. When you criticize yourself for this, why am I still like this? You're attacking the very parts that are working hardest to keep you safe. Shame does not dissolve a protective strategy, it reinforces it.
No bad parts, including your personas.
This is where Schwartz's core idea is revolutionary. There are no bad parts. That includes the versions of you that say yes when you mean no, explode when you want to stay calm, numb out when you wish you could stay present. To an outside observer, they may look dysfunctional or fake. From the inside, they are doing exactly what they were designed to do, protect exiles from overwhelming feelings. The people-pleasing persona is trying to prevent rejection. The sarcastic, prickly persona is trying to prevent vulnerability. The detached, numb persona is trying to prevent you from feeling pain that once seemed unbearable. When you call these parts fake, weak, or crazy, you are piling shame onto the very strategies that once kept you alive. Those parts hear your criticism as proof that the world really is as unsafe as they feared. Now even your own inner world is hostile. So in this book, we do something different. We treat personas as intelligent adaptations, as the best solutions you could find with the resources and information you had at the time. Then we ask a harder, braver question.
Are they still aligned with who you want to be now?
That is the work of adulthood, not to pretend you never needed those strategies, but to thank the part of you that kept you alive, and then gently teach it a better way to live.
From survival strategy to conscious choice.
How do you know a persona has shifted from helpful to harmful? A few signs. It runs automatically, even when it contradicts your values. It leaves you feeling hollow, resentful, or unseen. It protects you from pain but also blocks real intimacy or purpose. Other parts of you protest silently, "This isn't who I want to be anymore." This is where self-leadership enters. When you are connected to self, curious, compassionate, calm, you can turn toward your personas and ask, what are you afraid would happen if you stopped doing this? How old do you feel when you step in? What are you trying to protect me from? Protective parts generally relax when they trust that you see their good intentions. You understand the fear driving them. You, as self, are willing to take responsibility for keeping the system safe. When that trust grows, personas can evolve. The people pleaser becomes a genuinely kind but boundaried part. The performer becomes a creative, expressive part who no longer needs applause to feel secure. The controller becomes a wise planner who can tolerate uncertainty instead of strangling it. You are not erasing these parts, you are reassigning them.
Practical reflection.
Take what you started in the original exercise and deepen it with an IFS lens. List 3 of your main personas. 4 each. Complete. Persona name, environment that activates it, what it protects me from, what it fears would happen if it relaxed, the younger exile it might be protecting, how old does this part feel? Example. Persona, the reliable one. Environment, work, family gatherings protects me from, disapproval, being seen as selfish fears. If it relaxes, people will leave or everything will fall apart. Possible exile, a 9-year-old who felt responsible for keeping the family together. 2. Write a short note from yourself to one persona. Use a tone that is firm, kind, and honest. For example, I see how hard you've worked to keep us accepted. You've taken every job, said yes to everything, and kept us from being rejected. You are not bad. You're tired. I'm older now, I want to help. We're going to practice saying no together, slowly, so you don't have to do this alone. That simple move, from contempt to curiosity, from judgment to respect, is the hinge on which deep change turns. Environment that activates each one. 1. Persona name, environment, what it protects. 2. Persona name, environment, what it protects. 3. Persona name, environment, what it protects.
Chapter 3. The Brain's Two Speeds, Alarm versus Ambassador.
Your brain is not a single, calm decision-maker sitting behind a desk. It's more like a busy conference room where different voices fight for the same microphone. When life is calm, the parts of your brain that plan, reason, and interpret meaning usually get to hold the mic. You can think ahead, weigh options, and respond in ways that feel deliberate. You recognize yourself. When something feels threatening, the alarm system reaches for that microphone, often without warning and without asking permission. This is why you can know a truth and still react as if it is false. You can know, logically, that your boss's email is not a threat to your survival, and still feel your stomach drop and your pulse spike. You can know, logically, that your partner is not your parent, and still flinch at a familiar tone of voice. You can know, logically, that one unanswered text does not equal abandonment, and still feel a rising panic. This is not you being crazy. This is your biology doing exactly what it was trained to do.
Speed 1. Alarm.
To keep it simple, think of your brain in 2 main speeds. Speed 1 is alarm. It is fast, protective, and pattern-based. Its job is not to be fair. Its job is to keep you alive. Biologically, this system involves structures like the amygdala, your emotional smoke detector, and older survival circuits that prepare your body to fight, flee, freeze, or fawn. It scans for danger and asks, what is the threat? It compares the present moment to a vast library of past experiences. If something feels even vaguely similar to old pain, it rings the bell, hard. In IFS terms, this is when your protector parts surge forward. A manager jumps in to control, appease, or perfect. Or a firefighter rushes in to distract, numb, or attack. When alarm has the microphone, your body takes over. Heart rate up or flatlined. Muscles tense or go limp. Attention narrows to the perceived threat. You don't choose your persona at this point. It steps forward automatically.
Speed 2. Ambassador.
Speed 2 is ambassador. This is the slower, reflective, meaning-making part of the mind. Neuroscientists often associate this with the prefrontal cortex, the region that helps you hold multiple perspectives at once. Consider long-term consequences. Regulate emotions instead of being swept away by them. Act in line with your values rather than your impulses. The ambassador part of your brain asks different questions. What does this mean? What are my options? Who do I want to be in this moment? When ambassador holds the mic, you feel more like self, curious instead of panicked. Grounded instead of reactive. Aware of multiple parts of you, instead of fused with just one.
Blending. When alarm pushes ambassador aside.
When your alarm system is activated, the ambassador often gets pushed to the side. Schwartz calls this blending, when a part's feelings and perspective merge with your entire sense of self. A protector feels rage, and suddenly you are rage. A terrified exile surfaces, and suddenly you are 6 years old again in a 40-year-old body. A shaming inner critic steps in, and suddenly you are worthless, not just feeling criticized. From the outside, it might look like an anger problem or a motivation problem. But often, at the core, it is a safety problem. Your system is acting as if danger is present, even when the real danger is years behind you. This is why childhood experiences matter so much, not because they doom you, but because they train your alarm system on what to notice, what to fear, and what to predict. The hopeful news: training can be updated.
Updating the system. Neuroplasticity and self-leadership.
The brain remains changeable, plastic, throughout life. Studies show that practices like mindfulness, therapy, and compassionate self-reflection can literally alter patterns of activation. The amygdala can become less reactive. The prefrontal cortex can strengthen its connections to emotional centers. New pathways for calm and curiosity can develop. IFS offers a practical way to harness this plasticity, helping protectors and exiles learn to trust the self. When self is present. You don't banish alarm, you befriend it. You don't shame protectors, you negotiate with them. You don't drown exiles, you witness and comfort them. Over time, the alarm still does its job, but it stops hijacking the entire system. Every time something reminds it of the past.
From automatic to intentional, unblending in real time.
How do you move from alarm to ambassador in real life, not just in theory? Start with a simple sequence the next time you feel yourself becoming someone else in the middle of an interaction. 1. Notice the body, alarm. What happens first? Tightening, freezing, speeding up, going numb? Stomach dropping, jaw clenching, hands getting hot or cold. This is your alarm system saying, something here feels like danger. 2. Name the part, unblending. Gently say, inside, a scared part is here. An angry protector just jumped in. My people pleaser is racing to the front. Even this microstep begins to re-engage your ambassador and self. You are shifting from I am this to I am noticing this. 3. Orient to reality, update the script. Ask yourself quietly, what year is it? How old am I? Where am I actually sitting right now, and who is in front of me? This sounds almost silly, but for parts stuck in the past, it is crucial information. You are telling your nervous system, we are not back there. We are here. 4. Breathe like you are safe, tell your body the truth. A slow exhale, longer than your inhale, signals your body that it is not currently being chased by a tiger. You are not overriding alarm by force. You are offering it new data. 5. Let ambassador speak. Once there is even a sliver of space, ask, what does this actually mean? What do I want to stand for in this moment? If I were guided by self, curious, calm, compassionate, what might I say or do? You might still set a firm boundary. You might still walk away. Self and ambassador are not passive, they are simply deliberate.
Your alarm is not a sin, it is a signal.
To make this shift sustainable, you must stop moralizing your nervous system. Your alarm is not a character defect. It is a messenger with a limited job description. Keep us from getting hurt like that again. When it overreacts, it's not because it's evil, it's because it is still using old data. The more you meet it with curiosity instead of contempt, the more teachable it becomes. Over time, you can build a life where alarm still rings, but not for every raised eyebrow. Ambassador gets more speaking time. Self quietly leads, holding all your parts with respect. That is not a fantasy. It is the natural result of thousands of small moments where you notice, name, breathe, and choose with awareness instead of reflex.
Practical reflection.
Describe a recent moment when you became someone else in the middle of an interaction. 1. Body. What did your body do first? Tightening, freezing, speeding up, going numb? 2. Story. What did your mind do second? What story did it tell about what was happening? They're going to leave, I'm in trouble, I'm being disrespected. 3. Behavior. What did you do third? How did you speak, act, or withdraw? Then, add one more question. 4. Part. If you imagine that reaction as a part of you, how old does it feel? What might it be trying to protect? Write this down, not to analyze yourself to death, but to begin recognizing the pattern. Alarm, then story, then persona. The more clearly you see that pattern, the more power you have to invite your ambassador, and yourself, back to the microphone. What did you do third, in your behavior, words, or withdrawal?
Chapter 4. The Hidden Deal. Belonging at any cost.
Belonging is not a luxury. It is a primary drive. People will tolerate astonishing amounts of discomfort and even misery to avoid being cast out. They will silence their own perceptions. They will laugh at jokes that degrade them. They will accept rules that make no moral sense. They will swallow anger until it hardens into illness, addiction, or quiet despair. Why do we do this? Because the oldest parts of the mind equate rejection with danger. To be left out once meant to be left unprotected, and some part of you still carries that association. This is how the hidden deal forms, often without a single spoken word. If I am good, I will be safe. If I am useful, I will be kept. If I do not cause trouble, I will not be harmed. For a child, these deals can be necessary. They help you navigate environments you did not choose and could not leave. For an adult, the same deals can turn into a quiet form of self-erasure, where you trade away more and more of yourself just to stay inside the circle. You may think you are making choices. Often, you are honoring contracts you signed long before you knew what they cost.
The first contract. Family as your original country.
Your family was your first country. You did not arrive there as a neutral observer. You arrived as someone completely dependent on the people who ran it. You learned early what kept you inside the borders. In some homes, belonging meant being easy. We don't do big feelings here. In others, belonging meant being excellent. We love you when you win. In others, belonging meant being invisible. Attention brings trouble. Stay small and you'll be fine. In still others, belonging meant being loyal to the story. We don't talk about that. We don't question that. We certainly don't contradict that. No one sat you down and said, sign here. Your nervous system signed for you. You watched faces. You listened to tones. You tracked who got praised and who got punished. You adjusted accordingly. You laughed when they laughed, even when it hurt you. You agreed when they were wrong, because disagreement brought a chill into the room. You became the peacemaker, the achiever, the ghost, the caretaker, the clown, the invisible one. You were not being manipulative. You were being intelligent. Richard Schwartz would say that certain protector parts stepped forward to manage your belonging. They built personas to shield your more vulnerable exiles, the parts of you that held the raw terror of being unwanted, unlovable, or too much. The people-leasing part. The smoothing Hingsver part. The obedient, over-responsible part. All of them were trying to keep one terrified truth from being confirmed. If they really see me, they will not keep me. So you made the deal. I will be who you need me to be, so you will not leave me. In childhood, that deal may have kept you sane. In adulthood, that same deal can quietly destroy you.
Fitting in versus belonging.
There is a critical distinction that most people never name. Fitting in is changing yourself to be accepted. Belonging is being accepted while you stay yourself. Personas are almost always about fitting in. You shave off the edges. You downplay your pain. You amplify the parts that get applause. You silence the parts that bring discomfort. From the outside, it works. You are liked. You are included. You get invited back. On the inside, you pay in a different currency. You lie awake after the party, replaying all the things you wished you had said. You sit in meetings knowing you are nodding along with ideas you do not believe in. You stay in relationships where your real needs never make it past your own lips. You are not just tired. You are misrepresented. Your body knows. Your exiles know. The part of you Schwartz calls the self, calm, clear, honest, knows. The question is not, am I included? The question is the real me the one being included, or just the mask? Every time the answer is the mask, your sense of true belonging shrinks, no matter how full your calendar looks.
When at any cost becomes literal.
Corporate cultures refine the belonging bargain into an art form. Not always out of malice, but with real effect. They reward compliance and punish dissent, then call it professionalism. They attach moral language to performance and call it being a team player. They talk about family while quietly implying, families don't question leadership. Many organizations unconsciously recreate the same childhood deal. If you are good, you will be safe. If you are useful, you will be kept. If you do not cause trouble, you will not be harmed. You see it in who gets promoted, who gets sidelined, who gets labeled difficult. Social psychology has been sounding this alarm for decades. The Milgram experiments showed how ordinary people would administer what they believed were dangerous shocks to strangers simply because an authority figure said, "The experiment requires that you continue." The Ask conformity studies showed people agreeing, out loud, with obviously wrong answers about simple lines on a page, just to stay aligned with the group. These were not weak people. They were human people. People whose brains equated going against the group with danger. Your personas are built from the same wiring. You override your moral discomfort. You laugh at the demeaning joke. You perform enthusiasm you do not feel. You stay silent when silence feels like betrayal to yourself. You do it to belong. You do it to keep the job. You do it to keep the friend group. You do it to keep the relationship. At first, the cost is small. A skipped comment here, a swallowed feeling there. Over time, the cost compounds. You start to lose track of what you actually believe.
The IFS view, belonging protectors and exiles.
IFS gives you a different way to see this belonging at any cost pattern. Inside you, there are exiles who carry the original pain of rejection. The child who was mocked for speaking up. The teenager who was humiliated for being different. The little one who felt the room go cold after they told the truth. Protectors, especially manager parts, who vowed, never again. They learn to scan for signs of possible exclusion and step in early with strategies. Pleasing, fixing, agreeing, disappearing, achieving. When you are about to say something true that might rock the boat, you can often feel it. Your throat tightens. Your chest compresses. Your mind whispers, "Don't. It's not worth it." That whisper is a protector. It is not trying to sabotage your authenticity. It is trying to keep the exile from re-experiencing the old wound. In its view, belonging is survival, and honesty is a risk not worth taking. So the protector makes the deal on your behalf. If I keep us agreeable, we get to stay. Staying is everything. From an IFS perspective, the goal is not to rip that protector away or shame it into silence. The goal is to befriend it. To understand the fear it is working from. You ask, internally, what are you afraid would happen if I told the truth here? How old do you feel when you step in like this? What memory are you trying to prevent me from reliving? You will almost always find a younger you at the center of its panic. That exile does not need you to be braver. First, it needs you to be kind. Only when that younger part feels seen and comforted can your system even consider a new deal. I want to stay connected. But not at the price of disappearing.
The health cost of pretending.
Belonging at any cost is not just a psychological problem. It becomes a physical one. Chronic self-silencing is chronic stress. Every time you override your own no, your body pays. Every time you smile while you are secretly clenching, your muscles remember. Every time you agree to something that violates your values, your nervous system learns, my truth is not safe here. Research on chronic stress and allostatic load, the wear and tear on the body from being in a constant state of adjustment, shows links to anxiety, depression, weakened immunity, heart disease, and more. You may think you are keeping the peace. Your body knows you are living in a low-rad war with yourself. This is why people sometimes mysteriously break down in midlife. The body finally stops cooperating with the old deal. Panic attacks arrive out of nowhere. Depression flattens a once higher-forming persona. Addiction that was under control abruptly spirals. These symptoms are not random. They are often your system saying, I will not carry this pretense any further. Something has to change.
Renegotiating the deal.
You cannot simply tell your system, we don't need belonging anymore. That would be a lie. You do. The work is to upgrade the contract. From belonging at any cost to belonging where my real self is allowed to exist. This is not a single dramatic act. It is a series of small, deliberate moves. You start where the risk is smallest. You tell one safer friend the truth about how you really feel, instead of the polished version. You quietly decline one invitation that you would once have forced yourself to accept just to keep up appearances. You allow yourself to say, I'm not sure I agree, in a room where you used to smile and nod. Each time, you watch what happens. Often, it is less catastrophic than your alarm predicts. Sometimes, it is uncomfortable but survivable. Occasionally, it reveals relationships and environments that truly cannot tolerate the real you. That information is painful. It is also clarifying. You begin to see which circles offered rented belonging, you could stay as long as you played the role, and which ones are capable of something better. As you collect this data, yourself can turn back toward your protectors and exiles and say, look, we told the truth. We are still here. Look, we said no. The world did not end. Look, some people stepped closer when we were honest. Those are our people. Over time, the hidden deal begins to shift. I will betray myself so I can stay, becomes I will stay where I do not have to betray myself. That is the beginning of real belonging.
Stop calling self-betrayal love.
You have been trained, in ways large and small, to confuse self-betrayal with loyalty. To a family that never learned to face its own dysfunction. To a workplace that rewards your exhaustion more than your integrity. To a relationship that loves your caretaking but has no room for your needs. You are told, directly or indirectly, that speaking the truth is selfish, that setting boundaries is unkind, that questioning decisions is disloyal. It is not. Loyalty that requires you to disappear is not loyalty. It is quiet self-abandonment. The parts of you that enforce this old deal are not evil. They are scared. They remember times when one honest sentence changed everything, and not for the better. So do not attack them. Do not call them cowardly. Invite them to watch as you practice a new pattern. You are not choosing between connection and truth. You are choosing between false connection based on your performance and real connection based on who you actually are. One will always be fragile. The other may be rarer, but when you find it, it will finally feel like rest. The hidden deal of belonging at any cost has run your life long enough. You are allowed to want more than a seat at the table. You are allowed to want to sit there as yourself. Practical reflection. Write down 3 places in your life where you pretend, where you are not fully honest about what you feel, want, or believe. Then write the cost of each pretense. Be blunt. There is no prize for politeness in your private journal.
Chapter 5. The Persona Portfolio.
To change a persona, you first need to be able to see it clearly, and to see it without contempt. If you hate a part of yourself, you will hide it, not heal it. If you label it fake, weak, or toxic, that part will simply go underground and do its protecting from the shadows. In IFS terms, that contempt usually comes from another protector part, often an inner critic, trying to force change through shame. But Richard Schwartz's core premise is unequivocal. There are no bad parts. That includes your personas. They all developed for reasons that made sense in the context you were given. So in this chapter, we will build a persona portfolio, the way an investor does. Not to judge, but to understand what you are currently holding. You do not move money wisely if you refuse to open your statements. You do not live wisely if you refuse to look honestly at who is running your life. We'll walk through 7 common persona families. You may recognize yourself in more than one. You may recognize yourself in all of them. That is not a failure. It is a sign that you adapted in multiple ways to different environments. These are not diagnoses. They are survival strategies with strengths and shadows.
The 7 persona families.
1. The pleaser survives by being liked. Core belief. If they're happy with me, I'm safe. If they're not, I'm in danger. This persona often carries a deep fear of conflict and abandonment. It works hard to stay agreeable, needed, and non-reacting. In childhood, the pleaser may have learned. Love showed up when you were helpful, quiet, or entertaining. Saying no led to withdrawal, anger, or shaming. Other people's moods were your responsibility. In adulthood, the pleaser says yes quickly, and regrets it later. Apologizes instinctively, even when nothing is their fault. Laughs things off that actually hurt. Struggles to name preferences. I'm easy, whatever you want is fine. IFS view. The pleaser is typically a manager-protector. It protects exiles who carry the terror of being rejected or left alone. When the pleaser is blended with yourself, you don't feel, a part of me is nervous about conflict. You feel, I must keep everyone happy or I'm not okay. Strength. Exquisite attunement to others. This persona can sense shifts in mood, anticipate needs, and create harmony. In a self-ed system, that sensitivity can become genuine kindness and empathy. Shadow. Self-erasure. The pleaser trades authenticity for acceptance. Over time, resentment grows underneath the smile, because your true needs and opinions never make it into the room. 2. The performer survives by being impressive. Core belief. If I stand out, I'm safe. If I'm ordinary, I disappear. This persona fears being unseen, replaceable, or nothing special. It relies on achievement, charm, or excellence to secure worth. As a child, the performer might have learned. Praise came when you excelled, indifference came when you were simply yourself. Being the smart one, the talented one, or the responsible one brought you security. Failure was not a learning moment, it was humiliation. In adulthood, the performer constantly raises the bar, never letting success actually land. Avoid situations where they might be mediocre or unskilled. Experiences rest as guilt, I should be doing more. Feels hollow when applause fades, unsure who they are without results. IFS view, the performer is another manager protector, guarding exiles who feel fundamentally not enough or invisible. It believes, if I keep us impressive, no one will see how worthless we really are. Strength, drive, creativity, leadership. The performer can inspire others, bring ideas to life, and open doors that would have remained closed. Shadow, exhaustion, conditional self-worth, and relational shallowness. People may love you for what you do, not who you are, because you rarely show them who you are when you're not on. 3. The protector survives by staying armed. Core belief. If I'm soft, I'll get hurt. If I stay tough, I'll survive. This persona shows up as toughness, sarcasm, control, or constant vigilance. It scans for weakness or threat and meets it with force or distance. As a child, the protector may have been mocked or punished for vulnerability, had to grow up too fast in a chaotic or unsafe environment, learned that trusting others led to betrayal or exploitation. In adulthood, the protector turns everything into a joke or a debate to avoid real intimacy, anticipates betrayal, so pushes people away first, needs to have the upper hand emotionally to feel safe, confuses control with security. IFS view, this is often a more overt protector part, sometimes with both manager and firefighter flavors. It is determined never to let the exiles feel powerless again. Where exiles carry raw terror or grief, the protector carries armor. Strength, boundary setting, courage, the ability to speak up when others stay silent. In healthy form, it becomes a fierce advocate for justice, starting with your own. Shadow, loneliness and chronic tension. When the protector runs your relationships, love feels like a battlefield where you must always be on guard.
4. The prosecutor, inner critic, survives by punishing you before the world can.
Core belief, if I attack you first, I can protect you from worse attack out there. This persona uses shame, harsh standards, and relentless commentary as a shield. It believes that if it can make you perfect, or at least small, you won't be targeted by others. In childhood, the prosecutor often internalized a critical parent, teacher, or religious message. Watched others get shamed and vowed, that won't be me. Learned that love and approval were conditional on flawless behavior. In adulthood, the prosecutor runs a constant commentary, you're an idiot. You blew it. You're disgusting. You're lazy. Treats rest as a crime and pleasure as suspicious. Magnifies small mistakes into global verdicts. I made a mistake becomes I am a mistake. IFS view, the inner critic is a powerful manager. In Schwartz's model, it often believes its cruelty is a form of love. If I keep you in line, I can keep you from being humiliated or abandoned again. Strength, it can push toward excellence, responsibility, and ethics, when it sheds its contempt and learns to speak with care. Shadow, paralysis, self-hatred, and collapse. Under constant attack from the prosecutor, your exiles never get a chance to heal. They are simply stuffed down harder.
5. The ghost survives by disappearing.
Core belief, if they don't see me, they can't hurt me. The ghost avoids needs, avoids conflict, avoids visibility. It becomes small, vague, or emotionally unavailable when things feel risky. Earlier in life, the ghost may have been punished for having needs, opinions, or emotions. Learned that visibility attracted danger, criticism, violence, or unwanted attention. Survived by becoming low maintenance or no trouble. As an adult, the ghost lets others decide, then quietly resents the outcome. Checks out in conflict, emotionally or literally. Keeps relationships at a distance, never fully letting anyone in. Lives a reduced version of life, safer, but smaller. IFS view, the ghost is a manager in one sense, strategically staying out of the line of fire, and a kind of chronic flight response in another. It is determined to keep exiles from feeling exposed. Strength, de-escalation and observation. When self-ed, this capacity to step back can help you pause, reflect, and avoid unnecessary fights. Shadow, self-abandonment. You disappear from your own life to avoid pain, and what remains is numbness, regret, and a deep sense of not having really lived.
6. The king or queen survives by controlling the frame.
Core belief: if I control everything, I can finally relax. This persona often grew up in chaos or unpredictability, so control now feels like oxygen. It sets the rules, defines the narrative, and resists vulnerability. As a child, the king or queen may have been thrust into an adult role too early, parenting siblings, managing crises. Had caregivers whose moods were explosive or erratic. Learned that if they didn't organize things, no one would. In adulthood, the king-queen has trouble delegating or trusting others' competence. Feels threatened when they're not in charge of the plan, the story, or the emotional tone. Rewrites history in their favor to avoid shame. Struggles to admit mistakes or say, "I don't know." IFS view: this is a manager turned up to maximum. It is trying to guarantee what no human can guarantee: total certainty. It guards exiles who are terrified of returning to that helpless chaos. Strength, leadership, structure, the ability to shoulder responsibility and create stability where none existed. Shadow, rigidity and isolation. When control becomes the only safety, relationships become either subjects to manage or threats to neutralize.
7. The addict survives by relief.
Core belief: if I can just not feel this, I can make it through. This is not simply weakness. It is a strategy that once worked to numb pain, manage overwhelm, or create a sense of escape, until its costs began to outweigh its protection. As a child or young adult, the addict part often discovered substances, food, screens, sex, work, fantasy, or self-harm that could blunt unbearable feelings. That no one was coming to help regulate their emotional storms. That temporary relief was better than constant drowning. As an adult, the addict promises just one more and rarely keeps that promise. Uses relief behaviors when stressed, lonely, ashamed, or bored. Feels deep shame after acting out, which ironically makes the relief more attractive. IFS view: in IFS, addictive parts are classic firefighters, reactive protectors that jump in when exile's pain threatens to flood the system. They are not trying to ruin your life, they are trying to turn down the volume on suffering they believe you cannot bear. Strength: the addict points directly to where the deepest unmet needs live. It is a crude, desperate attempt at self-soothing that tells you, something in here needs attention, urgently. Shadow, obvious, health consequences, broken trust, wrecked opportunities. But underneath, the most tragic cost is that it further convinces your exiles that their pain is too much and must always be escaped, never held and healed.
Strengths and shadows, the portfolio mindset.
Each persona has a strength. The pleaser can be exquisitely attuned to others. The performer can inspire. The protector can create safety. The prosecutor can push toward excellence. The ghost can de-escalate. The king or queen can lead. The addict can signal where the deepest unmet needs live. Each persona also has a shadow, the point where protection turns into limitation. Strength without awareness becomes a cage. Your goal is not to delete your personas or demand that you be one pure self. That fantasy of a single, unchanging personality is both unrealistic and cruel to the complex system you actually are. The goal is to see each persona clearly. Understand what it is trying to protect. Appreciate its service. Reassign it to a healthier role under the leadership of yourself. In other words, put each persona back in its proper role as an employee, not the CEO of your life. You can thank the pleaser for its sensitivity and still say, "We're going to tell the truth today." You can honor the performer's drive and still choose rest. You can respect the protector's vigilance and still allow yourself to be known. You can listen to the prosecutor's concerns and insist it speak. Without abuse. You can use the ghost's quiet to reflect, not to vanish. You can lean on the king-queen structure while making room for input and vulnerability. You can hear the addict's alarm and address the pain at its root instead of only numbing it. This is self-leadership in action, the calm, compassionate center of you coordinating the efforts of your internal family instead of being ruled by whichever part is loudest or most afraid.
Practical reflection. Build your persona portfolio.
Name your holdings from the 7 persona families above. Circle or list the ones that feel familiar. Add any others that are unique to you. Choose one persona to study first. Do not pick the one you hate most. Start with one you can approach with at least a little curiosity. Write 2 columns, as you began in the draft column A. What it gives me, benefits. How has this persona helped me survive, succeed, or stay connected? What strengths has it developed in me? Column B. What it takes from me, costs. What does it prevent me from feeling or expressing? How does it limit my relationships, health, or sense of self? Add the IFS lens beneath your 2 columns. Answer. What is this part trying to protect me from? How old does the exile it protects feel? If this exile could speak, what would it say it is afraid of? Write a short note from yourself to this persona. Use a firm, respectful tone. I see what you've been doing for me. I understand now what you're afraid of. I don't want to get rid of you. I want to help so you don't have to work so hard or hurt me in the process. We're going to experiment with new ways together. Do not rush this. You are not filling out a form. You are beginning a relationship. The more honestly you see your persona portfolio, the more power you gain to reorganize it, so that your life is no longer run by old survival strategies, but guided by a wiser, more compassionate self.
Part 2. Birth to 6.
Most people begin their story at the point where they can remember. That is understandable, but it is also incomplete. The first 6 years of life are often the most formative, and for many adults they are the hardest to describe. This is not because nothing happened. It is because early memory works differently, and because children often protect themselves by not looking directly at what hurts. You may not remember the first moment you realized the world could be unsafe. You may not remember the first time a room went cold, a voice sharpened, or comfort did not come. But you can often recognize the signature those moments left in your adult life: vigilance, appeasing, perfectionism, avoidance, addiction, or a constant sense that true rest is somehow dangerous. In Part 2, we will explore the years before your conscious autobiography begins, the years when your nervous system was quietly learning the rules about safety, love, and belonging. These were the years when your first masks were stitched together, often with no words at all. We will also do something that many people find both difficult and deeply freeing. We will stop blaming the child for the strategies the child used to survive. What you did to make it through those early years was not a moral failure. It was an intelligent response to the conditions you were given. Let us go there carefully.
Chapter 6. The years you can't recall, but they wrote the script.
There is a specific, quiet kind of grief that comes with not remembering. You see other people talk about their childhood in scenes. I remember the night my father left. I remember the first time my mother hit me. I remember the exact words my teacher said. And you think, I don't have that. I just have blurs. I know something was off, but I can't point to anything. Then a second thought shows up. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe I'm too sensitive. If I can't remember, maybe it wasn't that bad. That thought is powerful, and it keeps many people stuck. It keeps you loyal to a vague story of a fine childhood, even while your adult body and relationships are clearly reporting something else. You need to understand this. A lack of clear memories does not mean a lack of impact. In fact, sometimes it means the exact opposite. The experiences came before your brain was able to store them as stories, so they were stored somewhere deeper. IFS, and Richard Schwartz's work in No Bad Parts, offers a crucial reframe. Your inner system doesn't need a neat autobiography to show you what happened. It shows you through your parts, your reactions, your patterns, your personas. To heal, you do not need a courtroom-y narrative. You need the courage to believe you're present.
Your childhood has two files: stories and climate.
Think of your early life as having two files. File 1 is stories, specific, episodic memories you can replay. Many of those don't come online clearly until around age 3 or later. This is what psychologists call infantile amnesia. It's normal. File 2 is climate, the emotional weather you lived in every day. Was the air tense or relaxed? Were adults warm, distracted, explosive, or flat? Did you feel basically safe, or like danger could appear at any time? You may not have many clean scenes from your first years. Almost nobody does. But your system absolutely remembers the climate. It remembers through your nervous system's baseline, always keyed P, or chronically numb. Your automatic beliefs: I'm a burden, I'm on my own, if I speak up, I'll regret it. Your reflexive behaviors: overhelping, overachieving, disappearing, pleasing, ruling, numbing. Those are not random quirks of personality. They are climate reports. Research in attachment and developmental neuroscience is blunt about this. A baby's brain is wiring itself at extraordinary speed in the first years of life. Long before it can tell a story, it can draw conclusions. When I cry, someone comes, or no one comes. When I show joy, they light up, or they shut down. When I'm curious, they encourage me, or they scold me. Your internal weather report from those years becomes the script your parts follow for decades. You may not remember the scenes, but you are still living the climate.
How the brain stores what you can't remember.
There is another reason your lack of memory is not evidence that nothing happened. Your brain has two main memory systems. Explicit memory, stories you can consciously recall and describe. Implicit memory, emotional and bodily memory, what your system learned about danger, safety, closeness, shame, and joy. Early life is dominated by implicit memory. Those years write rules in your nervous system, not in your diary. That's why a smell in a hallway can make your stomach drop. A tone of voice can make you feel 6 years old in a 40-year-old body. A partner turning away in bed can produce terror completely out of proportion to the moment. Your explicit mind says, this is no big deal. But a part of you is absolutely convinced, we are about to be abandoned, or we are about to be attacked, because something about the moment rhymes with that early climate. IFS calls those young, overwhelmed states exiles, parts of you that absorbed raw fear, shame, or loneliness and then got pushed out of everyday awareness because the system couldn't handle their intensity. You didn't forget them because they were trivial. You forgot them because they were too big to carry in consciousness while you were still so small.
Attachment. Your first scriptwriter.
Attachment research makes this concrete. Decades of studies show that infants and toddlers adapt in predictable ways to repeated caregiver patterns. When care is consistent and warm, children generally internalize, I matter. When I need, someone comes. The world is mostly safe. When care is inconsistent, sometimes attentive, sometimes neglectful or explosive, children internalize, I have to work hard to keep you close. My needs are risky. I can't. Relax. When care is frightening or hostile, children internalize, people are dangerous. I must protect myself. Vulnerability is a liability. These conclusions don't show up as sentences in a child's mind. They show up as parts and personas. A pleaser part who believes, if I'm good, I get to stay. A performer part who believes, if I impress, I won't be dropped. A ghost part who believes, if I disappear, I'll avoid the blow. A protector part who believes, if I stay tough, no one can hurt me. Schwartz would say your internal family system began to organize itself around these early attachment realities. Exiles swallowed the terror, grief, or confusion. Protectors stepped in to manage the adults, tame your needs, and keep you acceptable. You don't need to remember specific nights. The pattern of your personas already tells the truth. This is what I had to become to feel safe with the people I depended on.
When nothing was wrong but everything was missing.
A major barrier to healing is the sentence, I didn't have it that bad. There was no big trauma. Maybe. No one hit you. There were no police reports, no obvious red flags. You had food, a roof, maybe even vacations and extracurriculars. So you dismiss your current pain as overreaction. But trauma is not only what happened. Trauma is also what never happened that should have. Comfort when you were scared. Protection when you were overwhelmed. Being seen and enjoyed for who you were. Adults apologizing when they were wrong or scary. Chronic emotional neglect, parents physically present but emotionally absent or misattuned, is now recognized as one of the most damaging and most invisible forms of childhood wounding. It seldom produces clean, cinematic memories, but it absolutely produces scripts. My needs bother people. Emotions are problems, not signals. I should handle everything alone. Those scripts are often defended even more fiercely because the surface story sounds fine. We had everything we needed. My parents worked so hard. Other people had it worse. You can honor your parents' efforts and still tell the truth about what your system never got. Those two realities can coexist. IFS insists, there are no bad parts. So there is no benefit in blaming or idealizing anyone. The point is not to demonize your caregivers. The point is to stop gaslighting yourself. If your present-day patterns scream, I am lonely in relationships, or I can't trust anyone, or I am terrified of needing anything, that is data. That is your climate report. Believe it.
Your present is reporting your past.
You may never recover crystal-clear childhood scenes. That's okay. You already live with something better than perfect memory. You live with your present reactions. Look at them as evidence. Do you panic when someone is disappointed in you? Do you overunction in every relationship, then burn out? Do you shut down or dissociate in conflict? Do you feel like you're too much if you have feelings around others? Do you keep chasing people who are unavailable or critical? Those are not random malfunctions. In IFS language, they are protector parts doing their jobs, exactly as they were trained to do decades ago. They are trying to prevent your exiles from re-experiencing familiar agony. The sting of being shamed. The ache of being ignored. The terror of being helpless in the face of an adult's chaos. So when you over-explain, disappear, explode, or numb out, you can start to ask a more accurate question. Which younger part of me is this reaction trying to protect, and from what? You do not need the whole backstory to know that something is being protected. The intensity of your reaction is already your clue.
You can heal without a perfect story.
One of the most liberating truths in IFS is this. You do not have to remember everything to heal. Schwartz and other IFS practitioners are clear. You work with feelings, sensations, images, and parts as they appear now. You don't force memories, and you don't need precise historical details to help an exile unburden. A part may show up as a tightness in your chest when you consider setting a boundary. A heavy sadness that appears whenever someone doesn't text back. A sharp, shaming voice that calls you stupid or dramatic. You don't have to know exactly which year that pattern started. In IFS, you focus on the part, where you feel it in your body, what emotions come with it. Flesh it out. What does it fear? What does it believe about you and the world? Feel toward it from self. Can you access even 1% curiosity or compassion for this part? Befriend it. Thank it for how it has tried to protect you. Explore its fears. What disaster does it believe it's preventing? Sometimes, images or flashes of memory will emerge on their own. Sometimes they won't. Both are acceptable. What matters is that the part experiences something it never had back then. A steady, non-hamming presence, yourself, who can say, you're not alone with this anymore. I'm here. Over time, even without full narrative recovery, exiles can release burdens, feelings of worthlessness, terror, or toxic shame. Protectors can relax. Personas can update their roles. Your healing does not depend on producing an accurate documentary of your childhood. It depends on showing up, now, for the parts of you that are still living as if that childhood is happening today.
You are allowed to take your pain seriously without a smoking gun.
There is a belief you must confront head-on if you want to move forward. Unless I have proof, a dramatic story, clear memories, other people's confirmation, I don't have the right to be affected, or to heal. That belief keeps you loyal to your own minimization. It keeps you in jobs, relationships, and roles that repeat the old climate, because you don't feel entitled to say, "This hurts me," unless you can produce an indisputable childhood exhibit. You do not owe anyone that trial. Your nervous system has already delivered its verdict, again and again. In your anxiety, in your depression, in your burnout, in your addictions, in your inability to rest or receive love. You can respect your caregivers. You can acknowledge their struggles. And you can still say, with quiet authority, "Whatever happened, or didn't happen, back then, it shaped me in ways that are hurting me now. That is enough reason to care for myself differently." You do not need permission. Your pain is your evidence.
Practical reflection. Write your climate report.
You may never remember specific episodes from your earliest years. For this work, you don't have to. Instead of trying to force scenes, write a climate report. Take your time with this. Describe the weather of your childhood home. Don't worry about precise ages or timelines. Use simple contrasts. Was the home quiet or loud? Predictable or chaotic? Warm or emotionally cold? Were people affectionate, distant, or inconsistent? Describe the rules about needs and feelings. Finish these sentences honestly. In my home, when someone was sad, when someone was angry, when I needed comfort, when I was excited or proud of something. 3. Name the early conclusions you might have drawn. Translate that climate into beliefs a child might absorb. My needs are too much. It's safer not to bother anyone. Good performance keeps people close. Asking for help leads to disappointment or ridicule. 4. Connect one present-day persona to that early climate. Pick one persona from your portfolio, pleaser, performer, ghost, protector, etc., and ask, how did this persona help me survive that climate? What is it still trying to protect me from today? 5. Write from yourself to one young part. Imagine a younger you living in that climate. Write a short, direct note. It makes sense you learned to be that climate was hard. You were not wrong to adapt. Now I'm older, and I want to help us live in a different kind of weather. You don't have to manage this alone anymore. This is not about blaming anyone. It is about refusing to abandon yourself just because your memories are incomplete. The years you can't recall absolutely helped write your script. You can't change what they were, but you can change what happens next. You start by believing your present more than you doubt your past.
Chapter 7. Neglect's quiet curriculum.
Neglect is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is a slow, steady absence. It is the empty chair at the table. The unanswered question. The adult who is physically in the room but emotionally somewhere else. It is the child who learns not to interrupt, not to need, not to make noise, because needing backfires, or goes nowhere. You must let this land. Neglect is an education. It teaches a curriculum without a classroom. Lesson 1. My needs are inconvenient. Lesson 2. My feelings are not welcome here. Lesson 3. I should handle it alone. You did not decide to believe these things. Your nervous system absorbed them as facts. And those facts built some of your most powerful personas.
When independence is a disguise for abandonment.
If you grew up neglected, emotionally, physically, or both, you probably became independent early. People might even admire you for it. You're so mature for your age. You never cause trouble. You're so low maintenance. You're the strong one. They see the outcome. They do not see the cost. Because often, you did not become independent because independence is purely healthy. You became independent because dependence was not safe. If asking for comfort earned you irritation or mockery, your parts learned. We won't do that again. If expressing sadness got you shamed or ignored, your parts learned, feelings are dangerous. Bury them. If relying on adults led to disappointment every time, your parts learned, depending on anyone is a setup. We'll handle everything ourselves. Richard Schwartz would say protectors stepped up, manager parts, and took control. They formed personas like the hyper-ompetent one, the I'm fine one, the caretaker, the lone wolf, the problem solver. From the outside, these look admirable. On performance reviews, in friendships, in family systems, you get praised, you're so capable. You're always there for everyone. You never ask for anything. But if we listen underneath, we'll usually hear an exile, the younger you, whispering a very different sentence. No one ever came for me. So now I don't know how to let anyone help. That is not strength. That is adaptation to abandonment.
Neglect's signature personas.
Neglect does not just hurt you once, it sets up ongoing patterns. Here are a few of the most common personas it produces, and why.
1. The self-efficient high performer.
You learned young, if I don't do it, it won't get done. So now, you take on extra work without being asked. You shoulder family responsibilities other adults avoid. You rarely delegate, because being let down feels worse than being exhausted. On the surface, this looks like admirable responsibility. Internally, it's often driven by an exile who still believes, if I ever really need anyone and they don't come, I will break. So your protectors preempt the risk by never needing. You don't ask for help, not because you don't need it, but because the possibility of no feels intolerable.
2. The overfunctioning caretaker.
If nobody reliably showed up for you, you may become the person who shows up for everyone, the dependable one, the fixer, the steady friend. You text back immediately. Remember everyone's birthdays and crises. Drop everything when someone hints they're struggling. You tell yourself it's love. And much of it is. But if you're honest, there's often another layer, a quiet hope that someday the universe, or someone specific, will repay you with the kind of care you never felt allowed to demand. You may not know how to say, I'm drowning too. Your caretaking is sincere, but it is also a strategy. If I become indispensable, maybe I'll finally be chosen, protected, prioritized. IFS would call this a classic manager. It tries to earn, through service, what should have been freely given to you as a child: attention, protection, affection.
3. The emotionally numb rock.
Neglect teaches you that feelings are either pointless or problematic. No one asks how you are. No one notices your tears. Or worse, your tears bother them. So a protector learns to shut the whole system down. As an adult, you struggle to access what you feel beyond tired or stressed. When others get emotional, you feel confused, awkward, or irritated. You pride yourself on being logical, but secretly feel empty. This persona often carries a deep belief: if I really feel this, it will consume me, and no one will help. Your system protected you the only way it knew how, by turning the volume dial way down. From an IFS standpoint, this is a numbing manager working closely with firefighters like binge-watching, scrolling, overeating, or drinking, anything to avoid those exiles who are still frozen in lonely rooms.
4. The low-maintenance partner or friend.
Neglect can teach you that needs push people away. So you work very hard to have none. In relationships, you say, I'm good with whatever, even when you're not. Downplay pain, it's fine, don't worry about it. Rarely, if ever, ask for emotional support. You might even feel proud of being easy. But if you scratch the surface, there's often despair. If I really showed how much I need, they would leave, judge, or feel burdened. So you keep your needs small, your expectations low, and your loneliness high. Your persona calls this kindness. Your exiles call it what it is: self-neglect, learned from others' neglect.
The double bind. You crave care and distrust it.
Neglect creates a cruel paradox. You deeply long for someone to notice, to show up, to care. And at the same time, when someone finally does, you don't trust it. Think about this. When someone offers to help, do you feel a wave of discomfort? When a friend checks in on you, do you minimize what's going on? When a partner tries to nurture you, do you feel guilty, exposed, or suspicious? That's not random. To the parts of you trained by neglect, care is unfamiliar. And what's unfamiliar feels dangerous. A neglected child often learns, needing backfires. Hope is cruel. If I let myself lean on you and you move away, it will hurt more than never leaning at all. So your managers step in, say you're fine. Change the subject. Do something for them quickly to rebalance the scales. Richard Schwartz would say your protectors do not yet trust that there is a solid, compassionate self at the center of your system who can handle the feelings that might arise if you actually received care. They believe. If we relax, if we let someone in, and they disappoint us, the exile will drown us in pain we can't survive. So they block care, even the very care you consciously say you want. This is why you must stop calling this just how I am. It's not your essence. It's your strategy.
Neglect and shame, the silent contract.
Neglect also transmits a message about your worth. If no one came when you cried, a child's logic goes like this: if I mattered, they would come. They're not coming. So I must not matter. You may know as an adult that your caregivers were overwhelmed, distracted, traumatized themselves. Intellectually, you understand. But the exile inside you doesn't work with adult explanations. It works with felt reality. I was alone with big feelings. No one soothed me. Therefore, I am not worth soothing. Shame thrives in this vacuum. It becomes the explanation for everything. They ignored me because I'm annoying. They didn't protect me because I wasn't worth protecting. They don't ask about me because I'm not interesting enough. Your personas, especially the high performer and the caretaker, often grow directly out of this shame. They are continuous attempts to prove the shame wrong without ever questioning the underlying belief. If I become more helpful, more impressive, more easygoing, then I'll be worth consistent love. IFS invites you to see the cruelty in that contract. There is no amount of performing or pleasing that can reach an exile who believes its very existence is the problem. That younger part doesn't need more accomplishments. It needs to be seen and cherished as it is. And no persona can give it that. Only yourself can.
How IFS heals neglect's lessons.
How do you actually begin to undo the quiet curriculum of neglect? Not by yelling at yourself to have needs or forcing yourself into dependence you don't trust. That only scares your protectors more. IFS proposes a different route.
1. Start by really seeing the protectors.
Instead of attacking your independence, overfunctioning, or numbness, you turn toward them with curiosity. When I insist on doing everything myself, which part is that? When I downplay my pain, who is stepping in? When I feel empty instead of sad, what is that protecting me from? Name them. This is my high-functioning manager. This is my caretaker part. This is my numbing part. Then ask, internally and sincerely, what are you afraid would happen if you did not do your job? You will almost always hear some version of, if I don't, we will be alone, humiliated, disappointed, or abandoned, again. Now you are finally talking about the real issue, fear, not identity.
2. Let self step in as the caregiver you didn't have.
Your protectors formed because there was no stable, attuned adult consistently available. In IFS terms, yourself can become that adult now. Self is not another persona. It is the calm, compassionate, wise center of you that Schwartz describes, that undamaged core that can't be broken by what you lived through. When you are in self, you relate to your parts with curiosity instead of judgment, patience instead of pressure, compassion instead of contempt. You say to your overfunctioning part, of course you took everything on. No one else did. Thank you for getting us this far. I'm older now. I want to help carry this load. You say to your numb part, of course you turn the feelings off. They were too big for a child. I don't want to rip your shield away. I just want to sit with you, so you don't have to hold this alone. As trust grows, these protectors will begin to experiment with relaxing. Not all at once. Not in every situation. But they will test you. They will ask, are you really here? Or am I still on my own? Your consistency is what convinces them.
3. Gently meet the exiles who learned I don't matter.
When a protector lets you, you can then turn toward the exiled parts of you, the children who drew those 3 lessons from neglect. My needs are inconvenient. My feelings are not welcome. I should handle it alone. You do not have to drag up vivid memories. You work with impressions. A 4-year LD who feels small and invisible in a kitchen. A 9-year LD alone in their room, crying quietly. A teenager who stopped talking about anything real because no one listened. You imagine sitting with them. You ask, how long have you felt this way? What did you need back then that you never got? What do you wish someone had said to you? Then you say those things, now. Not to wish the past away, but to give that part of you an experience it never had, being witnessed, believed, and comforted. From here, unburdening becomes possible, the IFS process where the exile is invited to let go of the toxic beliefs and feelings it has carried. Sometimes this looks like visualizing the child handing you a heavy backpack labeled I'm a burden, and you helping them release it. Sometimes it's a simple inner knowing, this belief is not mine to keep. The point is not technique. The point is relationship, yourself, at last, refusing to neglect the neglected parts.
You are allowed to stop neglecting yourself.
Neglect taught you to make everyone else's needs urgent and your own optional. It taught you that rest is indulgent. Asking for help is weakness. Wanting to be cared for is childish. Those lessons served a purpose when you were small and there truly was no one consistently there. But you are no longer that helpless, cornered child. You have options now that you did not have then. You can honor the past without letting its rules govern the rest of your life. You are allowed to ask clearly for support, and survive if the answer is no. Let yourself feel sad, angry, or afraid without instantly shutting it down. Rest without having to earn it through collapse. Choose relationships where your needs are not treated as inconveniences, but as welcome truth. Will your protectors protest? Absolutely. They will say, this is dangerous. This is selfish. This is how people leave. Your job is not to crush those voices. Your job is to lead them. To say, I hear your fear. You are remembering the old world. We are building a new one. You don't have to trust it all at once. Just watch. I won't abandon us again. That is how you reverse neglect's quiet curriculum. By refusing to keep teaching it to yourself.
Practical reflection. Undoing neglect's lessons.
Take this seriously. Put pen to paper if you can. Name the lessons. Finish these sentences, without editing for what should be true. Deep down, I believe my needs are. Deep down, I believe my feelings are. Deep down, I believe I should handle things. Spot the personas. For each belief, ask, which persona shows up to enforce this? High performer, caretaker, numb rock, low maintenance one, etc. What does that persona do to keep this belief in place? Ask the protector its fear. Pick one persona and, internally, ask, what are you afraid would happen if I didn't live by this belief? Write down the first answer that comes, even if it feels childish or irrational. Meet the exile. Based on that fear, imagine how old a younger part might be. This feels like a 5-year LD, or this feels like a 12-year LD. Then write a few sentences from yourself to that child. You were not too much. You were alone. You deserved comfort. You deserved care. I can't change what they did or didn't do, but I will not keep treating you as an inconvenience. You matter to me now. Take one small, concrete action that breaks the old rule. Today or this week, ask for a small favor. Tell one trusted person how you actually feel. Let yourself rest 20 minutes without doing anything productive, and notice the protests, and stay anyway. Then, afterward, check in with your parts. We did it. We were honest, asked, received. Are we still here? Yes. The world did not end. Repeat this enough times, and your system will begin to believe a new curriculum. My needs matter. My feelings are welcome, at least with me. I do not have to handle everything alone. Neglect wrote the early script. You do not have to let it write the final act.
Chapter 8. Home as weather. When instability becomes normal.
Some homes are not really homes. They are weather systems. One day is sunny. The next is a storm. The child becomes a quiet meteorologist, always checking the sky. You may not remember specific incidents, but you remember this, the constant scanning, the never-ending calculation. How bad is it today? Which version of them just walked through the door? Is it safe to relax, or do I need to be ready? This is not mere sensitivity. It is adaptation to instability. And unless it is acknowledged and updated, that adaptation can quietly run your adult life.
Growing up as the forecaster.
Kids raised in unstable environments often develop what looks like a superpower. They can hear the difference between a normal sigh and a dangerous one. Notice microshifts in posture, tone, and facial expression. Sense, before anyone says a word, when the room is about to turn. Teachers and relatives may have called you so aware, so considerate, wise beyond your years. Underneath the compliments, something else was happening. You were learning to survive by prediction. If your caregiver's mood could swing from affectionate to explosive without warning, you learned to read the tiniest signs, the way keys were dropped on the table, the particular silence before dinner, the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Those signals mattered. They dictated whether it was safe to talk, whether it was safer to hide, whether you needed to make yourself useful, invisible, or entertaining. You were not being dramatic. You were being accurate. Your nervous system decided, very early, if I can forecast the storm, maybe I can prevent it or at least get out of the way. That decision created some of your most powerful protector parts.
Hypervigilance. Love mixed with fear.
What psychologists call hypervigilance, constant, heightened scanning for threat, is not just a symptom. It is, as strange as it sounds, often a form of love. The child thinks, on some level, if I can keep them calm, the whole house will be safer. If I can notice when they are about to explode, maybe I can change my behavior and prevent it. If I can fix their mood, maybe they'll be okay, and then I'll be okay. So you become the peacemaker, the clown, the good listener, the one who knows how not to set them off. Your entire focus goes outward. What do they need? How can I make them okay? This isn't because you lacked a self. It's because being tuned to yourself didn't seem to matter. Their inner weather controlled everything. So your system decided, the safest place to put my attention is out there. Richard Schwartz would say your internal family began to organize around this project. A group of manager parts took over, scanning, appeasing, smoothing, fixing. Their mission, keep the external system stable, so the exiled parts inside you, the ones who actually feel the fear and hurt, don't have to feel it so often or so intensely. Hypervigilance is not a character flaw. It is a coping strategy your parts developed out of necessity. But what protected you then can imprison you now.
When home trains you to take the blame.
Instability in a home rarely comes with honest explanations. Instead, children are left with mysteries. Why is mom fine some days and cruel on others? Why is dad funny one night and terrifying the next? Why are we pretending yesterday didn't happen? When adults refuse to acknowledge their own inconsistency, the child fills in the blanks. And children tend to make only one conclusion: it must be my fault. If I had been quieter, if I hadn't spilled that, if I hadn't asked that question, if I were better, maybe they'd be stable. This belief is poison, but it feels like control. Because if it's your fault, then maybe you can change it. Maybe you can finally earn a consistently safe parent by being the right kind of child. From an IFS lens, your exiles absorb the terror, confusion, and heartbreak of those storms. They're the little ones who sat shaking in their room, wondering what they did wrong. Your protectors, especially the hypervigilant, perfectionistic, and people-pleasing parts, vow I'll make sure we never upset them again. So you start living by unwritten rules. Don't bring up hard things. Never be the reason someone is upset. Fix everything before anyone notices. Stay alert, just in case. Those rules once kept you safer, but they have a high interest rate.
When instability becomes normal.
Here is the cruel trick of an unstable home. What is intolerable eventually starts to feel familiar, and what is familiar eventually starts to feel normal. Your body learns that calm is suspicious. Predictability feels boring or fake. Drama feels alive. Walking on eggshells feels like love. So as an adult, you may unconsciously gravitate toward partners who are hot and old instead of consistently present. Bosses who are mercurial instead of steady. Friendships built on crisis instead of quiet mutuality. Why? Because the hypervigilant parts of you know what to do in chaos. They don't know what to do with steady, honest care. Stable environments can feel strangely unsettling at first. When someone is simply kind without you earning it, a part of you may think, this can't be real. When there is no hidden explosion lurking, you may feel bored or on edge, waiting for the catch. When someone says, it's not your job to manage my feelings, you may not even understand what that means. Your internal forecast software has been calibrated to storms. A weather pattern of mild, predictable seasons can feel wrong. This is not proof that stability isn't for you. It's proof that your nervous system has been trained in a different climate.
Control as a jealous god.
In a chaotic home, you had very little real power. You could not control the adults drinking. You could not stop the arguments. You could not prevent the mood swings. You could not make anyone heal. But you could control some things. Your own behavior. Your own silence. Your grades. The state of your room. The level of tension in the air, sometimes, if you tried hard enough. Control became your religion. Hypervigilance became your worship. You learned, if I just anticipate enough, perform enough, smooth enough, maybe I can keep the worst from happening. As an adult, that often turns into overmanaging other people's emotions. Micromanaging projects because you don't trust others not to explode, even if they never have. Constantly fixing, editing, and adjusting to protect everyone from discomfort. Jumping into calm, explain, apologize, or rescue before anyone even asks. This controlling persona is a protector, through and through. It genuinely believes, if I ever stop managing, everything will fall apart, and the people I love will suffer, and it will be my fault. No wonder it won't relax. In its mind, it's holding up the sky. But as you have already begun to see, control is a jealous god. It demands constant worship. And it does not grant peace. Instead, it gives you exhaustion, resentment, relationships where you feel more like the emotional manager than an equal, A nervous system that never gets to stand down.
The IFS view, hypervigilance as a protector, not a problem.
IFS invites you to do something radical with this pattern. Stop calling it just anxiety and start treating it as a part of you that deserves respect and relief. When your mind is racing through, what if they're upset? How can I fix this? What do they need from me right now? You can pause and ask. Who in me is so sure it's my job to control the weather? How old does this part feel? What was happening when it first took on this role? You might sense a 7-year-old trying to decode which version of dad was coming home. A 10-year-old monitoring mom's tone for signs of a depressive spiral. A teenager smoothing over fights between adults, believing they were the glue holding everyone together. That younger part is not weak. It is overburdened. From the IFS perspective, it's a manager-protector, the internal meteorologist and fixer. It stands in front of exiles who carry terror, grief, and helplessness from those storms. Your goal is not to rip this part away or shame it into stopping. Your goal is to befriend it and reassign it. To say, from yourself, you were brilliant to learn all those signals. You kept us as safe as you could. But we are not back in that house anymore. I don't want to keep you on the 24th of July weather duty. I want you to rest sometimes. I will stay with the younger ones. You don't have to be responsible for everyone's sky. Hypervigilance will not drop instantly. But when it feels seen, understood, and supported by yourself, it can start experimenting with something it has never trusted. Not monitoring every cloud.
Letting your body learn new weather.
You cannot talk your nervous system out of hypervigilance by willpower alone. It needs experience. It needs to live through a disagreement where you do not manage everyone's feelings, and the world does not end. A moment where someone else is upset, and you allow them to have their mood without rushing in to fix it. An evening where you are not on duty for everyone's emotional state, and people manage themselves. Each time this happens, and you stay present without collapse, your system gets new data. People can be in a bad mood, and I am not fundamentally unsafe. Conflict does not always equal catastrophe. I can care without controlling. This is where self-leadership becomes more than a concept. When a situation starts to feel tense. 1. Notice your body. Heart speeding up. Muscles tensing. Mind scanning for what to fix. 2. Name the part. My hypervigilant manager just jumped in. A part of me wants to control this conversation. 3. Reassure it. Internally, from yourself, I know you're trying to keep us safe. Thank you. Let me see what's actually happening here before we act. Look at reality. What is actually being said? Is anyone in real danger, or just uncomfortable? Is this truly your responsibility? 4. Choose a smaller action. Instead of taking over the whole emotional field, practice one of these. Say less, listen more. Let someone else be in charge of fixing their own mood. State your boundary honestly instead of manipulating the atmosphere. Every time you do this, you are teaching your parts. We live in different weather now. We can act from choice, not just reflex.
You deserve more than a life lived as the forecast.
Your childhood may have required you to live like a forecaster and a buffer. That is not your fault. It was your intelligence trying to survive. But you are allowed to want more than survival. You are allowed to want relationships where you are an equal, not the emotional manager. A home where everyone is responsible for their own moods. A body that knows what it feels like to relax without checking the door. A mind that can be present with your feelings, not just everyone else's. You will not arrive there by hating the part of you that scans and manages. You will get there by understanding it, thanking it, showing it, slowly and consistently, that self is here now, and that together, you can live in a climate that does not require constant storm prediction. Your past weather was not your choice. Your current climate can be.
Practical reflection. Where are you still managing the weather?
Take this beyond insight. Put it on paper. 1. Name 3 situations from the last 2 weeks where you felt responsible for other people's moods or for keeping the peace. For each, write: what was happening? What did you do to manage the emotional weather? What were you afraid would happen if you didn't? 2. Identify the part. For each situation, answer: which part of me took over here? The fixer, the buffer, the peacemaker, the forecaster, etc. How old does this part feel when it's in charge? 3. Ask the part its fear. Choose one of those situations. Close your eyes for a moment and internally ask that part, what are you most afraid would happen if you stopped managing? Don't edit the answer. Write down exactly what comes. 4. Reassure from self. Write a short paragraph back to that part, in your voice as an adult self. For example, of course you jumped in when they started arguing. You learned long ago that fights meant danger. I see how hard you're working to keep everyone safe. I want you to know, we are not in that old house anymore. It is not our job to control everyone's feelings. I will stay with you while we experiment with stepping back a little. You are not alone in this. Plan one small experiment. Identify a low-take situation coming up where you usually manage the weather, a meeting, a family call, a conversation with a friend. Decide on one small way you will do a little less. Let a silence hang instead of rushing to fill it. Let someone else stay annoyed without fixing it. Say, I trust you to handle this, and mean it. Afterward, come back to your journal and write, what actually happened? How did your body feel? What did your hypervigilant part predict? And was it right? Repeat this process. Each small experiment rewrites the script your unstable home gave you. You were trained to believe that your job was to track the sky and prevent storms. It isn't. Your job now is to build an inner home where your parts don't have to live in constant weather alert, because self is here, leading, and the climate has finally begun to change.
Chapter 9, The First Moral Injury. When the adults don't protect.
There is a moment, sometimes a single scene, sometimes a slow realization over years, that changes the way a child understands the world. It is the moment you realize, the people who are supposed to protect me, won't. Maybe they couldn't. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they looked away. Maybe they were the ones you needed protection from. Whatever the details, that moment is not just sad or unfortunate. Psychologists have a name for what happens there: moral injury. And you must take it seriously, because it shaped your deepest beliefs about safety, truth, and your right to say, this is wrong. If you don't understand your first moral injury, you will keep obeying rules written by fear and betrayal, rules that may be running your life even now.
What moral injury really is, and why it matters to personas.
Moral injury is not just fear. It is not just trauma. It is a fracture of meaning. Trauma says, I was overwhelmed. I was terrified. My body remembers. Moral injury adds, what happened violated what is right. And the people who should have protected me did not. It's not only soldiers in war who experience moral injury. Children in living rooms, kitchens, churches, and classrooms experience it too, every day. For a child, moral injury can look like: you tell a parent another adult has hurt or frightened you, and they call you a liar, or tell you not to make trouble. Your caregiver knows about someone's abuse or cruelty and stays with them anyway, asking you to be polite and forgiving. A parent rages, insults, or hits you, then acts like nothing happened the next day, and nobody ever says, that was wrong. A religious or community authority harms you or others, and the system closes ranks to protect them instead of you. You watch one sibling get hurt while the adults look away, and you learn there is no referee. You are not just scared in these moments. You are betrayed. The child's gut knows, this is not how it's supposed to be. But if every authority around you denies that truth, your system has to choose: do I stay loyal to my own perception? Or do I stay loyal to the adults I depend on? For a child, that is not a real choice. You cannot survive without your adults. So something inside you breaks in a particular way. Richard Schwartz would say,
Exiles pick up the shrapnel, raw terror, grief, rage, and a deep sense of injustice. Protectors rush in to contain that pain by rewriting the rules. Those new rules become submissive personas. How submissive personas are born.
When the adults don't protect you, your system draws conclusions. Not just, the world is dangerous. But also, telling the truth is dangerous. And, challenging authority is dangerous. And even, trusting my perception is dangerous. So your protectors begin whispering, then shouting, a set of commandments. Stay quiet. Don't make them angry. Don't challenge authority. Endure. Pretend you're okay. Don't say what you saw. Don't feel what you feel. These are not abstract ideas. They are survival strategies. From the outside, they look like the child who never causes trouble, even when something is clearly wrong. The teen who goes along with the group, even when the group crosses their values. The adult who freezes when a boss is unfair, a partner is cruel, or a system is abusive, then later asks, why didn't I say anything? From the inside, submissive personas are protector parts doing overtime. They are trying to prevent a repeat of the original moral injury, when speaking up got you punished, telling the truth got you called crazy, needing protection got you abandoned. They truly believe, if we stay small, quiet, and compliant, maybe no one will hurt us like that again. And you need to hear this clearly, those parts saved something in you. They are not bad. They are not cowardly. They are not weak. They are overworked soldiers still fighting a war that ended years ago. The hidden cost, when survival rules become life rules. The tragedy is not that you learned stay quiet as a child. The tragedy is that no one helped you update that rule once you were older. So the rules that kept you alive in a dangerous home now leak into every environment. You may notice yourself nodding along in meetings when a leader is clearly wrong, unfair, or unethical, then lying awake later, seething. Staying in relationships where your boundaries are trampled, telling yourself, it's not that bad, because part of you literally cannot imagine being allowed to leave. Freezing when someone crosses a line, then later rehearsing the speech you wish you had given. Automatically assuming you misunderstood, you are too sensitive, you are the problem, because that is how you protected your attachment to flawed caregivers. You start to think, I'm just conflict avoidant. I just don't like confrontation. It's not my place. But if we look more closely through an IFS lens, we see something much more precise. A protector part is stepping in to enforce childra rules. It blends with yourself and hijacks your voice. It is not just avoiding conflict, it is avoiding rerematizing an exile who still remembers what happened the last time you dared to say, this isn't right. In this sense, submissive personas are loyal. Loyal to your younger self. Loyal to the people who hurt you. Loyal to a story where power always wins and your job is to survive it. If you do not bring conscious leadership, self, to this inner system, that old loyalty will quietly dictate what you feel allowed to do, and who you feel allowed to become.
The IFS view. Moral injury as an exile's wound.
Let's look more closely at what happens inside when adults don't protect you, using IFS language. An exile takes the hit. This younger part of you holds the memory of the moment, the room, the faces, the words, if you remember. The emotions, terror, rage, heartbreak, disgust, confusion. The beliefs that formed, I don't matter, my pain is dangerous, no one will come. The system panics. Those feelings are too big for your small body, especially if there's no comforting adult to help you handle them. So your internal system does something brilliant. It exiles this part, pushes it out of everyday awareness to keep the whole organism functioning. Protectors craft new personas. Manager parts step in. We'll be the good kid, so they have no reason to be cruel. We'll be invisible, so they won't notice us. We'll agree with them, so they won't target us. And sometimes firefighter parts step in when pain breaks through. Numbing with food, screens, fantasy, substances. Self-harm or risky behavior to turn emotional pain into physical sensation. A new moral code is written, not about right and wrong, but about survival. It sounds like, authority is to be obeyed, even when it's wrong. Truth is dangerous if it upsets powerful people. My perception can't be trusted, because no one confirmed it back then. You need to see the cost of keeping this code unquestioned in adulthood. It means letting the worst authorities you ever had, abusive, neglectful, cowardly, or overwhelmed, continue to write your conscience. You would never consciously choose that. But your parts did, long ago, because it was the only way they could see to keep you alive and attached. Now, as an adult, you finally have access to something you didn't back then. Self. The calm, clear, compassionate center Richard Schwartz describes, the part of you that can say, with authority, what happened to me was wrong. I deserved protection. I am allowed to see what I see, know what I know, and act according to my own moral compass. That sentence is the beginning of healing moral injury.
Reclaiming your right to say, this is wrong.
If moral injury fractured your trust in adults, you may have unconsciously done something to survive. You transferred that distrust onto yourself. Instead of believing, they failed me, you believed, I must be wrong. If they say it didn't happen like that, maybe my memory is broken. If they say I'm overreacting, maybe my feelings are wrong. If they say I'm disrespectful for speaking up, maybe silence is the real virtue. Your submissive personas enforce this self-doubt every time you override your own sense of injustice to keep the peace. Stay loyal to institutions or families that have shown you, repeatedly, that your well-being is not a priority. Treat your own perceptions as suspect unless someone else agrees. IFS offers you a practical way to begin reversing this. You don't start by confronting every authority in your life. You start by confronting the internalized ones. Notice when you shrink. When you're about to say something true and a part clamps down on your throat, recognize, a submissive protector just stepped in. Ask it what it's protecting. Internally, gently, what are you afraid will happen if I speak up? When did you first learn that staying quiet keeps us safe? Let it answer. You might feel flashes of childhood, or just a sense of age, this feels like I'm 8, or this feels like 13. Validate its logic, and update its information. From self, you respond, you were absolutely right back then. Speaking up was dangerous. Thank you for keeping us alive. But look around. What year is it now? How old are we? Who's actually in front of us? Is this really mom, dad, that teacher, or is this a different person, in a different room, with different rules? Let yourself become the new protector. Gradually, you make a promise to your exiles, the parts who are not protected. I see you. I believe you. I will not join them in minimizing what happened. And I will not keep sacrificing you to keep other people comfortable. This is not just internal comfort talk. It is a direct, corrective experience. For the first time, the child in you hears an adult, yourself, say clearly, they were wrong. You were worthy of protection. And I am here now. That's not metaphorical. That is healing the original moral injury.
Why this matters for the rest of the book.
Later, when we explore obedience, authority pressure, and how personas show up in workplaces, religions, and institutions, you will see something clearly. Your relationship with external authority is a replay of your relationship with early authority. If you were trained that challenging adults equals danger, challenging bosses, or pastors or systems will feel similarly forbidden. If you were rewarded for enduring silently, you will likely endure far beyond what is healthy in adulthood. If you were taught that loyalty means lying for the powerful, you may find yourself complicit in harm at work, in families, and in communities. This is not because you are weak or unethical. It is because your parts are following the only map they were ever given. You owe it to yourself, and to the people whose lives your choices will touch, to update that map. Healing your first moral injury is not only about your private pain. It is about reclaiming your ability to act with integrity in a world that will absolutely pressure you to look away.
Practical reflection. Name the moment the rules changed.
You do not have to write out detailed stories you're not ready to revisit. But you do need to start acknowledging the types of moments that taught your submissive parts their rules. Take a few minutes and, as specifically as you can without overwhelming yourself, answer these prompts. A moment truth was punished. Without naming people or details if that feels unsafe, write, there was a time when I told the truth about and the response I got was. Underneath, write what your younger self might have concluded. So I learned, next time, I will instead. A moment's silence was rewarded. There was a time when I could have spoken up about, but I stayed quiet. What happened after was. What did that teach you? Complete, my system learned, silence equals. A moment you learned to doubt your own perception. There was a time when I saw, felt, experienced, and an adult told me it wasn't true, that I was overreacting, or that it was my fault. Then write what belief formed. Since then, a part of me has believed, I can't trust, my memory, my feelings, my judgment. Write from yourself to the child in one of those moments. One paragraph. Direct. Honest. For example, you were not crazy. You were not lying. They should have protected you. They didn't, and that was wrong. You did what you had to do to survive. I will not keep forcing you to be silent so other people can feel comfortable. I am listening now. I will protect you as best I can. One small act of reclaimed voice this week. Choose a low-risk situation where you usually default to silence or automatic agreement. A minor decision at work, a conversation with a friend, a family discussion about something small. Then practice saying one true thing you would normally swallow. Nothing dramatic. Just slightly more honest than usual. Afterwards, notice. What did your submissive part predict would happen? What actually happened? Are you still here? Did the world end? Repeat this slowly, gently. Every time you let yourself, not your fear of authority, decide what you will say and do, you are rewriting the rules that moral injury gave you. The adults back then may not have protected you. But you are no longer that unprotected child. You have a choice now. Continue living as if their failure is the final word, or let yourself become the protector you always deserved.
Chapter 10. The second moral injury. When adults are the abusers.
There is a line that, once crossed, changes everything. Not just that the adults didn't protect you, but that the adults were the ones you needed protection from. That is the second moral injury. It's one thing to learn, painfully, that the people in charge are weak, distracted, or cowardly. It is another thing altogether to learn that the person you rely on for food, shelter, affection, and guidance is the one who hits you, violates your body, humiliates you, terrifies you, uses you to regulate their own chaos or loneliness. This is not just trauma. It is a collapse of the moral world. Because a child does not just need food and housing. A child needs one basic truth to be real. The people who care for me will not deliberately harm me. When that truth is broken, especially by a parent, caregiver, teacher, coach, spiritual leader, or any adult with authority, the injury goes deeper than fear. It reaches into your sense of right and wrong, into your picture of yourself, into your belief about what you deserve. You may already know, intellectually, that what happened was abuse. But some part of you is still living as if you were the problem. This chapter is here to persuade you of something different. You were not the problem. You adapted to a problem. And you no longer have to live by the rules that problem gave you.
When the hand that feeds you is the hand that hurts you.
Abuse by an adult you depend on creates an impossible equation in a child's mind. I need you to survive. You are also the person who scares or violates me. I cannot leave. I cannot fight you and win. I cannot make you change. So the child does the only thing left to do. They turn against themselves. If the adult is the source of both safety and danger, your system will not label them unsafe. It can't. You need them too much. Instead, it concludes, "It must be my fault. If I were better, this wouldn't be happening. If I hadn't done X, they wouldn't be angry. If I say anything, I'll be the one punished. If I leave, I will lose everything." So the target of moral judgment flips, from "you are wrong" to "hurt me" to "I am wrong, and that's why you hurt me." This is the core of moral injury and abuse. Your inner judge is rewritten to serve your abuser's convenience. You don't just learn, "I'm not safe." You learn, "I am bad, I am dirty, I am dangerous, I cause trouble." And then your personas form around those beliefs.
The IFS view, when the abuser lives inside.
Richard Schwartz's internal family systems model gives us a precise way to see what abuse by adults does inside you.
1. Exiles carry the raw wound.
You have younger parts, exiles, who carry the fear in your body during the actual moments of harm, the disgust, confusion, or dissociation that followed, the shame that fused with your sense of self, the rage that had nowhere safe to go. These exiles often feel contaminated, "I'm dirty, ruined." Complicit, "I let it happen, I didn't fight hard enough." Abandoned, "No one saw, no one cared, no one came." Betrayed, "The rules about love and safety were lies." They are the ones you shove furthest away in your daily life, not because they don't matter, but because their pain feels like it could swallow you whole.
2. Protectors take on the abuser's job.
When the adults are the abusers, parts of you often internalize them. An inner critic that talks to you the way they did. A shaming voice that calls you names they used. A cold, punishing part that withholds comfort from you just like they did. From the outside, this looks like low self-esteem or self-sabotage. From the IFS perspective, it's a set of protector parts trying to keep you safe by attacking you before anyone else can, keeping you small, quiet, and compliant so you won't provoke harm, numbing you so you won't feel the exile's unbearable memories. They have absorbed a terrible lesson from the abusers. If I control you harshly enough, maybe I can keep you out of trouble. These parts are not evil. They are misinformed. They are still obeying the rules of a world where the adult with the power is dangerous and your job is to survive them.
The survival personas born in abuse.
When the adults are the abusers, certain personas become especially common. Recognizing them is not about labeling yourself. It's about finally seeing how your system adapted.
The fawn, "If I love you hard enough, you won't hurt me."
The fawning persona survives by pleasing and appeasing the very person who is hurting them. As a child, you may have tried to be extra sweet with an abusive parent. Read their moods obsessively and adjusted yourself to soothe them. Rushed to comfort them after they hurt you, to avoid worse consequences. You learned, "If I can make you feel good, maybe you'll stop doing bad things." In adulthood, this can become staying with partners who scare or belittle you, working harder and harder to prove you're worth treating well. Smiling, caretaking, and excusing behavior that any outsider would call unacceptable. Feeling drawn to people who are intense, unpredictable, or wounded, because your nervous system knows how to serve them. You are not broken. You are loyal to the strategy that once kept you breathing.
The dissociator, "If I don't feel, you can't touch me."
When abuse is inescapable, many children learn to leave with their minds. You might have stared at a spot on the ceiling and gone somewhere else. Felt like you were watching your body from outside. Lost time, memories, or sensations during and after the abuse. This becomes the dissociator persona in adult life. Numbing out during sex, even with a safe partner. Feeling foggy when conflict or intimacy gets too close. Struggling to remember parts of your past without going blank. Living in your head, rarely in your body. Again, not a defect. A brilliant, if costly, where your system protected you from feeling the full horror of what was happening.
The aggressor. I will become what I fear.
Some people, hurt by adults, grow up to hurt others, or themselves, in similar ways. This is hard to look at, but essential. A part of you may have decided, if I become the one who hits, mocks, cheats, or uses, I won't be the one being hit, mocked, cheated on, or used. Or, if I punish myself first, I'll beat them to it. So the aggressor persona appears. Explosive anger that mirrors the abuser's behavior. Cruel self-talk that might as well be their voice in your mouth. Risky or degrading situations you voluntarily enter that recreate the same power dynamic. IFS is clear, even this part is a protector. It is trying, in a distorted way, to give you back a sense of control. You do not heal by excusing harm, your own or others. You heal by understanding that even your worst strategies came from a place of terror, not inherent evil.
Why this is a moral injury, not just trauma.
When the person harming you is an authority, the injury is not only physical or emotional. It is moral. Because you know, even as a child, that adults should not use children to meet their sexual, emotional, or violent impulses. Parents should not terrorize their kids as a form of discipline. Teachers and leaders should not exploit trust. Love should not require enduring harm. Your gut knew this. Your body knew this. But if every message around you, family, culture, religion, justifies or minimizes the abuse, you are forced into a horrifying choice. Do I keep believing my own sense of right and wrong, or do I abandon it to stay attached to the only adults I have? Most children abandon their own sense. They have to. They swap it out for the abuser's rules. This is love. You made me do this. This is discipline. This is normal. This is God's will. That swap is the core moral injury. You sacrifice your conscience to protect your attachment. In adulthood, that can look like staying loyal to people and institutions that clearly harm you or others. Calling obedience virtue, even when your gut screams wrong. Feeling intense guilt or fear when you even consider naming what happened as abuse. Part of why you're reading this book is because another part of you is done with that swap. It wants your conscience back.
Was it really abuse? The doubting persona.
Almost everyone who has survived adult-perpetrated abuse has a voice that asks, was it really that bad? Maybe I'm exaggerating. Other people had it worse. I must have wanted it, asked for it, made them mad. Understand what this voice is. It is not your truest self. It is a protector still trying to keep the peace with your past. It is terrified of what will happen if you fully admit, I was abused. Because it believes, if I call it abuse, I will have to hate them forever. If I call it abuse, my whole life falls apart. If I call it abuse, I'll be consumed by rage or grief. If I call it abuse, I won't know who I am anymore. So it downgrades the truth. They were strict. They were under a lot of stress. They had a bad childhood. They didn't mean it. It wasn't that often. Context matters. Their history matters. Complexity matters. But complexity does not erase harm. IFS invites you to do something courageous. Let yourself, not your fear, decide what to call what happened. Self is not vindictive. Self is clear. You can say, what they did was abusive. It violated my safety and dignity. They were responsible for their choices. I adapted, brilliantly, to survive it. And you can say all of that without collapsing your life or identity. In fact, telling the truth is what will finally let your inner system reorganize around something healthier than protect the abuser at all costs.
Letting self become the first safe adult.
You did not have a consistently safe adult back then. You do now. Yourself. Self is not a concept. It is a felt state, calm, curious, compassionate, connected. It's the part of you that can look at your whole internal family and say, no bad parts. Every strategy made sense at the time. Some strategies must change now. When you revisit abuse memories, even vaguely, your exiles need to hear 3 things from self, explicitly. 1. It was wrong. Not complicated, not unfortunate, not just how they were. Wrong. It was not your fault. Not 1%. Not because of what you wore, said, did, didn't do, felt, or didn't feel. You are not what was done to you. That is the heart of Schwartz's no bad parts. Your worth was never up for grabs, even when everything around you acted like it was. Your protectors may not trust this at first. They will try to shut the conversation down. This is pointless. You're being dramatic. Just move on. Don't fight them. Thank them. Of course you want to move on. You've been holding this alone for years. I'm not here to drown us in it. I'm here to let the younger parts know they're not crazy, and not alone, anymore. Over time, as self continues to show up, not to re-traumatize, but to witness and care, those overprotective parts will ease. They will begin to let you feel more, remember more, and choose differently, without needing to slam on the brakes with dissociation, fawning, or self-attack.
Practical reflection. Naming abuse without collapsing.
Go slowly. You are not on trial. You are telling yourself the truth. Without using names or details, complete this sentence. There was an adult in my life who hurt, used, terrified, violated, humiliated, controlled, etc. At the time, I told myself it was my fault, normal, deserved, love, discipline, God, etc. Write what a neutral, protective adult would call that behavior. Imagine you are describing it to someone whose only job is to protect children. Complete. If this were happening to another child, I would call it. List 1 persona you can see was born in that environment. Examples: the fawn, the dissociator, the aggressor, the low-maintenance one, the hyper-religious one, the over-responsible one. Then finish. This persona helped me survive by. Today, it still tries to protect me from. Write 3 sentences from yourself to the younger you in that situation. Speak plainly. What they did was wrong. You did nothing to deserve it. You adapted in the only ways you could, and I'm proud of you for surviving. I won't keep forcing you to carry this alone. One small act of inner defiance this week. Choose a tiny way to stop obeying the old rule that came from the abuser. If the rule was never talk about it, tell one safe person something about what you lived through, no details required. If the rule was your needs don't matter, do one small thing purely because it comforts you. If the rule was you are dirty, do one deliberate act of care for your body, on purpose, as if it is worth honoring, because it is. Then pause. Notice your parts. Who panicked? Who softened? Who felt seen, for the first time? The adults back then used their power to harm. You cannot change that. But you can change what happens now, with your power. You can stop living as if their rules are still law. You can let yourself become the first authority in your life who refuses to abuse you.
Chapter 11. The origin of shame.
You cannot change what you still believe you are. That is why shame is so powerful and so devastating. Guilt says, I did something wrong. Guilt, when healthy, points you toward repair, apology, and growth. It is about behavior. Shame says, I am wrong. Shame does not invite repair. It invites hiding. It insists the problem is not what you did, but what you are. And that is exactly why personas form around it. If some part of you believes, I am fundamentally flawed, then it makes perfect sense to perform harder to outrun that flaw. Please harder to soften it. Disappear so no one sees it. Attack yourself before anyone else can point it out. Richard Schwartz, in No Bad Parts, is unequivocal. Shame is never the truth about your essence. It is a burden, a toxic belief and emotion, that some of your parts are carrying. They picked it up from experiences and environments that mislabeled you. To heal, you must separate your worth from your strategies. You must be able to say, "This part of me learned to do this for a reason." That sentence is not an excuse. It is context. And context is what turns punishment into understanding, and understanding into change.
Shame is a burden, not a birthmark.
IFS offers a crucial shift. Shame is not who you are. It is a burden your parts carry. Schwartz describes exiles, your most vulnerable, younger parts, as often loaded with shame. I'm disgusting. I'm unlovable. I ruin things. I'm too much. I'm not enough. These beliefs did not appear out of thin air. They usually came from a caregiver's words or tone, repeated criticism or ridicule, emotional neglect interpreted as, if I mattered, they would show up, moral injury, adults failing to protect you and then blaming you, cultural or religious messages that equated worth with perfection, obedience, or purity. Over time, your system drew a conclusion: if they treat me this way, it must be because of what I am. That is shame. In IFS language, the exile holds the raw, unbearable feeling, I am wrong. Protectors step in to make that feeling tolerable. They build personas to manage, mask, or control it. The performer, pleaser, ghost, and prosecutor are not random quirks. They are shame management strategies. The self, the undamaged core Schwartz describes, is different. Self does not buy the lie of shame. It looks at each part and sees history, not essence. Context, not condemnation. Healing begins when your self brings that perspective into the system.
How shame powers your personas.
Shame is fuel. It drives many of your strongest personas. Look again at a few of them through this lens.
The performer, if I impress you, maybe you won't see how flawed I am.
The performer is always running toward the next achievement, the next compliment, the next proof that you are not nothing. Underneath, there is often an exile who believes, without accomplishment, I am worthless. The performer hopes, if I stack up enough evidence, grades, promotions, praise, maybe I can silence that voice. But shame never accepts evidence. It always moves the goalpost. So no matter how much you achieve, the feeling lingers, it's still not enough. If they really knew me, they wouldn't admire me. I can't rest, if I stop running, who I really am will catch up. You don't have a motivation problem. You have a shame-fueled sprint that never lets you arrive.
The pleaser, if you're happy with me, maybe I'm not bad.
The pleaser scans faces and tones, constantly reading for signs of disapproval. It equates other people's comfort with your worth. Somewhere inside, an exile believes, when people are upset, it's my fault. If they're displeased, it means I'm bad. So the pleaser thinks, if I keep everyone happy, maybe I can prove I'm not as awful as I feel. You say yes when you want to say no. You smooth everything over. You apologize for existing. On the surface, kindness. Underneath, a terrified attempt to earn your right to be here.
The ghost, if you can't see me, you can't confirm my worst fear.
The ghost withdraws, avoids, goes blank. It is allergic to visibility. Beneath, there is often an exile convinced, if I'm seen, they will see how wrong I am and reject me. So the ghost concludes, better to be unnoticed than exposed. You keep conversations light. You step back when things get too real. You never quite let anyone see the full picture. You call it privacy. But very often, it is shame-riven self-erasure.
The prosecutor, inner critic, if I punish you first, maybe I can protect you.
The inner critic seems like pure cruelty. But in IFS, it's understood as a protector terrified of external judgment. It has watched you be shamed before. It has absorbed the message that badness in you brings danger. So it adopts a strategy. If I attack you first, maybe you'll improve or stay small, and then no one out there will have a reason to attack you.
It believes. My cruelty is protection.
If I whip you hard enough, you'll become good enough to be safe.
So when shame flares,
the prosecutor piles on.
Of course they left. Who would stay with you?
How could you be so stupid?
You always ruin everything.
Its logic is twisted but loyal. It thinks self-hatred will save you from others' hatred.
Shame's habitat: secrecy and confusion.
Shame grows best when three conditions are present. Secrecy: I can't tell anyone this. Silence: no one ever talks about this. Storylessness: I don't even have words for what happened, I just know it's my fault. It shrinks when exposed to clear naming: what happened to me was wrong. My feelings make sense. Compassionate witnessing: someone, including you, saying, of course you feel that way. Accurate context: I adapted to dysfunction. That says more about the environment than about my worth.
IFS is deeply aligned with this. When you
turn toward an exiled part soaked in shame, listen to its story from self, validate what it went through, and help it see the larger context: age, power imbalance, adult failures. You are doing the opposite of what shame wants. You are bringing clarity and kindness into a place that was once only confusion and accusation. That is why Schwartz insists there are no bad parts. Because the moment you decide a part is bad, you stop being curious about why it is the way it is. And when curiosity dies, shame thrives.
Context is not an excuse, it's the doorway to change.
You may fear that if you stop shaming yourself, you'll become selfish, lazy, or out of control. Many inner critics are convinced, if I soften for 1 second, you'll never do the right thing again. That fear is understandable, and wrong. Notice something: has shame actually produced the life you want? Has it led to deep connection, or to hiding? Has it led to courageous repair, or to endless self-attack? Has it made you more honest, or better at pretending? IFS and many other therapeutic approaches converge on this point. Lasting change does not grow from contempt. It grows from accurate understanding. When you say, this part of me learned to do this for a reason, you are not excusing harm. You are tracking cause and effect. My pleaser overpromises because, as a child, rejection felt life-creating. My performer overworks because love used to follow accomplishment, not presence. My addict part binges because it once found the only reliable way to numb unbearable loneliness. My prosecutor attacks because it thinks that's how to keep me safe from others' attacks. With that context, you can finally do something other than punish yourself. You can set boundaries without calling yourself selfish. You can offer repair without drowning in self-oathing. You can update strategies without declaring yourself broken. Context doesn't erase responsibility. It empowers it.
Shame and the self: two different voices.
Inside you, there are at least two very different narrators. Shame says, you are the problem. Self says, something happened to you. Parts of you adapted. Let's understand and care for them, so they don't have to keep hurting you and others. One of the most important skills you can build is discerning which voice is speaking. When you hear, you're disgusting. You don't deserve love. If people saw the real you, they'd leave. Know this: no matter how familiar that sounds, that is not self. That is a burdened part speaking from shame. Self's voice might say, you did something that hurt someone. We can face that and make amends. You adapted to a painful environment in the best way you could. Some of those strategies no longer serve you. We can change them without attacking you. You matter as you are, even before you improve. From that foundation, real growth is possible. Your task is not to argue with shame on its own terms. It is to unblend from it, to step back enough to say, a shamed part is talking right now. I will not let it be the only narrator. From there, yourself can turn toward that part and ask the IFS core questions. What are you afraid would happen if you stopped shaming me? Where did you first learn that I was bad? What younger part are you trying to protect? Shame softens when it is understood as a misguided protector rather than the voice of truth.
Unburdening shame. Returning what was never yours.
In IFS, a central piece of healing is unburdening, helping exiled parts release the toxic beliefs and emotions they've been carrying. With shame, this can be particularly powerful. The process often looks something like this, simplified. Witnessing, yourself listens to the exiled part's story. What happened? What did it feel at the time? What did it conclude about itself? Contextualizing, you help the part see how old it was, how much power it didn't have, how the adults or environment failed it, that its shame is a reaction to others' actions or inactions, not proof of its essence. Differentiating, you gently separate the part from the burden. You are not disgusting. You feel disgusting because you were treated as if you were. That feeling belongs to what happened, not to who you are. Releasing, symbolically, many IFS practitioners invite the part to imagine, taking the shame out of its body, like a heavy coat, a dark slime, a weight in the chest. Handing it back to where it came from, an image of the past, the culture, the family system, or even just letting it dissolve in light or water. Inviting in new qualities. Once shame is released, the part is often invited to take in something new instead: warmth, light, dignity, a sense of innate goodness. A new belief: I am worthy, I am lovable, I am not what was done to me. This is not about fantasy. It is about giving your nervous system and your inner world a corrective experience, being met with compassion where once there was only condemnation. You do not have to perform this perfectly. You do not have to force anything. The crucial piece is this: you stop agreeing that shame is telling you the truth. You begin to treat shame as a burden that can be put down.
You are not the worst thing you've done, or that was done to you.
Shame likes to pick the worst scene in your past and hold it up as your identity. The worst mistake. The worst betrayal. The worst failure. The worst thing someone did to you that you still secretly believe was your fault. Then it whispers, this is who you really are. Everything else is a cover. IFS, and Schwartz's insistence on no bad parts, offers a direct rebuttal. You are not reducible to your worst day, your most desperate behavior, your most fearful strategy, the most distorted story someone else told about you. Those moments matter. They may require repair, accountability, and real change. But your shame-laden parts are not your core identity. They are chapters, not the whole book. Yourself, the calm, compassionate, courageous center, is older than your shame. It existed before those experiences and remains untouched at your core. Your work now is to let that self move from theory to practice, to lead.
Practical reflection. Turning toward the version you're most ashamed of.
Do this gently. If anything feels overwhelming, pause. You are not forcing yourself. You are inviting a new kind of honesty. Name the version of you you're most ashamed of. Write it as if you are giving that version a title: the drunk me, the cheating me, the angry parent me, the shut-own me, the needy Hannah-like me. Complete this sentence. From the draft, the version of me I'm most ashamed of is trying to protect me from. Be as honest as you can. Examples: from feeling utterly alone. From being abandoned first. From facing how powerless I feel. From the terror that I'm unlovable. Add context. Ask, when did this version first show up in my life? What was happening then, in my family, school, relationships? How might this have been the best strategy it could find at the time? Write a few bullet points. You are not justifying, you are understanding. Write one sentence that begins with, from the draft, thank you for trying. For example, thank you for trying to protect me from feeling rejected by leaving first. Thank you for trying to protect me from unbearable pain by numbing me. Thank you for trying to protect me from criticism by attacking me before anyone else could. Speak from self. Add one more sentence or paragraph from yourself to this part. Acknowledge the harm it has caused you or others. Affirm its good intention. Offer a new possibility. For instance, you did hurt people, including me. And I see now you were born in a lonely house where no one cared how overwhelmed I was. I'm not going to let you keep running the show in the same way, but I'm going to listen to what you're afraid of, so we can find a better way together. Notice your body. After writing, pause. Where do you feel tight? Where do you feel even a tiny bit softer? Can you sense that, for a moment, shame was not the only voice in the room? Repeat this exercise with other shame-laden versions of you over time. Each time, you are practicing a new pattern, not erasing what happened. Not submitting to shame's verdict. Seeing your personas as attempts to protect you, not proofs that you are broken. That is how shame begins to lose its grip, not by pretending you're perfect, but by finally telling the fuller truth: you are not bad. You have parts that have carried bad feelings and bad beliefs for too long. It's time to start setting them down.
Part 3. Adolescence and Teens.
Adolescence is where many personas stop being purely protective and start becoming performative. Not because teenagers are superficial. Because teenagers are practicing belonging in the most intense social laboratory most humans ever experience: other teenagers. In childhood, the primary audience is the family system. In adolescence, the audience multiplies. School, friends, culture, social hierarchies, romance, status, risk, shame. This is also the period when many people begin building their lifelong relationship with authority, often without realizing it. Some teens become rebels. Some become saints. Many become chameleons. And almost everyone becomes someone they barely recognize later. The goal of Part 3 is not to blame your teen self. It is to understand what was being learned, what was being rehearsed, and what still shows up in your adult life when your nervous system gets loud.
Chapter 12. The Social Mirror.
Think back, not in headlines but in snapshots. A hallway. A lunch table. A locker. A bus ride. A look that made you feel like nothing, or suddenly, finally, like something. That was the real curriculum of your teenage years. You were not simply learning algebra or essays. You were learning. Who gets noticed and who doesn't? Whose pain counts and whose is mocked? What you are allowed to be if you want to belong. People like to say, adolescence is when you find yourself. That is not what happens. In adolescence, you negotiate yourself. You walk into a room and some part of you runs a silent scan. Who holds power here? Who is safe to stand next to? Who could hurt me? What behavior earns approval? What behavior draws ridicule or exile? That scan is your social mirror. The mirror does not just reflect you. It shapes you. If you were praised for being quiet, you learned quiet. If you were mocked for being sensitive, you learned armor. If you were celebrated for being funny, you learned performance. If you were punished for standing out, you learned camouflage. You were not being dramatic. You were surviving a laboratory where belonging is the prize and humiliation is the cost of getting it wrong.
Belonging becomes a market.
In childhood, your family was your first country. In adolescence, you start traveling. School, sports, youth group, online spaces, neighborhoods, each one with its own currency. In some groups, status came from clothes and bodies. In others, from grades and leadership. In others, from risk, how hard you partied, how far you went. In others, from purity, how good, obedient, or devout you were. Very few teens get unconditional belonging. Most have to earn it. So your system did what it always does under pressure. It adapted. Richard Schwartz would say, certain exiles, younger parts already carrying loneliness, shame, or the ache of not fitting at home, became desperate for a place to land. New protector parts stepped forward in adolescence, sculpting personas that could trade something of you for a ticket inside. The trade might have looked like, I'll downplay my intelligence so I'm not weird. I'll laugh at what disgusts me so I'm not uptight. I'll pretend I don't care so I can't be rejected. I'll be perfect so no one can accuse me. You were not faking. You were negotiating. The question that matters now is, whose terms did you accept, and are you still living by them?
3 teen personas: salesman, ghost, and weapon.
Teen years are fertile ground for new personas. 3 show up especially often.
1. The salesman: tell me who you'll buy, and I'll become them.
The salesman persona survives by shaping itself to what will sell. You may recognize it in yourself if, as a teen, you changed your tastes depending on who you were with, studied the cool kids and adjusted your clothes, slang, or music to match, rehearsed stories before parties to seem funny or interesting, monitored reactions mid-entrance and edited yourself on the fly. Underneath, an exile was terrified. If they see the real me and don't want it, there will be nothing left. So a protector part intervened. We'll offer them a version they can't easily reject. We'll watch their faces and adjust until they approve. On the outside, this looks like charm, social intelligence, adaptability. On the inside, it often feels like emptiness after the performance ends. Who am I when no one is watching? Did they like me, or just the act? Why do I feel lonely even when everyone laughs? In IFS terms, the salesman is a manager part. It is trying to generate belonging as a buffer for exiles who believe they are fundamentally unwanted.
2. The ghost: you can't judge what you can't see.
If the spotlight felt dangerous, you may have become the ghost. As a teen, that might have meant sitting at the edge of groups, rarely speaking. Avoiding any activity that could draw attention, good or bad. Hiding in music, books, gaming, or online worlds where you felt less exposed. Holding strong opinions but keeping them entirely to yourself. The exile underneath believed, if they really look at me, they'll find something wrong. Better not to be seen at all. So a protector decided, we'll turn the volume down on everything, desires, opinions, visibility. We'll give them nothing to hit. Adults might have called you shy, introverted, or easy. But inside, the ghost often carried a mix of shame and resentment. Shame for not putting yourself out there like everyone said you should. Resentment that no one tried hard to see you, even as you disappeared. In IFS language, the ghost is a withdrawn manager. It shepherds exiles away from social fields where they might be hurt again.
3. The weapon: if I'm scary enough, you can't humiliate me.
For some teens, the safest move was not to impress or disappear, but to intimidate. You might see this in your past if you learned to use sarcasm like a knife before people could cut you. Adopted a don't care, don't need anyone posture. Picked fights or played the rebel so no one could see how scared you were. Became the one who mocked others first, so the target was never on you. Here, the exile carried the memory of being laughed at, excluded, or hurt. It vowed, never again. In stepped a protector with a new strategy: if we scare them, they'll leave us alone. If we seem above it all, they can't touch us. To others, you might have looked confident, edgy, strong. But inside, the weapon often felt wildly fragile, always on guard for disrespect. Quick to rage at even small slights. Secretly afraid that if you softened, the old humiliations would rush back in. From an IFS perspective, the weapon is a protector with a lot of anger energy, protecting exiles who are still carrying humiliation and terror.
The teen lab didn't end when you graduated.
One of the biggest illusions about adolescence is believing it's over once you leave the building. You may never think about your high school corridors, but your body might still be walking them. That meeting room where you suddenly feel 15 again, measuring every word. That social event where your mind goes blank and you laugh at jokes you hate. That superior at work whose approval still feels like the popular kid's nod. That group text where being excluded stings far more than it should. Your current reactions are often your teenage parts still running their scripts. IFS says, those teen selves did not vanish. They became parts in your system, frozen at the age when they took on their jobs. The salesman part may still be selling in professional and romantic settings. The ghost part may still default to quiet, even when your adult self has something important to say. The weapon may still escalate, sabotage, or scorch connections at the first whiff of disrespect. Not because you are immature. Because no one has shown those parts that the lab has closed and you are in charge now.
What the social mirror got wrong about you.
Adolescent mirrors are harsh and wildly inaccurate. They reflect hormones, insecurity, groupthink, cultural prejudice, the unhealed pain of other kids acting out their own scripts. Yet your teen exiles took those reflections as truth. If you were ignored, they believed, I'm forgettable. If you were bullied, they believed, I'm pathetic, disgusting, wrong. If you were objectified, they believed, my body is the only thing that matters. If you were praised only when high-achieving, they believed, I am my performance. Those conclusions did not stay in middle school. They matured into adult certainties. I'm not attractive enough for real love. I'm socially awkward and always will be. I'm the responsible one, not the interesting one. I'm the funny one, not the one people take seriously. Schwartz's core claim that there are no bad parts includes your teenage parts. They weren't shallow, silly, or dramatic. They were trying to make sense of a brutal economy of attention. The problem is not that you cared what others thought. The problem is that you were never taught to question the quality of the mirror. Now you can. Ask yourself, who was giving me that reflection? What were they going through? What myths were they living in about gender, status, race, class, faith, strength, success? Why would I let a 15-year-old's insecurity still define my value at 35 or 55? This is not about mocking your peers or your younger self. It's about finally admitting, the social mirror I grew up with was warped. I don't have to keep staring into it.
Whose opinion still has you on a leash?
Somewhere in you, there is likely a teenager still waiting for a particular audience to clap. The parent who only praised achievement. The crush who never chose you. The friend group that excluded you. The coach or teacher who humiliated you. The religious or cultural community that shamed your questions or identity. You may think you left them behind. But look at your life. Are you still chasing a version of success that would impress them? Are you still trying not to become whatever they called loser, sinner, failure, or crazy? Are you still silencing parts of yourself they ridiculed? IFS would call this legacy burden, beliefs and standards that were never really yours, carried forward as if they are law. Your protector parts enforce these legacies. The salesman sells what that old audience would buy. The ghost hides anything they would attack. The weapon threatens anyone who reminds you of them. Self-leadership means something radical. You stop letting those people, many of them still barely adults themselves at the time, set the terms of your worth. You can still grieve what you didn't get. You can still feel tenderness for the part of you that wanted their approval. But you are no longer required to run your entire life as an extended audition for a panel that no longer exists.
Reorienting your teen self with self.
Your teenage parts do not need you to be cooler, tougher, or more successful. They need you to be what you didn't have then, a steady, honest, protective adult. In IFS terms, that's yourself. When you sense a teen part taking over, your voice changes, your thoughts sound like high school, your body feels 14, try this. Notice and name. My 15-year-old salesman just showed up. This feels like my 13-year-old ghost. My 16-year-old weapon is at the wheel right now. Acknowledge the situation. Ask internally, what are you seeing right now that reminds you of back then? Whose judgment are you expecting? What are you afraid will happen if I don't perform hide attack? Validate the fear. Update the facts. From self, you're right that this feels like that cafeteria youth group locker room. Back then, you were trapped.
You needed them. Look around. How old are we now? Who's actually here? What power do we have that you didn't have then? Offer a new role. Instead of banishing the teen part, invite collaboration. You're good at reading the room. Help me sense what's happening, but let me decide what we say and do. You know what rejection feels like. Stay close, and I'll protect us if we see real danger. We don't have to disappear or explode. This is not a one-time conversation. It's a practice of steadily proving to your teenage parts, the lab is over. I'm here now. We will not keep reliving those experiments.
Practical reflection. The 15-year LD contract.
You cannot rewrite adolescence, but you can stop obeying deals you made back then. Take time to write this out. It will be more powerful on paper than in your head. Describe the social mirror at 15. In a paragraph or a list, answer, who mattered most to you then? Specific people or groups. What did they admire and reward? What did they mock, punish, or ignore? Name the persona you built to survive that mirror. Was it mostly the salesman, shaping yourself to what sells? The ghost, staying unseen? The weapon, striking first? Or a mix? Describe how you behaved. Write 2 short paragraphs, who you believed you had to be at 15. At 15, I believed I had to be to belong. Who you actually wanted to be at 15. What I really wanted was to be someone who. Be honest about the gap. Identify one rule from that time you are still obeying. For example, never show how smart you are. Never admit you're lonely. Always be entertaining. Don't talk about your family. Write, at 15, I learned. Today, that rule costs me. Write a short note from yourself to your 15-year LD, something like, you did nothing wrong by wanting to belong. You shaped yourself in ways that made sense in that environment. I see the cost now. I'm not going to humiliate you by calling you fake, but I'm going to help us live by different rules. We don't need those mirrors to decide who we are anymore. Choose one tiny experiment to break the old rule. This week, say one thing in a group you would usually keep to yourself. Let yourself be less on and more real with one person. Stay present in a moment you would previously disappear or attack. Afterward, check in. Did the catastrophe your teen part predicted actually happen? Or did the world stay bigger and kinder than your old lab ever allowed? Repeat this process, slowly and compassionately. The social mirror of adolescence did shape you. But it does not have to keep defining you. You are allowed to choose a new mirror now, one held by yourself, not by a room full of scared kids trying not to be the next target.
Chapter 13, The Prefrontal Gap. Why teens feel everything first.
Teenagers are not broken adults. They are under construction. If you do not understand that, you will misjudge almost everything about your teen years, and you will keep punishing yourself for choices you did not yet have the wiring to make differently. One of the most basic facts in developmental neuroscience is this. The brain systems that generate emotion, reward, and threat responses come online early and run hot in adolescence. The systems that support planning, long-term thinking, and impulse regulation, especially the prefrontal cortex, mature more slowly, well into the mid-zeros and beyond. This does not mean teens are irrational. It means their internal volume knobs for emotion, reward, and danger are often turned up higher than the adult world remembers, while the brakes are still being installed. You look back and ask, why did I do that? Because at 14, 16, 19, your nervous system was optimizing for belonging and survival with tools that were still being built. That fact does not erase responsibility, but it absolutely changes what you are allowed to believe about yourself. You do not have to keep telling the story, I was just defective. You can start telling the more accurate story. I was a half-fueled brain trying to solve full-ized problems. I adapted. And some of those adaptations hardened into personas I still carry.
Your brain on adolescence. Gas pedal versus brakes.
Imagine driving a car where The engine, emotion and reward systems has just been upgraded to a powerful sports model. The accelerator is incredibly responsive, a tiny push and you feel everything. But the brakes, prefrontal cortex, planning, restraint, context, are still stock, maybe even worn. That is the adolescent brain. Emotion centers like the amygdala and reward circuits in the striatum are highly active. They light up for social approval, novelty, risk, injustice, rejection. The prefrontal cortex, critical for perspective arcing, evaluating long-term consequences, inhibiting impulses, holding multiple possibilities at once, is still undergoing structural and functional development, pruning, myelination, and integration that continues well into your 20s. So, in practice, as a teen you were built to feel slights as catastrophes, experience crushes as total realities, not passing states, experience belonging and exclusion as existential events, care intensely about now and dimly about 10 years from now. Against that backdrop, your choices make a different kind of sense. The party you went to, the person you slept with, the substances you tried, the rage you exploded with, the risks you took or didn't take. You were not behaving with a fully adult mind. You were behaving with an amplified alarm and reward system, and an incomplete planning and braking system. If you keep judging those years with today's brain and today's values, you will only ever get one verdict: what's wrong with me? You deserve a more honest answer.
How the prefrontal gap forges personas.
Now connect this to personas and IFS. Schwartz's model tells us you have exiles holding raw vulnerability, shame, fear, loneliness. You have protectors, managers and firefighters who rush in to keep that pain from overwhelming you. You have a deeper self, calm, compassionate, clear, that can lead when it's accessible. In adolescence, the protectors are turbocharged by the emotional brain, and access to calm perspective is biologically harder. So what happens? Your system feels rejection as annihilation, embarrassment as death, fitting in as oxygen, being nothing as intolerable. Your protectors step up fast. We will not feel that again. We will not be the one left out. We will not let anyone see how scared we are. And they shortlist a few strategies, based on what your social mirror, Chapter 12, rewards. They sound like this. If I charm, I'm safe. If I perform, I'm valued. If I fight, I'm not weak. If I disappear, I can't be hit. These are not random teenage phases. They are brain-riven, socially reinforced survival solutions. The charming persona learns to read rooms and disarm threat with humor and friendliness. The performer persona outruns shame with grades, sports, art, leadership, anything that generates applause. The fighter persona channels terror into aggression, so you feel powerful instead of helpless. The ghost persona goes quiet and invisible, trading pain for numbness. Given a hot emotional system and still developing brakes, these solutions work fast. They produce immediate relief. Approval instead of awkwardness. Control instead of panic. Numbness instead of overwhelm. And the teen brain is wired to choose immediate relief. So those protector strategies get reinforced. Again and again. They become less like experiments and more like identity.
Short-term genius, long-term cost.
As a teenager, your nervous system was not trying to build a healthy 40-year LD. It was trying to get you through this week. So your personas cut deals on your behalf. We'll say yes when we mean no, anything to avoid being excluded. We'll use substances or screens to blunt the volume, anything to avoid drowning in feeling. We'll be smarter, tougher, prettier, more helpful, anything to never feel that powerless again. These deals worked then. Honor that. A teen who learned to numb feelings may well have avoided self-destruction in a chaotic home. A teen who learned to please may have avoided actual violence or bullying. A teen who learned to fight back may have deterred further exploitation. A teen who learned to disappear may have escaped a lot of direct harm. But what is once survival strategy becomes, over time, default personality, unless someone intervenes. So in adulthood, the numbing teen can become an adult who cannot access joy or rest without a substance, a screen, or endless busyness. The pleasing teen can become an adult who cannot set a boundary without crushing guilt. The controlling teen can become an adult who confuses control with love, suffocating themselves and others. The disappearing teen can become an adult who has no idea what they want, only what will keep the peace. Your protectors were brilliant at 16. They are overextended now. You do not honor their genius by letting them run your whole life forever. You honor them by understanding why they did what they did, and then offering them better options.
Stop trying to rewrite a brain that didn't exist yet.
You may spend a lot of time replaying teenage scenes. If I'd had more self-respect, I would have left. If I'd been stronger, I would have said no. If I'd been smarter, I wouldn't have tried that. If I'd had a backbone, I wouldn't have given in. You speak as if the version of you that exists now should have been present then. It wasn't. At 15, 17, 20, you did not have this much myelination in your prefrontal cortex. This much lived experience with consequences. This much distance from your family system. This much body awareness. This much access to yourself. The question is not, why didn't I behave like a 35-year-old when I was 16? The honest question is, what did my 16-year-old brain, drenched in emotion and desperate to belong, see as the safest move in that moment? When you ask that, your answer changes from, I'm disgusting, to I was optimizing for survival with a half-fueled prefrontal cortex and a fully lit P alarm system. This is not a free pass. It is proper context. And proper context is what allows you to change without marinating in self-hatred.
The prefrontal gap and the IFS map.
From the IFS perspective, the adolescent prefrontal gap looks like this. Exiles light up with intensity. I'm alone, I'm gross, I'm nothing, I'll die if I'm left out. Firefighter protectors leap in fast. Drink, hook up, overeat, self-harm, rage, whatever blunts the feeling now. Manager protectors develop medium-term strategies. Be perfect, be funny, be invisible, be tough. What's largely missing is consistent self-leadership, the calm inner adult who can say, this feeling is huge and real, but it is not all of reality. There are more options than the two extremes your fear is presenting. We can survive this embarrassment, rejection, boredom without selling out our entire self. Teens do have flashes of self. You probably remember moments of clarity, kindness, courage that surprised even you. But structurally and socially, those moments were fighting an uphill battle. What does this mean now? It means much of the teenage you inside is made up of parts who have never worked under steady self-leadership. They have been reacting to alarms, following social scripts, and doing their best to keep you alive and attached. When they flare up in your adult life, when you feel suddenly 16 in a 40-year-old body, that is your invitation not to mock them, but to finally lead them. To say, in effect, you did the best you could with the brain and the environment you had. I'm older now. My prefrontal cortex is more online. I have more options. Let me help.
What you needed then, you can offer now.
What you needed then, you can offer now. If you want to change your adolescently org personas, you have to answer a simple question. What did my teen parts need that they never got? Some answers are universal. A calm adult who did not freak out when you felt big feelings. Someone who could explain what was happening in your brain and body, without shaming you. Boundaries that protected you, instead of control that crushed you or indifference that left you on your own. Repair when adults were wrong, not gaslighting. Permission to want belonging without having to betray yourself to get it. You likely did not consistently get those things. Now, yourself can become that calm, honest adult, for you. Practically, That means when a teenage protector flares, you feel sudden shame, rage, desperation to belong, or temptation to numb, you practice 3 moves.
1. Name the age.
This feels like my 14-year LD. This panic is my 17-year LD self.
2. Validate the logic.
From self, of course it feels like life or death. Back then, it was socially life or death. Of course you want to grab the fastest relief. That's what kept us going.
Add the missing prefrontal piece.
Still from self, and look, we're not actually in that hallway party bedroom anymore.
We are older. We can pause.
We can choose something that won't wreck us tomorrow. You don't have to decide alone. The aim is not to shame your teenage parts into acting like adults. It is to update them on the reality that there is an adult here now, you.
You don't owe your teenage brain a life sentence.
Many people live as if the decisions their 15-year LD brain made about survival are sacred vows. I'll always be the funny one so people like me. I'll never need anyone again. I'll never put myself out there. I'll always stay in control so I'm never hurt like that again. Those are not sacred vows. They are emergency protocols written under duress by a nervous system under construction. You do not owe those protocols lifelong obedience. You owe them appreciation, and then revision. Appreciation sounds like, you kept me alive in a brutal environment. You helped me find a place in a world that would have eaten me alive otherwise. You got me through nights no one knows about. Revision sounds like, we are not there anymore. We have more tools now. We will not keep sacrificing our future to avoid feelings from our past. When you treat your teenage personas as equal partners in this conversation, not as enemies, you stop wasting energy on self-contempt and start investing it in real change.
Practical reflection. The strategy that helped then and hurts now.
You will get more from this chapter if you put pen to paper. Name one strategy you leaned on hard as a teen. Think of something you did repeatedly to handle emotion and belonging. Examples: making jokes and being on all the time. Saying yes to anything just to stay included. Numbing out with food, porn, alcohol, or fantasy. Staying invisible and never volunteering. Getting into fights or arguments quickly to feel powerful. Write it down in a simple sentence. As a teenager, my go-o strategy was: write 2 honest sentences, no more, no less. Sentence 1, how it protected you then, this protected me then by helping me belong, numbing pain I had no other way to handle, keeping me from getting targeted, giving me some sense of control. Sentence 2, what it costs you now, now it costs me. My health, my intimacy, my self-respect, my peace, my time, my opportunities. Identify the age of the part who still uses this strategy. Close your eyes for a moment. Feel into when this pattern feels like it started. Then write, the part of me that still uses this strategy feels about years old. Write a brief note from yourself to that teen part. Be direct and persuasive, like you would be with a younger sibling you love. You are not crazy for doing this. It made sense with the brain and the world you had. I am older now. I have more options and better breaks. I don't want to rip this away from you, but I do want to help us find ways that don't keep hurting us. You don't have to run the show alone anymore. Choose one tiny update in the next week. Not a total overhaul, just a 5% shift. For example, if your strategy was constant joking, practice letting one moment of seriousness stand without smoothing it over. If your strategy was always saying yes, decline one small invitation. If your strategy was numbing, delay the numbing by 10 minutes and journal what you're feeling. If your strategy was vanishing, say one thing in a group you would usually keep inside. After you do it, check in. Did the disaster your teenage part predicted occur? What actually happened? How did your body feel before, during, after? You cannot go back and give your 15-year LD self a fully wired brain. You can do something better. You can stop sentencing yourself, today, to live forever by the emergency code that unfinished brain wrote. You can thank those adolescent protectors for getting you this far, and then, at last, let your present-day self take the wheel.
Chapter 14, Submissive Personas. Obedience as a Skill.
Most people like to believe they are the kind of person who would do the right thing no matter who was in the room. I'd never just follow orders. I'd speak up if something was wrong. I'm not a sheep. It is a comforting belief. It is also, in many real-world situations, untrue. The Milgram obedience experiments are famous because of one brutal finding. Ordinary people, without sadistic personalities, were willing to administer what they believed were dangerous electric shocks to a stranger, simply because a scientist in a lab coat calmly insisted, the experiment requires that you continue. They sweated. They trembled. They objected. But most of them continued. Not because they were monsters. Because they were trained. Trained to respect the white coat. Trained to trust the script. Trained to prioritize compliance over their own moral alarm. You were trained too. Not in a lab, but in your living room, your classroom, your church, your locker room, your first jobs. You were trained to see obedience as safety and, if you absorbed certain messages, obedience as virtue. This is how submissive personas are born. They are not proof that you are weak. They are proof that you learned obedience as a skill. The question now is not, am I a good or bad person? The question is, who trained my obedience, and do I still want to serve what they served?
How obedience gets installed.
Let's break down what Milgram really showed, in plain language. You will recognize it. The environment tells you who the authority is. The lab coat. The title. The parent. The pastor. The boss. The popular group. Something says, this is the one in charge. This is the one who knows. The authority gives you a task. Push this button. Sign this document. Laugh along. Don't tell. Fall in line. The authority frames the task as necessary, normal, or noble. This is how we do things here. We all have to make sacrifices. It's for your own good. It's for the mission, the company, the family, God. The task escalates in small steps, not one huge leap. 10 volts, 20, 30. One off-layer joke, then another, then an outright violation. One small ethical compromise, then a bigger one. The system blurs your responsibility. Someone else designed this. I'm just following orders. It's above my pay grade. Who am I to question this? You comply, and then you rationalize. To reduce your inner conflict, you tell yourself a story, it wasn't that bad. I had no choice. Everyone else did it. They would have done it without me. This is not just Milgram. This is families, schools, workplaces, religious institutions, and friendship circles everywhere. In childhood, the authority is usually the adult. Don't contradict. Don't argue. Don't talk back. In adolescence, it expands. Don't challenge the group. Don't question the coach, teacher, youth leader. Don't be the one who makes things awkward. In adulthood, it solidifies. Don't challenge the manager. Don't challenge the numbers. Don't challenge the culture. And if you do not be surprised when your integrity gets rebranded as attitude. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is conditioning. Submissive does not mean weak. Submissive means highly trained.
When obedience is mistaken for virtue.
If your early world was unsafe, you may have learned that obedience equals survival. Silence equals safety. Compliance equals love. If your world was also moralized, religious, ideological, or perfectionistic, those equations got upgraded. Obedience equals goodness. Silence equals humility. Compliance equals loyalty. So when an authority asked you to ignore a sibling's or friend's pain, hide what was happening at home, participate in bullying, exclusion, or cover PS, endure abuse and call it discipline or God's will, every part of you that longed to belong was in a trap. You were not just deciding whether to obey. You believed you were deciding whether to be safe or unsafe, good or bad, loyal or disloyal. When that is the frame, saying no feels like treason. Richard Schwartz's IFS model clarifies what happens inside. Exiles carry the terror of punishment and exile. They remember what happened when you angered an authority, the yelling, the coldness, the mockery, the violence, the withdrawal of love. Protector parts, especially submissive personas, step in to keep you safe, the good kid who never argues, the quiet employee who never pushes back, the agreeable friend who never names harm, the devoted follower who never questions doctrine or leaders. They are not cowards. They are doing calculus. If we comply, we live. If we resist, we risk everything. When that belief is burned in early, it follows you everywhere.
Submissive personas as protector parts.
To change, you first have to see your submissive patterns as parts, not your whole identity. Start naming them. The good soldier, just tell me what to do. Don't make me decide. The company person, whatever leadership says must be right. The devoted daughter's son, I cannot disappoint my family, no matter the cost. The loyal believer, if I question this leader or teaching, I'm betraying God, the community. In IFS terms, these are manager protectors. Their jobs, anticipate what authority wants. Keep you in line with that expectation. Suppress or exile any part of you that might rock the boat. What are they protecting? Exiles who remember what happened the last time you said no, that's not right, or this hurts me. Exiles who carry old scenes where adults were the abusers and you knew it was wrong but had to survive it anyway. Exiles who fear that if you stand by your own sense of right and wrong, you will end up alone. So when you're in a meeting, or a relationship, or a community, and your gut whispers, this is wrong, a submissive protector often jumps in, sure, don't think about that. Smile. Nod. Stay small. We can't afford to make waves. That part is not your enemy. It is still living in the past. Your job is not to shame it. Your job is to lead it.
Authority outside, authority inside.
The most insidious part of this pattern is not external authority. It is the internal copy of it. If you grew up under harsh, shaming, or abusive authority, you likely internalized a voice that threatens you when you consider disobedience, calls you selfish, ungrateful, rebellious, or crazy when you question the script, floods you with anxiety if you even think about going against expectations. This is your inner authoritarian, a protector part that believes, if I scare you into line, I can keep you safe from the real consequences out there. It believes it is doing you a favor. So when you start to consider leaving a toxic job, consider naming abuse in a family system, consider changing your relationship to a religious or ideological group, consider saying, no, that's not okay, this inner authoritarian often panics first. It borrows the old tone of voice from your parent, boss, pastor, coach, or community and uses it on you. How dare you think you know better? You're blowing this out of proportion. You're the one with the problem. You'll ruin everything. If you mistake that voice for yourself, you will obey it. If you see it as a part, you can talk to it. You can say, I know you think obedience keeps us safe. It did, when we were small. But I am not small now. I need more than survival. I need integrity. You don't have to retire, but you cannot be the only voice I listen to. That is how you begin to engineer yourself back.
Obedience versus integrity. Who decides what's good?
The world will keep rewarding your submissive personas. Bosses love compliant workers, until they need someone to take the fall. Abusive partners love compliant partners, until they get bored and escalate. Corrupt systems love compliant members, until those systems collapse and look for scapegoats. You will be tempted to call this being good, being loyal, being a team player. But there is a difference between obedience to external authority and integrity led by yourself. Obedience asks, what do they want? Integrity asks, what is right? Obedience asks, how do I avoid trouble? Integrity asks, how do I act in line with my values, even if there is trouble? Richard Schwartz's concept of self is crucial here. Self is calm, not panicked; curious, not rigid; compassionate, not cruel; courageous, not reckless. When self is leading, you are not automatically defiant. You are not automatically compliant. You are free to evaluate. Self can hear your protector's fears, hear your exile's pain, hear the external demand, and still say, here is what we will do, based on our best understanding of what is right and workable. That might look like quietly refusing to participate in harm, even if everyone else does; asking uncomfortable questions when a decision feels off; setting limits with authority, rather than giving them total control over your conscience; leaving systems that demand obedience over integrity, and grieving that loss without calling yourself a traitor. This is not easy. Your submissive parts will interpret it as danger. Of course they will. In their world, it was. You must prove to them, with action, that you can survive principled resistance now.
Engineering yourself back. Small acts of non-destructive defiance.
You do not jump from good soldier to revolutionary overnight. That's just another fantasy. You reclaim yourself through small, targeted experiments. Each experiment has the same ingredients. 1. Feel the reflex to obey. The tightening in your chest. The urge to nod along. The instinct to say it's fine when it's not. Name the part. My good soldier just showed up. This is my company person part. My loyal child part is panicking. Thank it, then ask for space. Internally, thank you for trying to keep us safe. I know what happened the last times we displeased people. For the next few minutes, I want to see what happens if I speak from self. You don't have to disappear, just watch with me. Take one small step toward integrity. Ask a clarifying question instead of silent agreement. Say, I'm not comfortable with that, about a small thing. Decline a request that violates your limits, even slightly. Tell the truth about what you saw or heard, in a measured way, to one safe person. 2. Watch reality unfold. Was there pushback? Maybe. Was there instant catastrophe? Usually not. Each time you do this, and survive, you collect data your submissive parts never had. We can say no and still have a job relationship community. Some people respect boundaries. Not everyone is like back then. When someone punishes us for having integrity, that is information about them, not proof we were wrong. This is how you retrain obedience, from blind compliance in service of others' power, to thoughtful cooperation in service of shared values, and, when needed, to courageous refusal.
Practical reflection. Your last act of obedience against yourself.
Take this seriously. Write it down. Name one recent situation where you obeyed against your own sense of right. It does not have to be dramatic. Maybe you agreed with a decision at work you didn't actually support. Stayed silent while someone was demeaned. Went along with a family script that felt dishonest. Participated in a joke that made you uncomfortable. Briefly describe, the authority was. The situation was. Identify the script. What unspoken rule did you feel yourself following? Examples: don't be difficult. Don't question leadership. Don't make it weird. Keep the peace at any cost. Right, the script I was obeying was. Name the fear. Answer honestly, I was afraid that if I refused, would happen. Be specific, lose my job, be humiliated, be iced out, be called ungrateful, be alone. Notice the rationalization. Afterward, what did you tell yourself to feel okay? It wasn't my place. It's not that serious. I need this job. They probably didn't mean it. Write that sentence down. Write from yourself to the submissive part who obeyed. One short paragraph. Firm and kind, you were following rules that once kept us safe. I see why you stayed quiet, complied. I'm not here to shame you. I am here to say, we need a different rule now. Safety matters, and so does integrity. Next time, we will experiment with one small step toward what we actually believe, and I will stay with you, even if it's scary. Choose one small act of principled resistance this week. Not a grand gesture. One small move. Ask, can you help me understand the reasoning behind this? When something feels off. Say, that joke doesn't sit right with me, once. Tell one person the truth about something you've been minimizing to keep the peace. After you do it, notice, did the disaster your good soldier predicted actually happen? What did happen? How did your body feel afterward, more collapsed, or slightly more upright? Repeat this, not to become defiant for its own sake, but to become aligned. The Milgram lesson is not humans are evil. The Milgram lesson is humans can be engineered. You were engineered, early, to obey. You have the right, and the responsibility, to start engineering yourself back.
Chapter 15, The Angry Persona. When powerlessness learns to bite.
Anger is not the problem. What you did with it may have hurt people. What others did with their anger may have hurt you. But the anger itself? Anger is information. Anger is the nervous system's announcement that a boundary exists. If you grew up powerless, you probably did not have the luxury of healthy boundaries. You had consequences, punishment, instability, adults whose moods mattered more than your safety. So your anger learned an early, brutal lesson. When I show up, bad things happen. It adapted. It went underground. It waited. And when anger waits too long, it does not return as a polite email. It returns as an eruption, a shutdown, a sarcastic cut, a clenched jaw, a cold silence, a scorched earth speech you regret later. That is the angry persona, not who you are, but a protector part that formed around a simple vow, I will never let you be helpless again. That is a beautiful motive. It can become a destructive strategy if that protector never learns to stand down, or to serve something higher than revenge. You will not break the grip of anger by shaming it or pretending it's not a big deal. You will only bury it deeper, where it will find darker ways to do its job. If you want real change, you must do something harder and far more effective. Understand what your anger is for. Separate its signal from your strategy. Recruit it as an ally of your values instead of an enemy of your life.
Anger is not harm. Anger is a signal.
You were probably never taught this difference. Anger is a feeling. Aggression is a behavior. Abuse is a pattern of behavior that uses power to violate or control. They are not the same thing. Anger can fuel aggression or abuse, yes. So can fear. So can shame. So can numbness. But anger itself is not a moral failure. It is data. Specifically, anger tends to show up when a boundary has been crossed, a need has been dismissed, a value has been violated, power is being abused, helplessness or humiliation is being repeated. In a healthy system, anger appears as an alert. Something is off.
Fais attention.
Protect what matters. Then another part of you, yourself, the calm, clear, compassionate center Richard Schwartz describes, takes that data and decides, what do I care about here? What is actually happening? What response aligns with my values and reality? That is anger as energy for protection and repair. But if your self has been overridden by decades of conditioning and protector parts, that process never happens. The alert goes straight from something is wrong to burn it all down or turn it all inward. That is not because you are bad. That is because you were never shown another way.
How powerlessness distorts anger.
If you grew up with adults who raged, hit, degraded, or froze you out, you learned anger is dangerous. Anger means loss of control. Anger means someone is about to hurt someone. Anger means you are trapped. So your inner system did what it always does under threat. Exiles swallowed the helplessness and terror. They hold memories like hiding in your room, listening to shouting, being punished for crying or protesting, being hit or humiliated under the label of discipline, asking for something simple and being met with explosion or icy contempt. Protector parts stepped in to prevent you from ever feeling that powerless again. They grabbed hold of anger and reshaped it into personas. The eruptor, if I blow up first, no one can corner me. The cold wall, if I go numb and withdraw, you can't reach or hurt me. The sarcastic sniper, if I keep you one-on with jokes and jabs, you can't humiliate me. The self-unisher, if I turn the anger on myself, maybe I can stop others from doing worse. Each of these is anger as protection, not as pure malice. They're built on the same core promise: never again will we be that small, that trapped, that voiceless. Your angry persona is not random. It is powerlessness, weaponized.
The 4 faces of the angry protector.
You may recognize more than one of these in yourself.
1. The eruptor, loud first, so I'm never small again.
This is the version of you that yells, slams doors, sends the long, venomous text, delivers the speech that leaves no survivors. It often shows up after long periods of swallowing. You say it's fine when it's not. You tolerate small cuts. You minimize your own needs. Then one tiny thing pushes you over the edge, and your reaction seems disproportionate to everyone, including you. In IFS terms, a manager part has been forcing you to keep the peace for too long. A firefighter part, your eruptor, finally barrels in, enough. I'm ending this. Its goal is not clarity. Its goal is to stop reality as you're experiencing it, right now. It is crude, but it is loyal.
2. The cold wall, if I feel nothing, nothing can touch me.
Maybe you rarely raise your voice, but people close to you know the wall. You go quiet. Withdraw affection. Become factual, flat, unreachable. Tell yourself, I'm just done, while a younger part of you is screaming behind the ice. This protector believes, if I shut everything down, I can't be humiliated or manipulated again. It is anger turned into emotional frostbite. From the outside, you look calm. On the inside, you're in lockdown.
3. The sarcastic sniper. I'll cut you before you get close enough to cut me.
This is the tongue like a blade. You use jokes to belittle. Undercut others with just kidding cruelty. Meet sincerity with mockery. Cannot resist going for the weak spot when hurt. Beneath, an exile still remembers being the butt of the joke, the target of ridicule, the kid nobody defended. The sniper vows, never again will we be on the receiving end. If anyone bleeds, it won't be us. It confuses dominance with safety.
4. The self-unisher. If I'm the problem, I have control.
For many, anger never makes it outward. It boomerangs inward. You obsess over your mistakes. Call yourself vile names. Hurt your own body. Sabotage your own opportunities. Here, anger is trying to address an unbearable truth from childhood: the people who hurt me were wrong. That truth is so destabilizing, because you depended on them, that a protector flips it. No, I am wrong. I am disgusting. I am at fault. So every time something hurts, this part attacks you instead of the real source. It would rather maintain the illusion of just authority than face the exile's knowledge that the adults were the abusers. All 4 faces share the same origin: moral injury plus helplessness. The adults with power misused it. You had none. So your system tried to build power from the only material it had left: anger.
What you learned about anger, and why it's wrong.
You did not invent your beliefs about anger. You absorbed them. Maybe you learned, from family, anger is dangerous, disrespectful, sinful. From culture, good women don't get angry. Real men only get angry, never sad. From religion, anger is evidence of a bad heart. From trauma, anger means someone is about to hurt someone. Avoid at all costs. So when anger rises in you now, parts of you panic, I'm turning into them. I'm losing control. I'll destroy everything. Or, if your only model was explosive anger, you might be secretly proud of your rage. At least I don't let anyone push me around. People know not to mess with me. I tell it like it is. Either way, your relationship to anger is distorted. You either fear it so much you never let it speak until it overrides you, or idolize it so much you use it to avoid every softer feeling underneath. Both positions, terrified of anger or enthroned in it, are protectors in disguise. Neither is self.
The IFS view, anger as a protector, not a villain.
Internal family systems offers a crucial reframe. Anger is almost always a protector part. It is not your essence. It is not yourself. It is a part doing a job. In IFS terms, your exiles hold the original injuries, the helplessness, humiliation, abandonment, violation. Your angry protectors, the eruptor, the cold wall, the sniper, the self-unisher, stand guard to make sure those exiles never have to feel that exposed again. So when anger flares, you can assume, some young, vulnerable part just got bumped. The protector saw it, panicked, and grabbed the controls. Instead of saying, "What's wrong with me?" a more accurate question becomes, "Who in me is so afraid right now, and what are they trying to stop?" You do not tame anger by suppressing it. You tame it by listening to it without handing it the steering wheel. That is self-leadership.
Anger under self versus anger without self.
You are not aiming for a life without anger. That would mean a life without boundaries, values, or a sense of justice. You are aiming for a life where anger is quick to inform you, slow to control you, and always accountable to your deeper values. Here is the difference.
Anger without self, protector ed.
Feels like a takeover. You see red. Narrows your vision to winning, punishing, escaping, or annihilating. Speaks in absolutes, you always, I never, everyone knows. Leaves shame, confusion, or wreckage in its wake. Often hurts the wrong target, safe people, your own body, your future.
Anger with self, self-ed.
Is felt fully but observed, a big wave is here, and I can notice it. Enlarges your vision, you see your feelings, the other person, and the bigger picture. Speaks clearly and proportionally, this specific behavior is not okay. Aims at protection and repair, not humiliation or revenge. Can say yes to boundaries, no to abuse, and still remember everyone's humanity, including yours. Self-ed anger is courage. Protector-ed anger is panic with teeth. You will not shift from one to the other by promising to stay calm next time. You will shift by meeting the exiles your anger has been defending. Updating your protectors about the reality that you are not a trapped child anymore. Practicing small acts of self-ed expression when the stakes are lower.
If you are afraid of your anger.
Many people reading this are not prideful about their anger, they are petrified of it. Maybe you've hurt people with it. Maybe you've seen what it did in your family of origin and swore you'd never be like that. Maybe you stuff it down so hard you get sick instead. If that's you, hear this. Your fear of your anger is itself a protector part. It believes, if we let even a drop out, the whole dam will break. If we say we're angry, we will become abusers. If we admit we're angry, we'll lose the love we have. So every time anger shows up, this fear jumps on top of it. Calm down, don't make a scene, you're overreacting, you have no right to feel this. Then, because anger is an energy that has nowhere honest to go, it turns into depression, turns into anxiety, turns into chronic tension and illness, or finally explodes after months of "I'm fine." The alternative is not to unleash chaos. The alternative is to allow small, honest doses of anger under self-leadership, so your system can learn. We can say, "I don't like that," without becoming our parents. We can leave a situation instead of blowing it up. We can express hurt and anger together instead of choosing only one.
If you are proud of your anger,
On the other side, you might identify with your anger. It feels like the only honest thing about you. You think, "At least I don't fake it. At least no one walks all over me. At least I say what everyone else is too cowardly to say." And maybe some of that is true. Maybe your anger has cut through a lot of bullshit in your life. Maybe it did stop abuse or injustice when no one else would. But be honest, what does your anger cost you? Does it keep people at a distance you secretly wish were closer? Does it get you short-term satisfaction and long-term loneliness? Does it let you avoid softer feelings, grief, fear, need, that feel more dangerous than rage? Does it give you an identity, the fierce one, the one not to mess with, you don't know how to live without? If you are proud of your anger, your task is not to become meek. It is to become accountable, to let your anger answer not just to your wounds, but to your values. To let yourself have veto power over what you do when you're angry. To allow the possibility that your anger is also covering parts of you that are starving to be seen in other ways.
how to work with anger in IFS terms.
Here is a simple, practical way to begin relating differently to your anger, using the IFS framework.
1. Notice and name.
Next time you feel that familiar heat, racing thoughts, tight jaw, churning stomach, pause internally and name it. A big angry part is here. My eruptor cold wall sniper self-unisher just showed up. You are not being anger. You are noticing anger. That tiny separation matters.
2. Ask, what are you protecting?
From as much self as you can access, curious, not judging, ask inside, what are you afraid would happen if you didn't get this big right now? You might hear, they'll walk all over us, again. We'll never say what we need. We'll be humiliated. We'll be hurt like last time. Let the answers come, even if they feel childish. That childish voice is a child, an exile.
3. Sense the exile behind the anger.
Ask your anger, who are you protecting? How old do they feel? You might get an image or a sense, a 7-year-old at the dinner table, being mocked. A 12-year-old being punished for telling the truth. A 15-year-old being cornered, lied about, or touched without consent. You do not have to force details. A felt sense of age and emotion is enough to begin. Your job is not to yank that exile into the present. Your job is to signal, I see you. I believe you. You are not alone with this anymore.
4. Thank the angry protector, without letting it drive.
Say internally, thank you for trying to keep us safe. It makes complete sense that you show up this way after what we've been through. I don't want to get rid of you. I do want to help, so you don't have to hurt us or others to do your job. Then, if the situation allows, ask, would you be willing to step back just a little, so I, self, can decide what we say or do next? You are not silencing it. You are leading it.
5. Act from values, not from panic.
From self, ask. What boundary is this anger pointing to? What value of mine is being stepped on? What response protects that value and remembers my long-term integrity? Sometimes that will mean saying, stop. That's not okay. Leaving the room. Ending a conversation or relationship. Naming harm directly and firmly. Other times it will mean taking a break before responding. Writing, then editing, then sending a more measured version. Choosing not to retaliate, not because you're afraid, but because you refuse to become what hurt you. This is anger, translated. This is anger, in service of yourself, not in charge of it.
Practical reflection. Translate your anger.
Take this to paper. Your nervous system will register it more deeply if you write. 1. recall a recent moment of anger. Not your worst, just the last time you felt that familiar surge, outward or inward. Briefly describe. What happened? Who was involved? How did your anger show up? Eruptor, cold wall, sniper, self-unisher, or a mix? 2. Complete this sentence. From your angry part's perspective, my anger is trying to protect me from. Be as specific as you can. From feeling small like I did with my father. From being ignored again. From admitting how sad I am. From being taken advantage of. 3. Identify the boundary underneath. Also from the draft, the boundary underneath my anger is, I need, will not accept, will no longer tolerate. Examples. Being mocked when I'm vulnerable. You raising your voice at me, being the only one who apologizes. Carrying all the emotional labor. 4. Locate the exile. Ask, how old does the part of me feel that is most scared in this situation? Write whatever age or image appears. 5. Write a short note from yourself to your angry protector. Something like, you have worked so hard to keep us from ever being that helpless again. I see why you got so big in that moment. I'm not going to shame you for it. I'm going to start leading, so we can protect ourselves without burning everything down. You don't have to do this alone anymore. Choose one tiny act of self-ed anger this week. Not an explosion. A translation. For example, say, I didn't like that. In a moment you'd usually swallow and then stew. Write an honest email and then edit it down, keeping the truth but removing the urge to punish. Leave a situation when you first feel your jaw clench, instead of staying until you explode. Afterward, notice. Did the world end? Did you become your parents? Or did something else happen? You felt a little more solid, a little less haunted? Every time you let yourself, not your oldest wounds, decide what to do with anger, you're teaching your system a new law. Anger is not here to own you. It is here to inform you. You do not have to keep living as the fuse or the doormat. You can become what anger was always trying to make you, someone who refuses to be powerless again, without becoming a source of harm.
Chapter 16. The Double Life begins.
The double life almost never starts with a scandal. It starts quietly. A good kid who knows exactly what to say to adults, and has an entirely different vocabulary alone with a screen. A high-achieving student who carries secret compulsions, fantasies, or self-harm. A polite, reliable child who becomes someone else in certain friend groups, online spaces, or late at night. From the outside, nothing looks wrong. On the inside, you are living in separate rooms. One room holds the version of you that keeps you safe, approved of, valued. Another room holds the feelings, questions, impulses, and pains that seem too dangerous to bring into the light. That is not hypocrisy. That is compartmentalization, one of the most sophisticated survival strategies the human mind has. You must understand this clearly. The double life did not start because you were fake. It started because you were cornered. Cornered between what your world said you had to be to belong, and what was actually true in your body, your mind, your desires, and your pain. The double life is how you tried to have both.
Compartmentalization, the brain's emergency zoning law.
Compartmentalization is your system's way of saying, I will not let one truth destroy the rest of my life. So it divides. In one room you're the high performer, the good child, the leader, the believer, the responsible one. That room gets praise, money, approval, stability. In another room you put everything that seems to threaten that stability. Forbidden feelings and fantasies, unapproved beliefs, untreated trauma, behaviors you don't understand but can't stop, the versions of you that feel too needy, too angry, too strange. The rule becomes, this goes here. That goes there. They must not meet. From an internal family systems, IFS, perspective, this is exactly what your protector parts do. Manager parts build and maintain the public rooms. The good student, the helpful one, the leader, the nice kid. They specialize in what your environment rewards. Firefighter parts take over the private rooms. The binger, the drinker, the fantasizer, the cutter, the sleeper, the porn user, the secret romantic, the rage part. They specialize in fast relief from unbearable emotion. Exiles, your hurt, ashamed, lonely younger parts, get locked in the back rooms with the firefighters. They are too much for the public rooms. Too sad, too furious, too confused, too needy. Your mind literally runs different subsystems in different environments. And it works, at first. You get to function in school, church, sports, jobs, family. Avoid unbearable conflict with authority, peers, or your own conscience. Experience some sense of control. At least I can keep these worlds separate. This is why you cannot afford to despise your double life. It was a life-saving piece of engineering. But what protected you then is suffocating you now.
Where the double life usually starts.
The double life typically begins in late childhood or adolescence, the exact seasons we've just explored. You've already absorbed moral injuries, chapters 9 and 10. You've already inhaled shame, chapter 11. You're staring into a warped social mirror, chapter 12. Your emotional systems are fully online, while your brakes are still developing, chapter 13. You've been trained in obedience and punished for truth, chapter 14. You've seen what happens when anger shows itself, chapter 15. Then something in you refuses to disappear completely. A desire, a curiosity, a hurt, a question will not die. You realize, I cannot show this to my parents. I cannot say this in my church community family team. I cannot ask this question out loud. I cannot need this and still be the good one. But the desire, the pain, the doubt is real. So you unconsciously strike a deal. Fine. I will give you somewhere to exist, as long as you don't cost me everything. And so the rooms start to separate. At home, you are compliant, funny, helpful. At school, you are sharp, driven, or invisible, whatever keeps you safe. Online, you become braver, crueler, more sexual, more honest, more reckless, or more real than you are allowed to be in person. Alone, you indulge what you forbid yourself to admit. Compulsions, fantasies, impulses, or just the simple truth that you are not okay. You are not faking. You are specializing, the way cells in a body do. Each context gets a different cell type, a different persona. Over time, you stop feeling like one coherent person. You feel like a house full of locked doors.
The surface self and the secret self.
Most double lives revolve around a simple split. 1. The surface self, tailored to others' expectations. The secret self, tailored to your actual experience.
The surface self.
This is the self that earns you what you needed most. Love, safety, status, inclusion, a sense of being good. It is made of personas like the good kid, the star student, the devout believer, the responsible one, the uncomplaining helper, the funny one. This surface self tends to be highly functional. People say, "You're so mature. You're so reliable. You're such an example. You're always fine." They are not lying. They are reporting on what they see in the public room. The catch is, they do not see the rest of the house.
The secret self.
The secret self holds whatever the surface self believes will lose you, that love, status, or safety, sexual thoughts, behavior, or identity that your world forbids. Anger at parents, leaders, God, or systems you're not supposed to question. Doubts about your group's beliefs or rules. Desperation, depression, self-harm, addictions. Tender longings for comfort, connection, rest, that contradict your persona of being low maintenance and fine. Secret self does not show up at family dinner or in youth group or on performance reviews. It comes out, at night in the bathroom, on the internet, in anonymous chats, in private fantasies, in substances and screens, in relationships you hide. The more extreme your environment's demands, the more extreme your secret self often becomes. This is crucial. The more perfect the surface self, the more pressure builds in the secret self. You are not uniquely twisted for having a hidden life. You are reacting logically to a world that made your wholeness unsafe.
The hidden cost of being two, or more, people.
When compartmentalization becomes a way of life, it exacts a brutal price.
1. Exhaustion.
Maintaining separate selves is work. You track what each group knows about you. You remember which version of the story you told where. You monitor your expressions, words, and timing. You constantly anticipate potential leaks between rooms. No wonder you are tired.
2. Confusion about who you even are.
You might think, am I the driven one or the lazy one? Am I the kind one or the cruel one? Am I the believer or the skeptic? Am I the sexual one or the pure one? Am I the helper or the disaster? In IFS terms, you are all of these parts. But without self-leadership, they feel like competing identities rather than a system that can cooperate. This confusion fuels shame. If people knew what I'm really like, they would leave. You imagine not just rejection, but exposure, two lives colliding in a single humiliating explosion.
3. Increased risk for addiction and self-harm.
The more pressure is relegated to the secret self, the more appealing fast-seating anesthetics become. Substances, porn, compulsive sex, binging or starving, gambling, scrolling, gaming, self-harm. These are not random bad habits. They are firefighter parts assigned to the secret rooms. When we are in here, our only job is to make sure you don't feel what you cannot afford to feel. The surface self often disowns these behaviors completely. That's not who I am. I don't know why I keep doing this. If anyone finds out, my life is over. The more you disown, the more your shame deepens, and the more tightly your system clings to the double life as the only way to keep functioning.
4. Intimacy becomes dangerous.
Real intimacy requires being known across rooms, not all at once, but over time. In a double life, that level of exposure feels suicidal. So you might stay emotionally guarded even with people you love. Confess only the safe parts of your story and call that vulnerability. Choose partners or friends who prefer your surface self and show no curiosity about your depths. Sabotage relationships when someone starts seeing behind the mask. You end up lonely even when you're never alone.
The double life is intelligence, not rot.
You may have spent years calling yourself fake, two-aced, hypocrite, addict, coward. That language keeps you stuck. IFS offers a far more accurate, and far more demanding, view. Your double life is an intelligent adaptation to environments that made your full self unwelcome or unsafe. Your compartments are built by protector parts doing their best to balance belonging with survival. Your secrets are not evidence of your inherent badness. They are evidence of your system's refusal to annihilate parts of you just to keep others comfortable. You don't heal by calling your strategy evil. You heal by understanding its logic, and then deciding if you want to keep paying its price. You have paid enough. Now you get to ask, do I want to spend the rest of my life being many people, or am I willing to become one person with many parts?
How IFS understands the double life.
Let's map this explicitly. Exiles hold the vulnerable truths you learned were unwelcome. I'm lonely. I'm angry. I'm attracted to people I'm not supposed to be attracted to. I don't believe what they tell me I have to believe. I was hurt, and no one helped me. Manager protectors create the surface self, the good kid, the star employee, the faithful member, the easygoing friend. Their job: anticipate expectations, prevent rejection, keep you functioning. Firefighter protectors run the secret self. They show up when exiles break through: panic, flashbacks, craving, despair. Their job: extinguish pain quickly, using whatever works. This is not evidence of your brokenness. This is a system doing crisis management without a leader. Where should the leader be? In IFS, yourself. Self is the part of you that is calm, curious, compassionate, connected, courageous. Self does not need a double life, because self can tolerate complexity. I am capable and I'm in pain. I love some of what I inherited and I reject other parts. I have desires that scare me and I won't shame myself into pretending they don't exist. I can be honest about who I am and still choose how I act. Your double life is what your system invented until self was available and trusted. You are at the stage of this book where that can begin to change.
Ending the double life, without blowing up your life.
When people first realize how split they are, they often swing to extremes, fantasizing a dramatic tell-all moment where everything comes out at once. Or, retreating deeper into secrecy. If this is who I am, I can never tell anyone. I'll just manage it better. Both roads keep your protectors terrified. One threatens chaos, the other guarantees stagnation. There is a different path. Slow, governed integration.
Step 1. Map your rooms.
You cannot integrate what you refuse to see. Take an honest inventory. Who am I at work? Who am I with family? Who am I with friends? Who am I in romantic or sexual contexts? Who am I alone, late at night, online, or in my head? Name the personas in each. Don't judge them yet. Just recognize, these are parts, not my whole identity.
Step 2. Ask each persona its fear.
For each major role, ask internally, what are you afraid would happen if you didn't keep things separate? You'll hear things like, if my family knew, they'd reject me. If my partner knew, they'd leave. If my community knew, they'd punish and shame me. If my colleagues knew, I'd lose credibility or my job. If I had to face all of this at once, I'd fall apart. These fears are not stupid. They're based on experience. Your task is not to argue with them, it is to understand them, so you can stop letting them run the entire show.
Step 3. Let self enter every room, internally first.
Before you ever come clean with another person, you must start coming clean with yourself. That means, bringing self's curiosity and compassion into rooms you have only ever entered with shame or urgency. Sitting with your firefighter behaviors without instantly acting on them or attacking yourself for them. Letting exiled feelings of desire, grief, rage, confusion, and need exist in your awareness without immediate suppression. You might say internally, I see you, 16-year-old D who started this secret pattern. Of course you hid. Of course you split your life. I am not here to rip your coping strategies away. I am here to understand them, so we can find ways to live that don't require so much hiding. Until you can hold your own truth this way, handing it to someone else will feel like handing over a live grenade.
Step 4. Choose where and with whom to integrate.
Integration does not mean dumping every secret on the least safe audience. It means identifying people and contexts that have earned more access to your reality, through empathy, consistency, and respect. Practicing graded disclosure, sharing a little more than your surface self would normally allow, then watching what happens. Examples: telling a trusted friend, I'm more anxious, lonely, lost than I usually let on. Telling a therapist or safe mentor about one behavior you've kept completely hidden. Telling a partner one layer deeper about your inner world, not every detail, but more truth. Each time you do this, you give your system new data. Not everyone punishes honesty. Some people love me more, not less, when I'm real. The world did not collapse when I let one room's air into another.
Step 5. Update the protectors.
When you have a small success, speaking more truth, showing more congruence, surviving it, go back inside and talk to your parts. Did you see that? We told the truth and we're still here. You were right to be terrified in our old environments. But some of that tear doesn't match where we actually live now. You don't have to work as hard as you did when we were 14. This is how you persuade your system, over time, that a single, coherent life is safer and richer than the double one it has maintained for years.
You are allowed to become one person.
For a long time, the sentence, this is just who I am at work, at church, with family, or online, has sounded like truth. It is not truth. It is a report from your personas. Your work persona. Your family persona. Your sexual persona.
your religious persona, your secret coping persona. All of them developed under pressure. All of them kept something precious alive. Now you are being invited to lead them. Not by collapsing into one rigid identity and not by endlessly multiplying masks, but by letting yourself become the one presence that can walk into every room without pretending to be someone else. That doesn't mean you will be exactly the same in all contexts. We all adapt language and behavior to situations. It means you will no longer betray your deepest values in one room to keep another room comfortable. You will not call your secrets who you really are and your strengths the fake you. You will not let fear decide which parts of you are allowed to exist. You are clever enough to build a double life. You are strong enough to build a whole one.
Practical reflection. Mapping your double life.
Take this to paper. Seeing it in front of you will change how real it feels. List your main rooms. Write down 4 to 6 contexts: home, family, work, school, friend groups, romantic, sexual life, online, late-night, alone, spiritual, or community spaces. Under each room, list who you are there. Use brief labels. At work, I am the fixer, ghost, performer, pleaser, etc. With family, I am the. Online, alone, I am the. Circle the one room where you perform best and underline the one where you unravel most. Then complete, I am most put together in. I am most likely to fall apart or act out in. Ask each persona its fear. For one pair of rooms, your most together room and your most unraveled room. Write, my, work, family, church, etc. Persona is afraid that if people there saw more of my unraveling self, they would. My unraveling self is afraid that if it had to show up in that together room, I would. Do not edit for what should be true. Let the raw fear speak. Write from yourself to both parts. A short paragraph, starting something like, you both exist for a reason. You both were trying to protect me, one by keeping me functional, the other by giving my pain and need somewhere to go. I am not here to fire either of you. I am here to stop making you carry this alone. Over time, I want us to live a life where you don't have to stay so far apart. Choose one tiny act of integration this week. A 5% move, not a 500% confession. For example, share one honest sentence in your performance room. Actually, I've been more tired, stressed, unsure than I've let on. Bring one thread of your stronger self into the unraveling room. Tonight, instead of going straight to my usual escape, I'll give myself 10 minutes to write what I'm feeling first. Afterward, ask, what did my fearful parts predict would happen? What actually happened? Do I feel slightly more fragmented, or slightly more whole? Repeat this gently. Your double life was built brick by brick, moment by moment, in response to real pressures. You are not going to tear it down in one dramatic gesture without hurting yourself. But you can, starting now, stop adding bricks, and begin, one small act of honesty at a time, to build something different. A life where your inside matches your outside enough that you no longer need a secret house to hide in, because you have finally decided to live in your whole one.
Chapter 17. Sex, Status, and the Myth of Control.
Teen culture is a factory for myths. By the time you hit your teens, it isn't just your family shaping you anymore. The whole culture has a say. Music videos, youth group talks, porn, purity pledges, hookup stories, breakup stories, TikTok, Instagram, movies, locker room talk, sermons, health class, gossip in the hallway, all of it is whispering or shouting one question: who are you allowed to be if you want to be wanted? You were not a blank slate by then. Your nervous system already carried moral injuries from adults who failed you, or hurt you, chapters 9 and 10. Shame lodged in exiles, chapter 11. A social mirror that warped your reflection, chapter 12. A half-built brain with more gas than brakes, chapter 13. Obedience trained as virtue, chapter 14. Anger turned into weapon or silence, chapter 15. A double life that let you survive, chapter 16. On top of that already complex system, culture laid down its own rules about sex, status, and power.
And you did exactly what any intelligent teenager would do under pressure. You built masks that could survive those rules. This chapter is about those rules, the cultural myths that quietly convinced you. Your body was a bargaining chip, your desire was dangerous or disposable, your status was your safety, and control was your only hope. You cannot change your adult life until you see the lies that trained your teenage mask.
Teen culture is a myth factory.
Teen culture is not neutral. It's a myth factory. Here are 3 myths it mass produces over and over. The myth of control: if you do everything right, you will not be hurt. The myth of status: if you become impressive enough, you will become safe. The myth of toughness: if you feel nothing, nothing can touch you. These myths do not start with teenagers. They are inherited. Parents who survived war, poverty, or unstable homes teach control as religion: be perfect or be destroyed. A culture obsessed with celebrity and success teaches status as salvation. Generations trained to shove their feelings down teach toughness as the only respectable way to exist. By adolescence, those cultural myths harden into rules, and rules harden into personas. The myth of control forges the perfectionist. The myth of status forges the performer. The myth of toughness forges the armored protector. And then there is a 4th myth, the most dangerous of all, the myth of inevitability. This is just how it is. This is just how people are. This is just how the system works. That myth keeps everything else in place. You are not supposed to question who benefits from these myths. You're just supposed to obey them. It's time to stop.
Myth number 1. Control: if I never slip, I'll never bleed.
The myth of control hooks into your deepest fear, vulnerability. It promises, if you do everything right, emotionally, sexually, spiritually, academically, you will never be betrayed, dumped, humiliated, abused, or abandoned. So you learn, from 1,000 sources, guard your heart or you'll get ruined. Stay pure or you'll be used up. Don't lead people on or it's your fault. Dress right, act right, say the right things, and you'll be safe. Or, in a different subculture, if you know the game, how to flirt, hook up, be hot, be chill, you won't get hurt. You'll be the one with the power. Underneath both purity culture and hookup culture, the same control myth hums: if I follow the right script, I can outrun heartbreak and humiliation. When you've already lived through adults hurting you, that myth is seductive. It feels like a map out of chaos. So a perfectionist persona forms. Around sex, I'll be the good one who never crosses the line. Or, I'll be the experienced one who never looks weak. Around emotion, I'll never need more than people are willing to give. I'll never show more feeling than they're comfortable with. Around spirituality or morality, if I keep every rule, maybe God, the community, the family will protect me. In IFS terms, exiles hold the memory of being powerless, exposed, or violated. A manager-protector steps in as the perfectionist: we will never be that vulnerable again. I'll manage every move. This works, until life does what it always does. Someone leaves despite your purity. Someone betrays you despite your chill. Someone abuses you despite your modesty or experience. And when that happens, the myth of control doesn't admit it was lying. It turns on you: you must have done something wrong. You weren't pure, good, smart, sexy enough. Next time, tighten the screws. Control harder. So instead of grieving what was done to you, you shame yourself for not preventing it. This is how the myth of control keeps shame glued to your body.
Myth number 2. Status: if I'm impressive enough, I'm untouchable.
The myth of status tells you safety is for the chosen. If you become desirable, high status, admired, or envied enough, you'll finally be safe. Rejection will roll off you. You'll never be the one left out again. Teen culture broadcasts this 24/7. The popular kids set the tone: what clothes, bodies, and hookups count as winning. Social media offers likes and follows as proof that you exist. Even many religious or countercultural spaces quietly create their own status games. The most devout, the most pure, the most committed to the cause. If the social mirror of adolescence, chapter 12, told you were too much or not enough, the myth of status whispers a bargain. Become undeniable, and no one can ignore you. Become exceptional, and no one can discard you. So the performer persona tightens its laces. You aim for the hottest relationship or the most admirable abstinence, whichever your world rewards. You use grades, talent, spiritual leadership, or sexual allure as currency. You build a brand, the smart one, the hot one, the holy one, the funny one, anything but the nothing you're afraid you are underneath. In IFS language, exiles carry the sting of exclusion, ridicule, invisibility. A performer protector steps forward. If they worship us, they can't wound us. Does it work? Sometimes. Temporarily. You might get the relationship people envied, the compliments on your body or restraint, the leadership spotlight, the role of example child or poster student. But notice the side effects. You are never allowed to be ordinary. You are never allowed to be messy. You are never allowed to admit you are lonely, confused, horny, angry, or lost. You become valuable, but not safe. And because your worth seems glued to your status, any slip, weight gain, breakup, moral failure, spiritual doubt, lost job, feels like total collapse. Status didn't save you. It only raised the stakes.
Myth number 3. Toughness. If I feel nothing, nothing can hurt me.
The myth of toughness is everywhere, especially in how we talk about sex and emotion. Don't catch feelings. Just have fun. Don't get attached. Man up. Don't be crazy, clingy, dramatic. Care less. Whoever cares less wins. If your earlier life taught you that expressing fear, hurt, or need got you mocked, dismissed, or punished, this myth lands like oxygen. It promises, if I don't feel, I can't be wounded. So you put on armor. You treat sex like a game or a currency, not a place where your heart is at stake. You pretend hookups, porn, or emotional unavailability are proof of strength. You meet sincerity with eye rolls and vulnerability with jokes. You rehearse indifference. Whatever. I don't care. Underneath, exiles are screaming, please don't leave. Please see me. Please don't use me. Please tell me I'm not disgusting. But your armored protector persona runs the show. Shut up. I will keep us safe by caring less loudly than everyone else. In IFS terms, this is another manager protector, often backed by firefighters, substances, porn, compulsions, that numb you fast when feelings slip through. The cost. You can't feel as much of the bad. You also can't feel as much of the good. You lose not just heartbreak, but genuine connection. Not just humiliation, but real joy. Numbness is not safety. It is self-abandonment wearing a leather jacket.
How these myths shape your sexual self.
Put these 3 myths together in a body waking up to sex and desire, and you get predictable confusion. Myth of control says, if I do desire right, I won't get hurt. Myth of status says, sex, purity, desirability is how I become enough. Myth of toughness says, if I feel anything, I'm weak or pathetic. So, if you were shamed with purity narratives, you may still believe your body is a bomb that needs constant policing, and your value hinges on what you haven't done. If you were steeped in hookup narratives, you may still believe your value hinges on what you have done, and whether you can act like it means nothing. Either way, sex becomes a test you can fail, not a human experience you can learn from. From an IFS perspective, exiles hold the most tender parts of your sexual self: desire for closeness, fear of rejection, curiosity, hunger to be cherished. Protectors, perfectionist, performer, armored, take over your sexual choices and presentation. We'll stay pure so no one can reject us as dirty. We'll be the best in bed so no one can reject us as boring. We'll treat this like a transaction so no one can see how much we care. Then, when something goes wrong, and it always does, eventually, because humans are messy, shame piles on.
You crossed the line. You're ruined. You were used. You're pathetic. You used them. You're a monster. You should have known better. Notice, which myths are being reinforced by that shame. If you'd controlled better, this wouldn't have happened. If you were more desirable than impressive, they wouldn't have left. If you were tougher, this wouldn't hurt. The culture's myths and your inner critic's voice are working together to keep the same system intact. You blame yourself instead of questioning the rules.
The fourth myth, inevitability. This is just how it is.
The most powerful myth isn't about control, status, or toughness. It's about hopelessness. This is just how it is. This is just how men are. This is just how women are. This is just how dating is. This is just how religion is. This is just how work is. This is just how families are. Nothing will change, so adjust. This myth tells you every relationship is ultimately a power game. Every system is rigged, you either play it or get crushed. No one is really safe, you just choose your flavor of pain. Real love, real safety, real integrity, they're fantasies for other people. Why is this myth so useful to harmful cultures? Because if you believe nothing else is possible, you will settle for abuse and call it normal. Stay loyal to systems that betray you. Keep your double life because you assume everyone is faking it. Keep your personas in charge because you assume there is no world where your full self could belong. From an IFS standpoint, the myth of inevitability is a burden carried by some of your most exhausted protector parts. They have watched adults refuse to change. Institutions protect abusers. Friends mock vulnerability. Attempts at honesty blow up in your face. They draw a bleak conclusion. Hope is dangerous. Hope makes you try. Trying gets you hurt. Better to assume this is as good as it gets and optimize within it. That belief once shielded you from life-threatening disappointment. Now it quietly strangles your future. Because if this is just how it is, then why bother healing? Why bother leaving harmful environments? Why bother demanding better from yourself or others? Why bother listening to yourself at all? You become obedient to the very myths that broke you.
There is nothing inevitable about a script you didn't write.
You did not design the family you were born into, the religion or culture that defined good and bad sexuality, the media that equated status with safety, the school or peer ecosystem that rewarded toughness over tenderness. You adapted to all of that. Brilliantly. Your personas, perfectionist, performer, armored, are not evidence that you are fake. They are evidence that you are highly responsive to your environment. But adaptation is not destiny. Richard Schwartz's central claim, no bad parts, means this. The part of you that chases status at all costs. It's not evil, it's scared. The part of you that uses sex to feel in control? It's not vile, it's desperate not to be powerless again. The part of you that shuts down and calls it strength? It's not heartless, it's protecting a heart that never felt truly safe. These myths are burdens, not truths. Your parts picked them up to survive. You are allowed to put them down. And you will need to, if you want anything more than a slightly shinier version of the same old life.
Rewriting the myths. From fear to self-leadership.
You will not rewrite these myths overnight. They are written into your nervous system with adolescent ink, bright, messy, and deep. But you can start. In IFS terms, rewriting a myth looks like: self gets curious about the part clinging to the myth. Who in me believes that if I don't control everything, I'll be destroyed? Who in me believes my only safety is being admired or desired? Who in me believes feeling nothing is the only protection? You listen to that part's story without arguing. Where did it learn that? What happened the last time it broke that rule?
How old does it feel? You validate the logic in its context. Yes, when we were 14 in that youth group schoolhouse, that rule kept us from being targeted or shamed even worse. Yes, in that dating culture, people did weaponize vulnerability. It made sense to armor up. 4. You update the information. We are older now. We have more choices. Not everyone plays by those rules. Some people and places are actually capable of reciprocity and respect. 5. You offer a new belief that is honest about risk, kind to your younger self, and practicable in real life. Not a hallmark slogan. A belief you could actually live by without pretending. For example, from "if I do everything right, I won't be hurt" to "no amount of perfection can make unsafe people safe. I can act with integrity and still leave when someone shows me they are not safe." From "if I'm impressive enough, I'll be safe" to "status can't guarantee love. I want relationships where I am valued for my full self, not just my performance." From "if I feel nothing, nothing can hurt me" to "numbing protects me short term and starves me long term. I am strong enough to feel and still choose what's right for me." Every time you act from one of these new beliefs, even slightly, you weaken the old myth's grip and strengthen your self's leadership.
Practical reflection. Choose one myth and break its spell.
This only works if you do it in writing. Your mind is too slick at wriggling out of clarity. Pick one myth that feels most familiar right now. Choose one. Myth of control. If I do everything right, I won't be hurt. Myth of status. If I become impressive enough, I'll be safe. Myth of toughness. If I feel nothing, nothing can touch me. Write how it shaped you as a teen. Complete. As a teenager, I tried to live this myth by. Be specific. In dating, in friendships, in faith, in how you dressed, what you hid, what you chased. Name the persona it created. Was it mostly the perfectionist, performer, or armored protector? Right, this myth fed my persona. That persona protected me by. Today, it still tries to protect me by. Be brutally honest about the cost. Now. Complete. Believing this myth now costs me trust, intimacy, rest, joy, health, honesty, self-respect, etc. Write a new belief that is compassionate and true. It must meet 3 tests. It acknowledges your history. It doesn't deny real risk. You could actually practice it this week. For example, a new belief I am willing to try is: don't aim for perfect. Aim for 10% more honest and 10% more hopeful than the old myth. 4. Choose one tiny act that matches the new belief. This week, do one thing that lines up with your new script. For example, if you're challenging the myth of control, tell someone you trust about a struggle you usually hide, without promising them or yourself that you'll fix it immediately. If you're challenging the myth of status, let yourself do something imperfectly in front of others. Ask a question, admit you don't know, show an unpolished side. If you're challenging the myth of toughness, when you notice yourself armoring up, name one feeling you're actually having: I'm hurt, I'm scared, I'm jealous, to yourself or a safe person. Afterward, ask: what disaster did my old myth predict? What actually happened? Do I feel slightly more brittle, or slightly more alive? Do not underestimate these small experiments. Every time you live even 5% outside the old myths, you are training your protectors to trust yourself, weakening the chains of inevitability, and proving, viscerally, that your life is not scripted from the outside in. You inherited myths about sex, status, and control. They shaped your masks. They do not have to shape your future. You are not a passive character in a story culture wrote for you. You are the one, now, who decides which myths get to stay.
Part 4. Young Adulthood.
Young adulthood is where many personas get promoted. You leave the tight perimeter of childhood and adolescence and enter larger systems. Workplaces, institutions, cities, markets, marriages, mortgages, reputations. This is also where you learn a dangerous lesson. Some masks are paid well.
If adolescence is the laboratory of belonging, young adulthood is the marketplace. Your survival strategies start earning external rewards: money, status, security, praise, a sense of being needed. That is the trap. The persona that once protected you now starts building your life's architecture. And when a persona builds the architecture, it also builds the rules. In Part 4, we will talk about work personas, love personas, and the functional mask, the version of you that looks fine to everyone else while quietly bleeding out. We will also talk about addiction without romance or shame. Addiction is not an identity. It is a coping strategy that got out of control. The point is not to look back with disgust. The point is to look back with clarity, and then choose what comes next.
Chapter 18, The Work Persona, the Most Rewarded Mask.
Think of your first real job moment. Not the job title, the moment your body understood. What happens in this room can affect my life. Maybe it was your first performance review. Your first staff meeting where everyone watched the boss's face, not the data. The first time you saw a colleague punished for telling the truth, or rewarded for staying quiet. Work is not just a paycheck. Work is a stage with real consequences. It is one of the few places adults are evaluated the way children were in dysfunctional homes. By mood. By status. By proximity to power. By how well they anticipate what authority wants. In a healthy organization, performance is observable and feedback is fair. In many organizations, performance is a story that power tells. That is why the work persona becomes so strong. It isn't only about income. It is about safety, especially for anyone who learned early. My safety depends on how well I read and manage authority. At work, that skill is rewarded. Heavily. You get praised for being professional, reliable, a team player. You get raises, promotions, opportunities, if you can make the right people feel comfortable. So your system does what it always does. It builds a mask that will be rewarded. And because this mask pays your bills, it becomes the most defended one you have.
Why the work persona is so convincing.
You can spot the work persona by 3 traits. It produces predictable output. You know how to show up, what tone to use, what opinions to share or hide to keep things stable. It is heavily reinforced. You get money for it. You get praise for it. You avoid conflict by using it. You half believe it is you. You say things like, I'm just not emotional at work. I'm just the dependable one. I'm just direct, that's how I am professionally. But how you are at work is not a pure expression of yourself. It is a carefully engineered protector part. From an internal family systems, IFS, standpoint. Your exiles hold, the old fear of being publicly shamed, the memory of being called lazy, difficult, dramatic, ungrateful, the terror of having your survival depend on the mood of an adult in charge. Your work persona is a manager protector who took notes and made vows. We will never be called lazy again. We will not make authority angry. We will never be the weak link. So at work, that protector steps forward and says, I've got this. I will run this show. I know the rules. It feels safe. It feels adult. It feels professional. Until one day, it starts to feel like a costume you can't take off.
When work feels safer than home.
For many people, especially those from chaotic or abusive families, work becomes the first place that feels predictable, orderly, governed by rules, however dysfunctional, instead of pure chaos. At least here, if I do X, I get Y. At least here, I can earn respect, even if I don't get love. At least here, people see my competence, not just my role in the family drama. That relief is real. Don't minimize it. Work can be a sanctuary from family systems that never saw you. A stage where your skills finally matter. A structure that keeps your life from collapsing. But there is a hidden danger. What began as refuge can turn into escape. Work becomes the one place you know how to be powerful, so you invest everything there, and neglect the rooms of your life where you feel more awkward, needy, or out of control. You are on at work. You are numb, explosive, or collapsed at home. From an IFS lens, that looks like a highly developed work manager running 8 hours of your day with precision. Underdeveloped access to self in your intimate life, where exiles and firefighters take turns at the wheel. The more competent your work persona becomes, the more tempting it is to hide in it.
The 5 common work personas.
Most people don't have just one work mask, they have a blend. But these 5 are especially common. 1. The fixer. I solve everything, I need nothing. You know this one. You jump in when others drop the ball. You stay late, pick up slack, save projects. You know where everything is and how everything works. People come to you with questions they should be asking their manager. You rarely ask for help. You rarely say no. You often feel secretly resentful and indispensable. Underneath, an exile believes, if something fails, it will be my fault. If I am not useful, I am nothing. The fixer-protector promises, no one will ever accuse us of being the problem again. We'll be the solution. Benefits: praise, trust, often rapid advancement. A sense of control: if I'm fixing, I'm not helpless. Costs: burnout. Being taken for granted. Relationships where you are valued for utility, not humanity. IFS translation: the fixer is a manager trying to prevent the exile's terror of blame and abandonment by never letting you drop anything, including yourself. 2. The diplomat. I absorb conflict so no one explodes. You keep the peace. You smooth over tension in meetings. You listen to everyone's complaints and try to make them feel understood. You phrase feedback so gently it almost disappears. You avoid saying what you really think if it might upset someone powerful. You are the informal therapist of the office. People call you so easy to work with. Underneath, an exile remembers, when conflict broke out, it was dangerous. I had to keep everyone calm to survive. The diplomat protector promises, if I manage everyone's emotions, no one will blow up. We will stay safe. Benefits: being liked, trusted, included in conversations others aren't. Less overt conflict around you, at least temporarily. Costs: taking on emotional labor that isn't yours. Swallowing your own needs and views. Staying in systems that should be confronted or left. IFS translation: the diplomat is a manager protecting exiles who still feel raw from childhood fights, abuse, or emotional chaos, by becoming a buffer for everyone else's feelings. 3. The warrior. I outwork everyone. I don't break. The warrior runs on grind. Long hours are a badge of honor. You rarely take sick days or real vacations. You pride yourself on pushing through everything: fatigue, illness, emotion. Admitting struggle feels like weakness. Others admire your drive. You tell yourself, this is just who I am. Underneath, an exile whispers, if I slow down, all the feelings I've avoided will catch me. If I stop being worth anything. The warrior protector swears, we will never be weak, never dependent, never at someone's mercy again. We will be the last one standing. Benefits: achievement, respect, promotions. A sense of superiority over slackers. Costs: physical breakdown, emotional numbness, family and friendships that get only your leftovers. IFS translation: the warrior is a manager built on the high achiever trap, chapter 20 in your draft work as anesthesia, success as a shield against old pain. 4. The ghost. If I'm invisible, I'm safe. Ghosts don't get fired often. They also don't get promoted. You speak up rarely. You avoid visibility, leadership, risk. You do solid work but keep your head down. You disappear in meetings, even when you have good ideas. You tell yourself, I'm just introverted. I don't need attention. I'm fine in the background. Sometimes that's true. Often it's a cover. Underneath, an exile knows, when I was visible, I was targeted, shamed, or crushed. Being seen is dangerous. The ghost protector decides, we will not be the nail that sticks up. We'll be the one no one can blame, attack, or demand too much from. Benefits: fewer direct conflicts. Less risk of public failure. Costs: stagnation. Being overlooked for opportunities you could handle. A painful gap between what you're capable of and what you allow yourself to do. IFS translation: the ghost is a manager whose first priority is safety from humiliation, even at the cost of growth and recognition. 5. The mirror: tell me who you need, and I'll be them. The mirror specializes in shape-shifting. With one leader, you're informal and joking. With another, you're formal and deferential. You track what people above you value: data, loyalty, aggression, compassion, and you highlight that in yourself. You may genuinely not know what you think if no authority is present. You're often seen as politically savvy or great with leadership. Underneath, an exile fears, if I ever disappoint power, I'll lose everything. I don't get to have my own stance. The mirror protector promises, we will never be on the wrong side of the boss. We'll be whatever they like. Benefits: access to influential people. Protection during reorgs and purges. Rapid adaptation to new corporate cultures. Costs: a fragile sense of identity. Deep confusion about your own values. High risk of complicity when leaders are unethical. IFS translation: the mirror is a manager who keeps you attached to authority at any cost, because your system still believes authority equals survival.
This is just who I am at work, the most dangerous sentence.
You will be tempted to read those descriptions and say, that's just being professional. That's just how the real world works. Everyone does this. Yes, almost everyone has a work persona. The problem is not having one. The problem is believing it is your essence. This is just who I am at work really means, this is who I decided to be, so I wouldn't get hurt here. When you forget that, 3 things happen. 1. You justify self-erasure. You betray your own limits and values, then call it being a team player. You accept chronic burnout as inevitable. You minimize the toll this takes on your body, relationships, and mind. 2. You excuse complicity. You stay silent about harm because it's above my pay grade. You participate in things that make you queasy and call it just business. You let your conscience outsource its decisions to your manager or the market. 3. You stop imagining alternatives. You assume all workplaces are like this. You assume you could never work differently. You assume that letting more of yourself lead at work would mean unemployment or chaos. Those assumptions keep your work protector in permanent charge. IFS gives you another option. Let yourself become the one who decides when and how the work persona serves you, instead of the other way around.
Self at work. Professional doesn't have to mean pretend.
Bringing more of yourself to work does not mean oversharing your trauma in team meetings. Making every conflict a therapy session. Refusing all hierarchy or structure. It means letting your core values, not just fear, shape how you show up. Not abandoning your conscience for a paycheck. Letting some of your real needs and limits be known, at least in small ways. Allowing a consistent you across contexts, instead of being unrecognizable from room to room. Self-ed presence at work looks like calm. You don't need to manage every mood in the room. You can tolerate tension. Clarity. You know what your actual responsibilities are, and are not. Compassion. You see your colleagues as complex humans with their own exiles and protectors, not just roles. Courage. You are willing, in appropriate ways, to say no, ask for clarification, or name concerns. Your fixer can still solve problems, but not by sacrificing you. Your diplomat can still ease tensions, but not by swallowing all the truth. Your warrior can still work hard, but not by burning your life to the ground. Your ghost can still choose privacy, but not at the cost of your entire potential. Your mirror can still adapt, but not at the price of your integrity. The goal is not to fire these parts. The goal is to demote them from rulers to advisors.
You can revise your work persona.
You did not consciously design your work persona. It formed out of childhood training in obedience and reading authority, adolescent lessons from the social mirror, early job experiences where you watched who got rewarded and who got punished. But you can consciously revise it. That revision will not start with a dramatic resignation email. It will start with noticing when your work protector takes over, thanking it for what it's trying to prevent, letting yourself make slightly different choices. Over time, those small differences add up. You stop volunteering for every extra task just to be safe. You decline to participate in gossip or unethical shortcuts. You raise one real concern instead of nodding along. You ask for clarification or support instead of silently drowning. Every time you do, you send your system a new message. We are not children here. We can work hard and stay aligned. We can adapt and keep ourselves. You are not at the mercy of who you are at work. You are allowed to bring who you actually are to the table, carefully, wisely, but truly.
Practical reflection. Audit your work mask.
Don't just skim this. Take 10 to 15 minutes to write. Your nervous system will believe what you put on paper more than what you nod at in your head. Name your dominant work personas. Circle or write the ones that fit most. Fixer, I solve everything, I need nothing. Diplomat, I absorb conflict and keep everyone calm. Warrior, I outwork everyone, I don't break. Ghost, I stay quiet, stay safe, stay invisible. Mirror, I become whoever leadership wants to see. You can have more than one. Note your top 1 or 2. List 3 behaviors you use at work to maintain safety. For example, I always say yes to new tasks, even when I'm overloaded. I never disagree with my boss in public. I avoid volunteering for visible projects. I check my email late at night to prove I'm responsive. Write them clearly. For each behavior, write what you fear would happen if you stopped. Be blunt. Complete, if I stopped doing number 1, I'm afraid. If I stopped doing number 2, I'm afraid. If I stopped doing number 3, I'm afraid. Notice how many of these fears sound like childhood, being yelled at, rejected, humiliated, abandoned. Ask your work persona what it's protecting. Pick the strongest behavior and, in your mind or on paper, ask, what are you afraid would happen to us if you didn't do this? Then ask, how old do you think I am? How old do you feel? You might realize your fixer or ghost still thinks you're 12 in your parents' kitchen, not an adult in a workplace. From yourself, write a short note to that work protector. Persuade it. For example, you have kept us safe in so many rooms by solving, soothing, grinding, hiding, adapting. I understand why you think this is the only way. We are older now. Some of those threats are not as real as they were. I'm not going to rip your strategies away overnight, but I'm going to start helping us work in ways that don't erase me. I need your skills. I don't need your panic. Choose one tiny experiment in being more self-ed at work. This week, pick a low-risk situation and, if you're a fixer, let one non-critical ball drop, or say, I can't take that on right now. If you're a diplomat, express one clear opinion even if it might create mild disagreement. If you're a warrior, leave on time once and do not check email until morning. If you're a ghost, make one comment or ask one question in a meeting. If you're a mirror, say what you actually think about a minor issue, even if it differs slightly from the leader's view. Afterward, ask, what catastrophe did I expect? What actually happened? Do I feel a bit more anxious, or a bit more real? You are trained to believe that safety at work requires a perfectly polished mask. You are now in a position to prove something true. You can be skillful and honest. You can be reliable and human. You can let your work persona keep its useful tools, without letting it keep your whole life.
Chapter 19. The Functional Addict Persona.
Functional addict sounds almost respectable. You get up. You go to work. You pay bills. You show up for family. You get things done. From the outside, you look like proof that it's not that bad. Inside, a different equation is running. As long as I keep everything together, no one can take this away from me. This might be alcohol, pills, weed, porn, compulsive sex or dating, food, too much or too little, work, gaming, scrolling, shopping, self-harm, even rigid religious or self-help routines. It doesn't really matter what it is. What matters is the job it's doing. It gives you relief on demand. Relief from what? Anxiety, shame, loneliness, rage, grief, emptiness. Relief becomes the real God. Performance becomes the offering you bring that God so it won't be taken from you. That is the functional addict persona. Outwardly, competent, reliable, maybe even impressive. Inwardly, organized around protecting your access to relief at any cost. This is not about those people over there. This is about the part of you that has quietly concluded. I cannot survive my own inner world without some kind of fix. Until you understand that part, and stop shaming it as if it were your enemy, you will keep feeding it.
Functionality is the mask. Relief is the religion.
People talk about high-functioning addicts as if it's a personality type. It isn't. It's a phase. A tightrope. A fragile truce between pain and performance. From an internal family systems, IFS, perspective, the setup looks like this. Exiles hold raw, unprocessed states. I'm not good enough. I'm disgusting. I'm unlovable. I'm alone. I can't relax. I can't feel safe in my own skin. Firefighter protectors are in charge of one thing: put the fire out now. They are the parts that reach for substances, screens, sex, food, work, pain, anything that changes the channel. Manager protectors keep the outside life intact. The worker. The parent. The responsible one. The charmer. The good friend. They maintain the illusion of control so that no one looks too closely at how we're coping. In a functional addict system, the firefighter worships relief. The managers worship functionality. Both work together to keep exiles out of sight. The bargain is simple. I, the addict part, promise to keep unbearable feelings away with this behavior or substance. You, the functional parts, promise to keep us looking good enough that no one intrudes on our arrangement. It is a closed loop. And it works, until it doesn't.
The inner logic of the functional mask.
If you want to change, you must stop asking, why am I like this? As if the answer is because I'm awful. Start asking the better question, what problem was this trying to solve? Here is the logic your functional addict persona runs on. If I keep the job, I keep the supply. Lose the job, lose money, lose access. So you over-deliver at work, even as your private life phrase. If I keep the appearance, I avoid consequences. As long as you look okay, socially, professionally, spiritually, people will doubt their concerns or minimize your behavior. If I keep performing, nobody will look too closely. You show up, you charm, you serve, you joke, you lead. People see the highlight reel, not the bargain you made to get through the day. Notice, the functionality isn't fake. You really are getting things done. But the meaning has changed. Work is not just work, it's cover. Socializing is not just connection, it's camouflage. Spiritual or moral language is not just belief, it's a shield. Everything becomes a prop to defend the real altar, your access to relief. That is why people in functional addiction can seem selfish, defensive, or mean about their coping system. The brain has quietly changed the job description, from care about people and values first, to protect the relief system first, people and values second.
You are not evil. You are under siege from your own unhealed pain. But that siege has real collateral damage.
Addiction is a solution, until it isn't.
You do not reach for a drink, a sight, a pill, a binge, or another 12-hour workday because you're bored. You reach for it because, at some point, it worked. It took the edge off panic, disconnected you from shame, made loneliness tolerable, muted the leftover terror from childhood, let you sleep, gave you a hit of pleasure in a life that otherwise felt grey or brutal. That first real relief is unforgettable. In IFS terms, an exile was drowning. A firefighter part discovered a hose. In that moment, it felt like salvation. So the firefighter learned a rule: this is what we do when it hurts too much. Over time, that rule hardened into a reflex. You feel shame, you reach. You feel anxiety, you reach. You feel boredom, you reach. You feel success, which threatens to expose how empty you feel, you reach. And because it works fast, your brain starts to prefer it over slower, more vulnerable ways of getting relief: connection, honesty, rest, therapy, movement, creativity. The problem is not that your coping is irrational. The problem is that it is too effective at one thing, short-term relief, and disastrous at almost everything else, long-term aliveness. Your body pays. Your relationships pay. Your integrity pays. Your self-respect pays. But the firefighter doesn't factor those costs. Its mandate is simple: stop the pain now. We'll worry about consequences later. That is not a moral failing. It is a survival algorithm that never got updated.
Why shame makes it worse?
You already know this, because you've lived it. You act out, use, binge, or overwork. You wake up in a fog of shame. The inner critic, prosecutor, lights you up. What's wrong with you? You're disgusting. You're weak. You're just like them. What happens then? Shame increases your distress. Distress increases your craving for relief. Your firefighter reaches for the hose again. The cycle tightens. This is why Just Hate It More is a terrible treatment plan. You may think, if I can just hate this part of me enough, I'll stop. But in IFS terms, shame is just another protector, a brutal manager part trying to scare you straight. If I punish you hard enough, you'll never do this again. Except it backfires every time. Because the parts that use, firefighters, and the parts that hate you for using, shaming managers, are on the same side, they are both trying to protect exiles that still believe. I am unworthy. I am unlovable. If they really saw me, they'd leave. They just use different weapons. As long as you side with shame, you are attacking the very parts of you that need care the most. You will not hate yourself into healing. You will only hate yourself deeper into hiding.
The functional addict is always living a double life.
Earlier, we explored the double life, Chapter 16, the split between your surface self and secret self. In functional addiction, that division is extreme. Surface self. I'm fine. Just tired. Busy, you know how it is. I've got this under control. It's not that bad. Secret self. I need this. I can't face myself without it. I don't know who I'd be without this. I'm terrified of getting caught and terrified of stopping. Your work persona, your family persona, your spiritual persona, they all become alibis. See? I can't be that bad. Look how much I'm doing. The higher you function, the more believable the alibi. This is why so many people don't get help until something cracks. A health scare. A relationship ultimatum. A job consequence. A private moment of despair that finally breaks through the denial. Do not confuse "no one has intervened yet" with "this is fine." People may not see the whole picture. You barely let yourself see the whole picture. That does not mean your system is okay. It means your personas are doing their job too well.
What this is not saying.
Before you twist this chapter into another weapon against yourself, let's be explicit about what this is not saying. This chapter is not saying, your addiction is no big deal. You can just understand it and keep going. There are no consequences. There are consequences, and you already know some of them intimately. This chapter is saying, your addiction is not proof that you are rotten. It is proof that parts of you were left alone with unbearable reality, and found a way to survive it. Those parts are now overusing a tool that once saved you and is now destroying you. Seeing it this way is not self-pity. It is precise responsibility. You are responsible for the impact of your behavior. You are not required to carry the myth that you created this out of evil or weakness. You adapted. Now you must update.
What recovery actually requires, and why it terrifies your system.
Recovery is a big, loaded word. Strip it down to something simpler. Recovery means teaching your system that it can feel reality without being annihilated. That requires at least 3 things. Safer sources of relief. Your system will not give up a fast, reliable coping strategy unless it has something else to rely on. Relationships where you can be honest without being shamed. Practices that calm your body without destroying you. Movement, breath, creativity, rest. Spaces, like therapy, groups, spiritual communities, where you can tell the truth and still be held. A different relationship with your exiles. As long as you continue to exile your own shame, terror, and loneliness, your firefighters will keep fighting to sedate them. You need self, your calm, compassionate center, to turn toward those exiles and say, you are no longer alone with this. A new contract with your firefighter, addict, part. You cannot simply rip its tools away and expect it to stand down quietly. You must listen to what it's afraid of. Treat it as a protector, not a demon. Offer it proof, over time, that you can survive without its extreme measures. IFS is clear. You do not kill your addict part. You relieve it of duty by healing what it was protecting and giving it new jobs. That process is terrifying, for good reason. Your system remembers what life felt like before you had this relief. Chaotic, overwhelming, hopeless. So the thought of giving it up, even if it's wrecking you, feels like death. Your work is to prove, gently and repeatedly, there is life after this. You are not going back to being that helpless child. You are going forward into something we've never tried, being honest, supported, and led by self.
Beginning the conversation with your addict part.
You may hate this part of you. Start there. From self, or as close as you can get, acknowledge that hatred. Part of me despises what you've done to my life and the people I love. I won't minimize that impact. It matters. Then add. And I'm starting to understand that you didn't wake up one day and decide to ruin us. You showed up to stop me from feeling something you were sure would kill me. Now ask, inside, what are you afraid I would have to feel if you stopped? When did you first start doing this for me? What was happening in my life then? Do not rush the answers. They may come as an age, a memory, a vague sense of back in high school or when I lived with them. That is enough for now. You are not trying to solve addiction in one insight. You are beginning to separate yourself from your coping. You are saying to this part, you are not the enemy. You are not the boss either. You are one of us, terrified, loyal, exhausted. I am here now. We will figure this out together. That is the opposite of how shame talks. That difference matters.
You do not have to crash to change.
Most stories about addiction glorify the crash. The rock bottom. The intervention. The dramatic reveal. You do not have to wait for that. You can change before the divorce, the arrest, the firing, the medical emergency. Will it be easier? No. In some ways, it's harder, because you will have to choose change while your personas can still argue that you're fine. But it is possible. And if you are reading this chapter and thinking, this is uncomfortably close to home, that is your invitation. Not to diagnose yourself. Not to perform instant sobriety. But to stop lying to yourself about the role relief plays in your life, and what it is costing you. You do not have to become someone else. You have to become more you than your coping system will currently allow.
Practical reflection. Meeting your relief system without shame.
You will get far more from this if you write it down. Keep it private if you need to, but make it real. Name your primary relief system. Not in moral terms, just descriptive. For example, when I feel overwhelmed, I most often reach for alcohol, weed, porn, food, work, social media, shopping, fantasy, self-harm, etc. Answer honestly, without moral language. What has it given you? Complete. My relief system has given me relief from panic, a way to sleep, a break from constant shame, moments of pleasure, escape from loneliness. Then, what has it taken from you? Be concrete. My relief system has taken time with people I love, health, money, self-respect, opportunities, real rest, honesty in my relationships. Ask, what pain did it help you avoid feeling? Write one sentence. It has helped me avoid feeling powerless like I was as a kid, unwanted, terrified of being alone, like a failure, the grief I never processed. Locate the age when this became necessary. Close your eyes for a moment and ask, when did this start to feel non-negotiable? How old does the part of me using this feel? 3. Write whatever comes up, even if it seems too young or too dramatic. 4. Write a brief note from yourself to your addict relief part. Something like, you showed up when I had no other way to handle what I was living through. You have been trying to save me from feelings and realities no one helped me with. I see the cost now. I'm not going to keep pretending this is fine, but I'm also not going to attack you. I am here to find us help and new ways to soothe what hurts. You do not have to disappear overnight. You do have to start letting me lead. Choose one tiny experiment in tolerating reality before you reach for relief. Not a heroic vow, one small test. Delay your usual coping by the 15th of October minutes. In that gap, do something self-ed. Write what you're feeling, uncensored. Text one safe person, I'm having a hard time right now. Take a short walk or do a few minutes of movement or breath. 5. Then, after the 10 to 15 minutes, you can still choose your old coping if you must. The point is not perfection. The point is data. Afterward, ask, what did I learn about what I was actually feeling? Was it truly unbearable, or just unfamiliar? Did anything in me feel even slightly more hopeful after that pause? Repeat this experiment as you can. You are not proving your strength. You are proving, to the oldest, most frightened parts of you, that reality can be felt without annihilating you. Relief does not have to come only from the harshest tools. Yourself is willing to step into the role no one ever consistently filled for you, the one who faces what's true and stays.
Chapter 20. The High Achiever Trap.
You probably learned early that achievement was safe. Not safe like restful. Safe like armor. Get the grade, and no one can call you stupid. Win the award, and no one can ignore you. Be the reliable one, and no one can accuse you. Stay productive, and no one will ask what you're running from. High achievement can be an authentic expression of talent and joy. But for many people reading this, it became something else. A way to outrun feelings you were never allowed to have. A way to buy protection in systems that didn't protect you. A way to avoid the terrifying question, Who am I if I stop? That is the high achiever trap. From the outside, it looks like discipline, drive, ambition. From the inside, it often feels like this. If I slow down, everything I've been avoiding will catch me. If I stop producing, I'll be exposed as nothing. If I rest, I'll be punished, forgotten, or replaced. This chapter is about that trap. Not to shame your drive. To show you what it's actually been doing, so you can choose whether to keep paying its price.
How a child learns to be an engine.
No one is born checking email. The high achiever persona is trained. Repeatedly. The script is simple. When you perform, you get, attention praise a tiny feeling of safety. When you falter, you get, criticism withdrawal chaos, mockery, or silence. So your nervous system draws the only conclusion that makes sense. My value is conditional. My safety is conditional. The condition is, keep producing. That is especially true if a parent only lit up for your accomplishments, not your presence. Love or basic care got icy or explosive when you slacked. You were parentified, praised for keeping the household running, being mature, never needing too much. Your community or religion equated worth with service, sacrifice, or fruitfulness. In internal family systems language, exiles carry the terror of being nothing unless you're useful. They hold beliefs like, if I'm not impressive, I'm invisible. If I stop, they'll see how empty I am. If I show need, they'll despise or ignore me. A manager-protector forms the high achiever persona. Fine. I'll make sure we are never accused of laziness, stupidity, or worthlessness again. We will over-deliver, always. Over time, the child becomes an engine. The engine performs. The engine anticipates expectations. The engine doesn't complain. The engine does not stop. Everyone admires the engine. No one asks what happens if it breaks.
When work stops being work and becomes sedation.
There is a moment, most high achievers can feel it if they're honest, when effort crosses a line. You're no longer working towards something you care about. You're working to get away from something you cannot bear to feel. The empty hours after work. The silence at home. The unresolved grief. The tidal wave of shame that rises when you're not useful. The sense of fraud that creeps in when you're still. So you say yes to extra projects you don't need. Volunteer for one more committee, one more service role. Stretch work late into the night under the label of responsibility. Turn hobbies into performance. Even self-R becomes something to optimize and dominate. You tell yourself, I just like being busy. I'm wired this way. This is what it takes to succeed. Sometimes that's partly true. But if you're honest, there's also this. When I slow down, I start to feel things I don't know how to handle. I would rather be exhausted than defenseless. In IFS terms, your workaholic or high achiever part is a firefighter as well as a manager. It doesn't only organize your life, it puts out fires of fear, shame, and emptiness by drowning them in activity. That is why traditional advice like just rest more often fails miserably for high achievers. Rest feels less like relief and more like withdrawal.
The hidden fears that keep you grinding.
To dismantle the high achiever trap, you must be crystal clear about what your achiever part is afraid of. Not in vague terms, specifically. Common fears sound like fear of worthlessness. If I'm not producing, what am I even for? Fear of punishment. If I stop pushing, something terrible will happen, financially, relationally, spiritually. Fear of exposure. If I don't keep outperforming, people will see I'm not that special, smart, strong. Fear of collapse. If I let myself feel how tired or sad I actually am, I won't be able to get back up. Fear of abandonment. If I'm not needed, I'll be left. These are not irrational in light of your history. They come from real experiences. Times you were praised only for perfection. Times you were mocked or punished for ordinary mistakes. Times you were invisible unless you excelled. Times you were given adult responsibilities and no childhood. Your achiever part watched and decided. Never again will we be at their mercy. We will make ourselves so useful and impressive that no one can discard us. That vow powered you through school, early jobs, crises. It may have saved you from much worse outcomes, but it has also kept you from something essential. Genuine rest. Honest connection. A self not built entirely on output.
The high achiever as functional addict.
In Chapter 19, we looked at the functional addict, someone who keeps life together on the outside while privately relying on a substance or behavior for emotional survival. High achievement can be that substance. Ask yourself, do you know how to feel okay on a day when you accomplished little? When you're sick, do you feel guilty for existing instead of producing? Do compliments about your character land, or do only accomplishments count? Does praise calm you for 5 minutes and then vanish, demanding another hit? If your answer is uncomfortably close to yes, then achievement has crossed from virtue into anesthetic. In IFS terms, achiever equals firefighter, turn on the treadmill so we don't feel. Work, goals, lists, productivity equals your particular brand of relief. The trap is subtle. Society applauds you for this addiction. Employers reward it. Families lean on it. Spiritual or moral communities call it service and faithfulness. Almost no one will tell you. You are losing your life to the very thing we admire you for. So you must tell yourself.
The cost of a life you only know how to earn.
What does the high achiever trap actually cost? Be blunt. It costs you a stable sense of self. If your worth rises and falls with your latest performance, then a good day equals I'm okay. A bad day equals I'm trash. You become unholdable to yourself. There is no continuous you, just a ticker tape of wins and losses. It costs you genuine rest. Real rest is not scrolling exhaustedly while your brain screams about tomorrow. Real rest is stopping. Letting your body come down. Letting your mind be unproductive. Allowing emotions to surface without instantly sedating them. To a high achiever part, that feels like stepping into traffic. So you rest only when sick, broken, or so burnt you literally can't move. That is not rest. That is collapse. It costs you intimacy. If your persona is the strong one, the capable one, the one who has it together, then, where do you go to be the messy one? How do you ask for help without feeling like you're failing at being yourself? How can anyone really love you, if you only present the part of you that never needs? People might admire you. But admiration is not the same as being known. It costs you discernment. When your prime directive is never stop, you will stay in jobs that deaden you because you can excel at them. Stay in systems that harm you because they eat high performers. Say yes to opportunities that do not fit you because they stroke your achiever's ego. You confuse I can do this with I should do this. Self-leadership demands a harder question. Is this worth my life energy, given what I actually value? Your achiever part does not ask that. It asks, is this winnable? Will I be praised?
The IFS map. No, you don't have to kill your drive.
You might already be defending yourself. I don't want to become lazy. If I stop pushing, everything will fall apart. I like being excellent. Good. This chapter is not an argument for apathy. It is an argument for freedom. IFS is clear. Your high achiever is a protector, not a parasite. It carries skills you actually need: discipline, follow through, the ability to organize complex tasks, the courage to take responsibility. The goal is not to fire this part. The goal is to change who it's working for. Right now, your achiever works primarily for terror of worthlessness, fear of punishment, internalized voices of parents, teachers, bosses, spiritual leaders you want it to work, instead, for yourself, your calm, clear, compassionate center, your real values, the vulnerable parts of you that deserve protection and rest. That shift won't happen by trying to relax. It will happen when your self starts talking to your achiever part differently.
Talking to your high achiever part.
Imagine sitting across from the part of you that never stops. It has a clipboard, a schedule, maybe a Bluetooth headset. It's tired, wired, and slightly irritated that you have time to self-reflect when there's so much to do. From self, a stance of curiosity, not attack, begin like this. Acknowledge its value. You have done a staggering amount for us. You got us through school, early jobs, chaos at home. You kept us from collapsing when no one else would. I respect how hard you've worked. Pause. Let that land. This part is used to being either exploited, do more, or condemned, you're a workaholic. It is not used to being honored. Ask what it's afraid of. What are you worried would happen if you didn't push so hard? Listen. You may hear. We'd be broke. They'd see we're a fraud. We'd be alone. We'd feel what we felt back then. Do not rush to argue. These fears are data. Ask when it took this job. How old was I when you decided you had to run my life this way? Memories may surface. Studying late in a tense house to avoid being yelled at. Getting praised as the responsible one while other needs were ignored. Being told, you're the strong one, as if that meant you didn't get to be a child. Thank it again. Of course you stepped in. No one else was protecting us from that pressure. You saved us in ways I'm only beginning to see. 4. Offer an update. We're not that child anymore. We have more choices, more support, more perspective. Some of the consequences you're braced for are not as real as they were. Don't lie. Don't say, everything is fine. Say, the world is still demanding, but we are not as helpless as you think. 5. Propose a tiny experiment. Would you be willing to slightly loosen your grip in one area, so we can see what happens? I'm not asking you to drop everything. I'm asking to try one different move, with you watching. This is how you negotiate with protectors in IFS. Not by ultimatums, but by collaborative experiments.
Small acts of defiance against the trap.
If you try to overthrow your high achiever overnight, it will panic and double down. Start with 5% rebellion, not 100%. Here are examples of tiny, targeted acts that weaken the trap without wrecking your life. Defy urgency. When an email hits, wait 15 to 30 minutes before responding, on purpose. Notice that almost nothing explodes. Defy perfection. Turn in something at 95% instead of 120%. Refuse to add the extra 3 hours of polish no one asked for. Let good enough for this purpose be enough. Defy invisibility of need. Tell one trusted person, I'm more tired, overwhelmed, lost than I usually show. Defy endless availability. Decline one extra commitment this week. You don't have to justify it with a fabricated conflict. I can't take that on is a complete sentence. Defy self-erasure in rest. Schedule 30 minutes with no productivity allowed, no email, no chores, no self-improvement. Just be. Let whatever comes up, come up. Yes, it will feel awful at first. That's the point, you learn you can survive it. Each time you do one of these, you are proving to your system, the world did not end. You did not instantly become a failure. Some of the old consequences you expect belong to a younger chapter of your life. Your achiever part will not trust this at first. Trust builds through repeated, observed results.
Your life is not a performance review.
You have been living as if someone is always watching with a clipboard. At home. At work. In your relationships. Even in your own head. Every moment graded. Every day evaluated. That is not living. That is auditioning. The high achiever trap whispers. If you just keep impressing the invisible panel, you'll finally be allowed to relax. It is lying. Because the panel in your mind is made of old authority figures who never knew how to rest themselves, cultural myths about productivity and worth, internalized fears from a life where you truly did get punished for being human. You will never win with that panel. The rules will always change. The bar will always move. The only way out is this. You stop playing for them. You start working, loving, creating, and even striving for someone else, for the exiled parts of you who deserve a life, not just a resume. For the values you actually hold, not the ones you were threatened into. For the self in you that is capable of both excellence and rest. You will still achieve. But you will no longer do it to prove that you deserve to exist. You already do.
Practical reflection. What you're chasing, what you're fleeing.
Do this in writing. Let it be messy and unedited. You're not turning it in. 1. Name your achiever. Give this part a nickname that fits how it feels to you. The engine, the hustler, the machine, the star student, the grinder. Right? My high achiever part, I'll call it, shows up most strongly when, at work, in school, in caregiving, in spiritual or community roles. 2. Two honest lists on one side of a page. Right at the top, what I'm chasing under it. List what your achiever tells you you're after. Be specific. Security, respect, admiration, being the good one, proving someone wrong, never going back to poverty. On the other side, write, what I'm running from. List the feelings, memories, and situations your constant motion keeps you from. Feeling like a failure in front of whose face? Remembering which house, fight, humiliation? Sitting in quiet that reminds you of which loneliness? Facing grief about what or whom? Let yourself surprise yourself. 3. Locate the child behind the engine answer, the part of me that is most terrified to slow down feels about years old. Don't overthink it. Whatever age pops up, go with that. Write 1 or 2 sentences beginning with, at that age, I learned that slowing down meant, being yelled at, being forgotten, hearing the fighting, feeling how sad I was, not being able to fix the adults. 4. A new, small rule. You are not dismantling your achiever. You are updating its operating system. Complete this sentence with something that feels 10% more freeing than your current rule, but not like a fantasy. A new rule I am willing to test is, my worth is not defined by, and this week I will prove that by examples, by how many hours I work, and this week I will close my laptop at a set time twice. By being the best, and this week I will let someone else shine without trying to compete. By never needing help, and this week I will ask for small help once. 5. Debrief with your achiever after you do your small experiment. Write a brief note from yourself to your achiever part. Was you predicted what actually happened? We tried. I'm not trying to take your job. I am trying to make sure your job doesn't destroy us. Keep these notes. Over time, they become evidence, proof your protectors can't easily dismiss. You do not need to become less capable, less intelligent, or less driven. You need to stop serving a God that will never let you rest. The high achiever trap once protected you from a world that only loved your output. You are allowed, now, to build a life that loves all of you, even when you close the laptop, miss a target, or simply sit, breathing, doing nothing, and still belonging.
Chapter 21. Love Personas.
People like to say, love shows you who you really are. It does. It also shows you what you most fear. Nothing activates your personas faster than romantic relationship, because nothing touches your attachment system as deeply. The part of you that asks, will you stay? Am I too much? Am I enough? Am I safe with you? When those questions are threatened, even slightly, your system doesn't wait around for a calm committee meeting. It pulls fire alarms and sends out the fastest responders it has. The part that chases closeness. The part that runs from closeness. The part that tries to manage the other person so it never has to feel powerless. You know them as, the pursuer, increases closeness when anxious, seeks reassurance, fears abandonment. The distancer decreases closeness when anxious, seeks space, fears engulfment or exposure. The fixer manages the relationship by managing the other person, fears helplessness, confuses control with care. You are not just a pursuer or just a distancer. These are personas, protector parts that step in when love feels dangerous. They are not random. They are rehearsals of how you learned to survive in your first relationships. Until you see them clearly, they will keep running your love life in circles.
Attachment. Why love feels so high takes.
Everything you've worked through so far matters here, the moral injuries and betrayals, chapter 9 to 10. The shame stuck in exiles, chapter 11. The warped social mirror, chapter 12. The half-fueled teen brain that chased belonging, chapter 13. The training in obedience and self-erasure, chapter 14. The anger that learned to bite or disappear, chapter 15. The double life, chapter 16. The myths about sex, status, and control, chapter 17. The work persona and high achiever trap, chapter 18 to 20. All of that history flows straight into how you do intimacy now. Because adult romantic love is not just two grown-ups making choices. It is your attachment system scanning. Is this safe? Will this last? Do I matter here? Your exiles remembering every time closeness meant pain, criticism, suffocation, or abandonment. Your protector parts throwing on their costumes, the love personas, to keep those exiles from ever feeling that helpless again. From an internal family systems, IFS, lens, exiles in love hold, I'm too much. I'm not enough. People leave. If they see the real me, they'll run. Love personas, protectors pursue, will never be ignored again. Distancer, will never be trapped again. Fixer, will never be helpless again. They are all trying to solve the same terror. If love goes wrong, I won't survive it.
The pursuer. Don't leave. I'll move closer.
The pursuer increases closeness when anxious. When something feels off, this part says, we need to talk. Now. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Why didn't you text back? Tell me how you feel. Say we're okay. It might send multiple messages when there's no response. Reopen the same conversation again and again until it feels resolved. Over-explain, over-apologize, or over-hair to pull the other person back in. Monitor small signs, tone, timing, punctuation, emojis, pauses. On the surface, it looks needy or intense. Underneath, it is terrified. If I don't move toward you, you will move away from me, and I will vanish. Where does this come from? Often from caregivers who were emotionally unpredictable, warm 1 minute, cold the next. Love that had to be earned with good behavior, caretaking, or performance. Early loss, betrayal, or abandonment that was never metabolized. In IFS terms, an exile holds the panic of being left, ignored, or replaced. The pursuer is a protector who swore, I will never wait passively to be abandoned again. I will chase, fix, perform, plead, anything but go numb and disappear. So when your partner needs space, gets quiet, seems distracted, is slower to respond, your pursuer doesn't see a normal fluctuation. It sees the beginning of the end. Do something. Now. It's not irrational fantasy. It's trauma memory.
The distancer. Don't swallow me. I'll move away.
The distancer decreases closeness when anxious. When things get too intense, emotionally, sexually, logistically, this part says, I just need some space. This is moving too fast. You're being dramatic. I can't do this right now. It might. Check out into work, hobbies, screens, or other relationships. Leave messages unanswered for long stretches. Dismiss or minimize emotional conversations. Physically withdraw, avoiding eye contact, affection, sex, or shared time. On the surface, it looks cold, avoidant, or selfish. Underneath, it is terrified. If I let you all the way in, I will lose myself, or you will use what you know to hurt me.
Where does this come from?
Often from enmeshed families where there was no privacy or separate self. Caregivers who flooded you with their own emotions, using you as therapist or parent. Environments where expressing need or vulnerability was punished or used against you. Early experiences of being smothered, controlled, or shamed when you were close. In IFS language, an exile holds the memory of being engulfed, controlled, or exposed. The distancer is a protector who vowed, "We will never be trapped in someone else's emotional weather again. We will stay just far enough away that they can't swallow or dissect us." So when your partner asks for more time, wants deeper conversations, cries, gets angry, or expresses big feelings, wants commitment or clarity, your distancer doesn't see connection. It sees losing control, losing air, losing myself. Get out. Again, not random. It's the body remembering what closeness used to cost.
The fixer. If I can fix you, I don't have to feel this.
The fixer manages the relationship by managing the other person. When something is wrong, this part says, "Let me help you. Here's what you should do. I can handle this, you just need to listen. If you'd only follow my advice, you'd be fine." It might constantly offer solutions instead of empathy. Take on responsibility for your partner's moods, choices, and life direction. Stay in unhealthy relationships, convinced you're there to save the other person. Feel secretly superior, the stable one, the wise one, the strong one, and deeply resentful. On the surface, it looks caring or self-sacrificing. Underneath, it is terrified. If I stop managing you, everything will fall apart, and I'll have to feel how powerless I really am.
Where does it come from?
Common origins. Growing up with unstable, addicted, or mentally ill caregivers you tried to fix. Being the emotional parent in the house, the one siblings and even adults leaned on. Learning that your safety depended on keeping others regulated, happy, or functioning. In IFS, exiles hold the memory of being a child responsible for adult problems. The fixer-protector vows, "Never again will we sit in helplessness. We will anticipate, manage, and help everyone, so we never have to feel that small." So when your partner struggles, makes poor choices, has feelings you don't know how to handle, or simply doesn't change on your preferred timeline, your fixer doesn't see another adult. It sees a crisis, a test, my purpose. If I fail, we all go down. It's not pure altruism. It's also an attempt to hold fear at bay.
The dance. Why you keep reiterating the same pattern?
These personas rarely show up alone. They pair into recognizable dances. Pursuer plus distancer. The more one chases, the more the other flees. The more one talks, the more the other shuts down. Both feel abandoned, one by withdrawal, one by intrusion. Fixer plus wounded partner. The more one takes responsibility, the less the other has to. The more one helps, the more helpless the other can remain. Both feel resentful, one for carrying everything, one for always feeling broken. Performer plus critic. One partner performs for love, the other withholds approval or always finds the flaw. This can overlay any of the three love personas. These dances feel weirdly familiar. You may have thought, why do I always end up with people who pull away? Why do I always end up carrying everything? Why do I always feel smothered once someone really likes me? Because your system is not only seeking love. It is seeking what it knows how to move around. Chaotic childhood? Your nervous system reads intensity as normal, so calm love feels boring or off. Conditional affection? Your nervous system scans for people you can earn. That script is familiar. Enmeshment or intrusion? Your body is on hair rigor for any closeness that smells like being controlled. Familiar does not mean healthy. Familiar means trained. Until your self steps in as leader, your protectors will keep choosing partners and reactions that let them rehearse their old jobs.
These patterns are not destiny. They're habits.
You are not fated to be the clingy one, the cold one, or the fixer forever. Your love personas were not chosen. They were installed by early attachment, by family dynamics, by culture and religion, by what actually happened when you needed, cried, pulled back, or tried to help. In IFS terms, these are protector parts frozen in time. They don't realize. You are older. You have more skills. You have more choices. You are not trapped in that old house, school, or church anymore. Your job is not to eradicate them. Your job is to recognize them fast. Understand what they're afraid of. Lead them from self, so they don't have to run the whole relationship. That is what staying present when your persona wants to take over really means.
Staying present when your persona activates.
Here is the sequence you are used to. Something happens. A text is late. A tone shifts. A plan changes. A partner says, "We need to talk," or "I need space," or starts crying. Your attachment system fires. The old alarm bells, "We're in danger." Your love persona grabs the wheel. Pursuer sends the wall of text, demands reassurance, stalks for clues. Distancer shuts down, leaves, criticizes, distracts. Fixer delivers a lecture, takes over, rescues, problemsolves instead of feeling. The other person reacts to your persona, not your heart. The original opportunity for connection vanishes under the pattern. To change the story, you need one extra step in the middle. New sequence. Something happens. Alarm fires. You notice which persona is arriving. From self, you say, internally I see you. Pursuer distancer fixer. I know what you're afraid of. Give me 30 seconds. Let me speak for us. Then you respond from a place that remembers. Your values. The reality of the present, not just your past. The humanity of the other person. In practice, this looks like, for the pursuer, feeling the urge to send 10 messages. Pausing, putting a hand on your body, breathing. Saying inside, "Of course you're scared. You remember being left on read for real. I won't shame you." And, "We're not going to flood them. We will ask clearly once, then we will soothe ourselves while we wait." For the distancer, feeling the urge to shut down or walk out. Pausing, noticing your chest or throat closing. Saying inside, "Of course you feel trapped. You remember being cornered with no way out. I won't trap you." And, "We're going to stay in this conversation for 5 more minutes, then we can ask for a break, without disappearing." For the fixer, feeling the urge to diagnose, advise, or take over. Pausing, noticing the rush to speak. Saying inside, "Of course you want to fix. You remember being the only one holding everything up. I'm grateful." And, "This is another adult. Our job right now is to listen and share honestly, not to save." This is not about being calm and saintly every time. It is about giving yourself even a small say before the well-worn script runs.
What each persona actually needs.
Here is the paradox. The pursuer needs to learn they can survive not pursuing, and still be loved. The distancer needs to learn they can stay present and keep their selfhood. The fixer needs to learn they can care deeply without controlling outcomes. Which means, the pursuer's true medicine is self-soothing plus trustworthy connection. The distancer's true medicine is safe closeness with real boundaries. The fixer's true medicine is shared responsibility and honest limits. Your protectors won't trust that medicine at first. They only trust what has, sort of, worked. Chasing. Withdrawing. Managing. So you introduce new experiences slowly, in doses small enough that your system doesn't bolt. That is what the reflection below is for.
Practical reflection. Meet your love persona.
Do this in writing, especially if you feel resistant. That resistance is likely one of your protectors already doing its job. Name your dominant pattern in your closest relationship. When you feel threatened in love, you most often move toward, pursuer, move away, distancer, move into management, fixer, or a recognizable mix of these. Complete. Under stress in my closest relationship, my main love persona is the pursuer, distancer, fixer, or something similar. Ask what it fears. From that part's perspective, complete, I am terrified that if I don't act this way, will happen. Be specific. They'll leave, I'll be swallowed, everything will fall apart, no one will care that I'm hurting. Name what it is trying to protect. Ask inside, who in me are you protecting when you do this? How old do they feel? You might get an age, an image, or a vague teenager small kid sense. That's enough. Right, this persona is protecting the part of me that feels about years old, who still believes. Imagine what it would do if it trusted love a bit more. This is the pivot. Ask, if you trusted, just 10% more, that this relationship, or future relationships, could be safer than the past, what would you do differently in one small moment? Examples. Pursuer, I'd send one honest message and then let them respond in their own time. Distancer, I'd stay and say, I'm overwhelmed, but I want to work through this. Can we slow down? Instead of leaving. Fixer, I'd say, I care and I'm here, instead of giving a sermon. Write that down. Plan one tiny self-ed experiment. Not a full makeover, one move. If you're a pursuer, next time you feel the spike of panic, commit to one clear, kind bid for connection, then at least 20 minutes of self-oothing before any follow-p, walk, breath, journaling, texting a friend, not the person you're anxious about. If you're a distancer, next time you want to emotionally bolt, commit to saying out loud, I'm feeling overwhelmed and my instinct is to shut down, and staying in the room or conversation for 5 more minutes before asking for a break. If you're a fixer, next time your partner or a close other is distressed, commit to asking, do you want comfort or advice right now? Offering comfort first, and only offering advice if they clearly want it. Debrief with your persona afterward. After you try your small experiment, write a few lines. We tried. You predicted. What actually happened was, I see why you've done it your old way for so long. I'm not here to erase you. I'm here to help us find ways that don't keep replaying the same pain. Keep this page somewhere private. Over time, these experiments become evidence that your love personas can relax, not because love is safe everywhere, but because you are finally leading. Most people think love reveals who they are. It does. It also reveals what your parts are still scared of, and how hard they are working to protect you from ever reliving old pain. You do not have to keep letting the pursuer, the distancer, or the fixer run your relationships unquestioned. You can honor why they formed, and then, from yourself, begin to write a different kind of love story. Not one where you never feel fear, but one where fear no longer gets to decide how close you're allowed to be.
Chapter 22. The Persona of the Good Soldier.
Most damage inside institutions is not carried out by obvious villains. It's carried out by people who are trying to keep their jobs, trying to protect their families, trying not to be the difficult one, trying to be professional, loyal, a team player. That should unsettle you. It should also empower you. Because if ordinary, well-intentioned people can participate in harm simply by following orders, then ordinary people can also practice courage, by choosing not to. The good soldier is the adult evolution of childhood obedience. It's the part of you that quietly believes. Authority knows better than I do. The system is bigger than me. My job is to comply. If I question, I will be punished, or replaced. On the surface, this persona looks admirable, cooperative, low-rama, reliable under pressure, calm when others panic. That's exactly why it gets rewarded. In unhealthy systems, the good soldier is praised as professional, aligned, loyal, easy to work with. And sometimes, it genuinely is. But there is a line, most people never consciously define it, where cooperation stops being responsible participation and becomes something else. Moral surrender. You cross that line when you carry out a directive you know is harmful or dishonest. Sign your name to something you don't actually stand by. Enforce a rule you would never defend to a younger version of yourself. Stay silent while someone with less power is hurt by a policy from above. Then you patch over the dissonance with stories like, "It's above my pay grade. It's not my place to question. This is just how the organization works." That's business, politics, ministry, the real world. You need to be brutally honest about what is happening there. You are renting out your conscience to the system in exchange for safety. And every time you do, somewhere inside, a part of you feels it. That feeling has a name: moral injury.
Moral injury in adulthood, not just a childhood story.
Earlier in this book, you saw how children suffer moral injury, being forced to lie, being punished for telling the truth, watching harm be denied or justified by adults in charge. Those wounds do not magically end at 18. In adulthood, moral injury often looks like this. You go home from work with a knot in your stomach you can't quite name. You replay a meeting where you saw someone get thrown under the bus and said nothing. You wake up at 3 a.m. hearing yourself repeat the company line to a client, student, patient, parishioner, subordinate, or citizen. You feel strangely numb or cynical about a job that used to matter to you. You tell yourself you're just burnt out, but it feels dirtier than that, like you abandoned something essential. The wound is not just what happened out there. The wound is the inside moment where you felt your own values bend. In IFS terms, an exile in you knows what you believe is right. It holds your sense of fairness, compassion, integrity. The good soldier is a manager-protector that steps in to say, "We cannot afford to act on that right now. We will do what we're told and survive." Its goal is not to make you evil. Its goal is to keep you employed, included, unpunished, out of the line of fire. It learned early that people who resist authority get mocked, sidelined, written up, labeled difficult, or simply removed. So when your conscience flares, your good soldier responds immediately. Stand down. Smile. Do the job. We'll think about our values later. This is how good people end up doing things they swore they would never do. Not in one dramatic fall from grace, in a series of small, reasonable-sounding compromises.
From obedience to identity.
There is a difference between having a good soldier part and being the good soldier. You cross that line when obedience stops being a behavior you sometimes choose and becomes a core identity you never question. I'm just someone who does what needs to be done. I'm not the kind of person who makes waves. I'm loyal. I don't ask too many questions. I know my place. Those sentences might feel virtuous. They are also dangerous. Because once obedience is a badge of honor, you will protect it, even against your own values. You will reinterpret harm as necessary tough calls, reinterpret silence as professional discretion, reinterpret fear as realism, reinterpret complicity as maturity. Your good soldier collapses three things that must be kept separate: cooperation, working with others, loyalty, commitment to people or missions you actually believe in, obedience, doing what you're told, regardless of your judgment. A healthy adult life requires all three in balance. The good soldier persona quietly fuses them into one. To be loyal and cooperative, I must obey, even when I disagree, even when this feels wrong. That fusion is how your obedience stops serving your values and starts serving whatever system happens to sign your paycheck or stamp your identity. You cannot afford to let this go unexamined.
How the good soldier was trained. 1. Childhood. Survival by compliance.
You may have learned early. Good children don't argue. Don't contradict your elders. Do what you're told or else. If you watched adults explode when challenged, saw a sibling get punished for speaking up, were rewarded for being easy and punished for protesting, then your nervous system internalized a simple law. Questioning power is dangerous. Obedience is safety. That law went in deeper if your home used moral or spiritual language. Honor your father and mother, no matter what they do. Rebellion is like witchcraft. Submit to authority. God put them there. Your child elf had no way to distinguish between healthy structure and abusive control. Both wore the same labels: respect, obedience, family, faith.
2. Adolescence. Social enforcement.
Then came peers, coaches, teachers, leaders. You saw clearly. Punishment for those who questioned the coach's favorite. Social exile for those who challenged group norms. Labels like drama, problematic, crazy, slapped on anyone who named harm directly. You learned a cruel social math. Keep your head down, keep your spot. Speak up, risk being dropped. Your inner good soldier took notes.
3. Adulthood. Professionalization of obedience.
Finally, the workplace, the institution, the political or religious organization. Here, obedience gets rebranded. Alignment, professionalism, being on mission, protecting the brand, staying in your lane. You are evaluated not only on what you do, but on how comfortable you make power feel, how little trouble you cause, how quickly you can pivot when the story changes. Every time you tuck away a concern to preserve your role, your good soldier gets a treat. See, we stayed safe. This is how the world works. And each time, your exiles, your sense of justice, your early self who hated watching people get hurt, are pushed further down. Unless something interrupts this, you arrive at midlife with a solid resume, a compromised conscience, and a gnawing sense that you have become exactly the kind of adult you once vowed not to be.
The inner authoritarian. When the good soldier goes inward.
Eventually, you don't even need a boss in the room to enforce obedience. You carry one inside. That inner authoritarian sounds like, don't be naive. Don't rock the boat. Don't be ungrateful. You're lucky to even be here. Who are you to question this? In IFS language. This is another protector part, allied with the good soldier. It imitates the scariest authority voices you've known and turns them inward, to keep you in line. When you consider raising concerns, setting a boundary, whistleblowing, or even quietly refusing to participate in something, this inner authoritarian rushes in. Shut it down. You'll lose everything. Don't be stupid. If you mistake that voice for reality or wisdom, you will obey it automatically. You must learn to recognize it as just another part. My inner enforcer is here. That tells me I'm near a line that actually matters to me. That recognition is your opening.
The IFS view. The good soldier as protector, not villain.
Internal family systems refuses the lazy story that compliant people are. Cowards and rebels are brave. Reality is messier. From an IFS perspective, your good soldier is a protector that formed under real threat. Behind Itare exiles who remember what happened to people who spoke up, what it felt like to be powerless and punished, what it cost to be the only one naming what was wrong. So the good soldier says, I will never let us be that unprotected again. I will keep us on the inside at any cost. Its motive is protection. Its methods are dangerous when left unquestioned. You will not gain integrity by declaring war on this part. You will gain it by listening to its fears, honoring the context where it was right, and then updating its job description for the life you want now. Because here is the truth your good soldier has never been allowed to fully grasp. You are not a trapped child anymore. You have more economic and relational options than you once did, more language, more allies, more internal resources. Your good soldier doesn't know that unless you show it, repeatedly, with real choices.
obedience, courage, and your personal constitution.
You need to hear this plainly. You are not obligated to give any institution, workplace, family, church, political party, movement, unlimited access to your conscience. If you don't decide your lines, the system will decide them for you. That is what a personal constitution is for. A nation without a constitution drifts toward whatever the current ruler wants. A person without a constitution drifts toward whatever the current authority, paycheck, or social pressure wants. Your personal constitution is a short, explicit list of lines you will not cross, even if it costs you. Not wishes. Not vague values. Lines. For example, I do not lie to cover for harm. I do not retaliate against people for raising concerns. I do not help scapegoat one person to protect the powerful. I do not stay silent when someone with less power is being dehumanized in front of me. I do not enforce rules I believe are abusive or discriminatory. You will not always live these perfectly. You will sometimes freeze, fawn, or falter. But if you never name them, you guarantee that in the fog of pressure your good soldier will default to its only priority. Keep us in good standing. We'll deal with the guilt later. A written constitution gives yourself something to point to when that fog rolls in. No. We already decided. This is a line. We may pay a price, but we are not crossing it. That is what adult moral agency looks like. Not endless defiance. Not mindless obedience. Clarity.
Courage for ordinary people.
Courage is not a personality trait reserved for a few. It is a practice of ordinary people who see the gap between what is happening and what is right, feel the terror of consequences, and act anyway, within their real constraints. Sometimes courage is dramatic, whistleblowing, resigning, publicly refusing an order. Far more often, it is quiet, asking one pointed question in a meeting, refusing to join in scapegoating talk, documenting what you see instead of pretending you didn't, backing up someone with less power when they speak, saying, "I'm not comfortable with that," in a tone that makes clear you mean it. Your good soldier will tell you this is suicidal. But you have already done something far more dangerous, many times. You have abandoned yourself to stay in line. That is the real slow death. You do not have to become reckless. You do have to become governed by something deeper than fear, if you want to live a life you can respect.
Practical reflection. Write your 3 non-negotiables.
Do not just nod. Take this to paper. This is where you stop outsourcing your conscience. Name your good soldier. Give this part a name that fits its flavor in your life: the company man-woman, the loyal staffer, the obedient one, the team player. Right. My good soldier part shows up most strongly in workplace, family, faith community, political or activist space. Recall one moment of moral discomfort. Think of a concrete situation where you did something, signed something, enforced something, or stayed silent in a way that left you unsettled afterward. Briefly describe. The situation was what I did was afterward, I felt. Identify the story your good soldier told. What did you tell yourself to make that action, or inaction, feel necessary? Examples: it wasn't my call. I need this job. That's just policy. It's not my place to say anything. Right. The story my good soldier used to justify it was. Ask what it was afraid of. From that part's perspective, complete. I was terrified that if I did not go along, would happen. Job loss, demotion, social isolation, being labeled disloyal, retaliation. Do not minimize the fear. It was real to you. Draft your personal constitution. 3 lines. Now, from yourself, write 3 specific non-negotiables. They should be short, be clear, name actions you will not take, not just feelings you hope to have. For example, 1. I do not lie to cover for decisions I believe are harmful. I do not participate in humiliating or scapegoating others to protect myself or my standing. I do not enforce a rule that violates my basic sense of human dignity without at least naming my concern once. Write your 3. 2. I do not I. These are not slogans. They are commitments. Imagine the next test, and your response. You will be tested. Close your eyes and imagine a likely scenario in your current world where one of these lines might be challenged. See it in detail. Then write. Next time I face a situation like and my good soldier says, just go along, I will instead. Keep it realistic and concrete. For example, I will ask, can you clarify who is taking responsibility for this decision in the meeting? I will say, I'm not comfortable doing that, even if my voice shakes. I will document what happened and seek advice from a trusted person outside the chain of command. Speak to your good soldier. Finally, write a brief note from yourself to this part. You kept us safe when speaking up was genuinely dangerous. I understand why you push for obedience. It protected us as kids and in early jobs. I'm not here to destroy you. I am here to say, we need a life we can live with. Our loyalty is to our values first, not to any one boss, family, or institution. I will not recklessly throw us into the fire, but I also will not let fear be our only guide. When the next test comes, I want you to watch what happens when we stay aligned. We are not as helpless as we used to be. Keep this page where you can find it. Your good soldier will forget. Your inner authoritarian will sneer. Systems around you will reward your old silence. You will need reminders. But each time you act in line with your own constitution, even in small, imperfect ways, you're dismantling the lie that obedience is your only identity. You stop being merely a good soldier in someone else's war, and start becoming something far rarer, a person who can belong to groups, serve real missions, and still answer, first and last, to their own self.
The interest rate on your masks. Every persona charges interest.
The work persona earns money but charges you rest. The performer earns applause but charges you authenticity. The pleaser earns peace but charges you boundaries. The ghost earns invisibility but charges you connection. The addict earns relief but charges you your life. Compartmentalization is how you've kept those costs out of sight. You divided your life into rooms. Here I'm competent. Here I'm pleasant. Here I'm numb. Here I fall apart. Each room has its own mask, its own rules. On any given day, it works. I feel okay enough. I'm getting through. I'm functioning. What you don't see, until much later, is the bill. Compartmentalization is a form of emotional credit. You borrow comfort from your future so you don't have to feel the full weight of the present. You get short-term stability, short-term belonging, short-term relief. You pay, in exhaustion you can't explain, in anxiety with no obvious cause, in relationships that feel hollow, in a body that starts to revolt, in a terrifying sense that you have built a life you don't actually feel inside. If any part of you recognizes this, do not run away from that recognition. Recognition is not doom. Recognition is leverage. You cannot change what you refuse to measure. This chapter is about measuring the cost, so you can finally decide what you're willing to keep paying for.
Compartmentalization, the clever lie that worked for a while.
You didn't wake up one day and say, I'd love to split myself into pieces. Compartmentalization was a genius move at the time you learned it. As a child, it kept you functional in a family that could not hold your whole self. As a teenager, it let you navigate cliques, classrooms, church pews, and bedrooms without getting annihilated. As an adult, it allowed you to work, parent, partner, serve, and be fine while parts of you were not fine at all. From an internal family systems, IFS, perspective, it looks like this. Exiles, the parts of you carrying raw pain, shame, terror, grief, longing. Managers, build personas to keep that pain out of sight and maintain order. Firefighters, jump in to numb or distract you when the pain leaks through. Compartmentalization is the architecture that keeps those groups separated, The manager in charge of work you does not want to know what the firefighter did last night. The exile who still feels 8 years old and abandoned is locked in the basement while parent you does school pickup. The part of you that questions your religion or politics never gets invited into community you. Each door you shut buys you immediate relief. I don't have to think about that right now. I can still function. No one has to see this. That relief was not a mistake. It was mercy. But every time you say, I'll deal with this later, and later never comes, the interest rate goes up.
The hidden interest rates of your personas.
Think of each major persona as a credit card. The benefits are clear: points, perks, status, respect, income, approval. Calm on the surface. What you haven't fully tallied is the annual percentage rate you're quietly paying. Let's name a few.
1. The work persona.
Benefit, income, structure, a sense of competence, social respect. Interest, chronic fatigue that doesn't go away with one weekend off. A nervous system stuck in on that can't downshift even at home. A partner or kids who feel like they get the leftovers. A creeping sense that you know how to run projects but not how to inhabit your own life.
2. The performer.
Benefit, admiration, opportunities, a seemingly solid identity. I'm the funny one, smart one, talented one. Interest, the pressure to never drop the act. Panic at the thought of being ordinary or unseen. Relationships built around your performance, not your person. Silence about your struggles because people expect more from you.
3. The pleaser.
Benefit, fewer overt conflicts. Approval from authority figures and easier relationships. The illusion of being the good one. Interest, resentment that eats you from the inside. Boundaries so porous you barely know what you actually want. A life built around other people's comfort instead of your values. Explosive anger or secret coping, addictions, fantasies, affairs, that erupts when you can't take it anymore.
4. The ghost.
Benefit, safety from criticism, confrontation, exposure. Less pressure, fewer demands. Interest, being overlooked for roles and relationships you quietly want. A numb-duty existence where nothing hurts too much, but little moves you deeply. The ache of invisibility, no one really knows me. No one really sees me.
5. The addict relief seeker.
Benefit, fast anesthesia, it works. Predictable comfort when nothing else feels reliable. Interest, lost time, money, trust, health. Double life secrecy that isolates you from real intimacy. Fragmented focus and energy that bleed into every other room of your life. Self-respect that erodes one, I'll just do it this once at a time. Individually, each card might feel manageable. Together, they create a debt load your system can't carry forever. And the most expensive part isn't even the behaviors. It's the distance from yourself you have to maintain to keep all these accounts open.
The emotional currencies you're paying in.
The interest rate on masks isn't abstract. It shows up in very specific currencies. If you're brave enough, see which of these you recognize.
1. Exhaustion you can't explain.
You sleep, but you don't feel rested. You take vacations, but they feel like pauses, not restoration. Why? Because existing as different selves in different rooms is labor. Constant labor. Tracking what each group knows about you. Remembering what you said where. Holding back reactions that don't fit the persona in the room. Switching between masks so fast your nervous system never actually comes off stage. Your body pays the price. Headaches, body aches, gut problems, autoimmune flares, a baseline fatigue that feels older than your age. You tell yourself it's just stress or getting older. But part of that exhaustion is the cost of not being one person anywhere.
2. Anxiety with no clear source.
On paper, things look fine. Inside, there's a low evil hum of dread. Something's going to fall through. Someone's going to find out. Some room is going to collide with another. Some mask is going to slip. You might not have a conscious secret, but your system knows you are managing more than you can consciously track. That freeloading anxiety is not evidence that you're weak. It's evidence that you're over-averaged. You are running too many selves with too little self.
3. Relationships that feel like business arrangements.
You may have a long-term partner, kids, friends, community connections. From the outside, your life is relationally rich. Inside, it can feel like a co-founder, a co-parent, a roommate, a colleague, a fellow committee member, but not a person who truly holds your heart. Why? Because real intimacy requires overlap between rooms. If your partner only knows the work you and the parent you, but not the terrified you, the angry you, the shame-oaked you, the secretly dreaming you. If your friends only know the funny you, the helpful you, the wise advice you, but never the I'm barely holding it together you, then of course something feels missing. You have relational contracts. You do not yet have relationships where your whole system gets to exist. That hollowness is part of the interest bill.
4. A body that keeps the ledger.
Your body is the one place you cannot compartmentalize. You can lie to your boss, lie to your friends, lie to your partner, lie to yourself. Your body does not lie. It keeps a running account of every, I'm fine when you're not, it's not a big deal when it is. Sure, I can do that when you're overloaded, I don't mind when you do. It records surges of adrenaline, suppressed tears, tightened jaws, clenched guts, frozen smiles. Over years, that accounting becomes chronic pain, sleep disruption, mystery symptoms nothing is wrong tests can't explain, illnesses that appear out of nowhere. Your masks may be cognitive. Their cost is somatic.
5. The terror of realizing you built the wrong life.
This is the cost that scares people the most, so they scramble to keep the bill unopened. At some point, often in midlife, but it can hit earlier, you look around and think, I did everything I was supposed to do. I built the life my personas were designed for. So why do I feel like a stranger inside it? That moment is brutal. It can sound like, I love my kids, but I don't know who I am as a parent. I'm good at this career, but I hate it. My marriage is fine, but I'm numb. My faith politics community used to feel like home, now it feels like a role I'm playing. This is not you being ungrateful. This is you finally seeing the gap between the life your masks could sustain and the life yourself actually wants. That realization is not the beginning of your collapse. It is the beginning of your freedom, if you're willing to feel it instead of anesthetizing it.
Why seeing the cost matters more than hating the mask.
At this point, you might feel tempted to turn on your personas, I'm such a fake. I've been lying to everyone. I've wasted my life. That is just more shame, another protector trying to whip you into change. It will not work. You did not create these personas because you enjoyed pretending. You created them because the world you grew up in did not make room for your full reality. Your masks are solutions that overstayed their term. They once kept you safe, helped you belong, shielded you from adults and systems that would not have treated your truth kindly. The aim of this chapter is not to make you despise your masks. It is to make you accountants. Together. You and your protectors need to look at the same numbers and agree, this used to be worth it. It is not worth it anymore, at least not at this price. Until you can see the price clearly, you will keep signing the monthly statement and shrugging off the balance. When you see it, in black and white, with your own words, something shifts. Denial becomes harder. Self-pity becomes less convincing. Blame, of others or yourself, feels less useful. You are left with a sobering, powerful question. Given what this mask costs, what am I actually willing to keep paying for?
You do not have to rip off all masks at once.
A predictable fear rises now. If I stop compartmentalizing, my life will blow up. That fear has some basis in reality. If you suddenly confessed every secret to everyone, you would cause chaos. If you walked off your job tomorrow with no plan, you would destabilize your life. If you demanded full, instant authenticity in every relationship, you would lose some of them. Your good soldier, your work persona, your pleaser, they all use that truth as leverage, see? Better to keep things as they are. This is the only realistic way. They are wrong. The alternative to denial is not demolition. The alternative is gradual integration. Think of it this way. You do not cut up every credit card and quit your job in the same day. You look at the highest interest accounts first. You choose one payment you can stop making at that level. You renegotiate terms where you can. You slowly lower your total burden. With personas, you don't rip them all off. You pick one that is charging you the most pain right now. You measure its cost. You choose one small behavior that reduces the interest by even 5%. That is how you prove to your system, we can pay less and still survive. We can be more honest and still belong somewhere. We can bring more of ourself to life without losing everything. Small is not weak. Small is sustainable.
Practical reflection. Write your cost statement.
This is where you move from vague insight to real leverage. Do this in writing. Do not just think it. It will evaporate.
1. Choose one dominant persona. Part 5. Middle age.
Midlife is not a crisis by default. It is a collision. It is when your strategies finally meet their invoices. You can only run a persona-based life for so long before the system overheats. For some people, the collision is a health scare. For others, it is a marriage that goes quiet. For others, it is a career that becomes unbearable even though it looks successful from the outside. For others, it is a child looking at you with a question you cannot answer honestly. The collision is often not dramatic. It is often exhausting. You wake up and realize you have been managing everyone's expectations for so long you no longer know your own. Part 5 is where we stop simply describing personas and start reorganizing the internal leadership of your life. Here we build tools, the persona audit, the trust versus control lens, and the shift from performance to community. This is where you stop living in reaction to your history and start living in alignment with your values.
Chapter 24. The breaking point is often boring.
The normal Tuesday. A meeting. A kitchen sink. A quiet drive. The moment you realized you could not keep doing it the same way. People expect a breaking point to look like a movie. They imagine a dramatic collapse. A public meltdown. A screaming argument. A hospital bed. Sometimes it looks like that. Often it looks like boredom and dread. It looks like waking up tired even after sleeping. It looks like losing patience with people you love. It looks like a job you once wanted becoming a job you cannot tolerate. It looks like scrolling, snacking, drinking, spending, working, anything to avoid being alone with your own mind. The breaking point is often boring because it is not one event. It is the accumulation of small betrayals of self. One day you realize you have been living someone else's expectations as if they were your calling. That realization can feel like grief. It can also feel like freedom. Because if your breaking point is built from patterns, your healing can be built from patterns too. You do not need a new personality. You need new agreements.
Practical reflection.
Write a pattern inventory of the last month. What repeated behaviors did you use to avoid discomfort? Which ones were genuinely helpful? Which ones were expensive, draining, numbing, or distancing you from the life you actually want? Put it on paper. Your patterns are your proof that change is possible, because you created them, and you can renegotiate them.
Chapter 25. The persona audit.
Most people try to change by going to war with themselves. They call it discipline, holding myself accountable, telling myself the hard truth. But what they're actually doing is internal violence with a motivational slogan taped on top. You've done this, berating yourself after you overwork, numb out, or people-please. Making brutal promises, never again. I'm done with this. White-knuckling for a while, until the old pattern slips back in, usually harder. Attacks don't create change. They create backlash. Your personas are not misbehaving employees. They are emergency staff who have been running the company alone for years. If you walk in as the new CEO screaming, "You're all fired," they will quite reasonably ignore you. You need a different approach. That approach is the persona audit. Not drama. Not self-pity. A clear, sober accounting. Think of it as a CFO-level meeting with your inner staff. No theatrics. No self-pity. No sugarcoating. Just, what are you doing? What does it cost? And is there a better way? The goal is not to get rid of your parts. The goal is to clarify roles so yourself can lead.
The persona audit. 8 questions to ask each part.
Choose one persona at a time. Don't try to do your whole inner company in one sitting. For the persona you're focusing on, pleaser, performer, protector, ghost, fixer, etc., walk through these 8 points on paper. Persona name. What do you call this part? Examples: the pleaser, the performer, the fixer, the ghost, the warrior, the good soldier. Name it in a way that feels accurate and recognizable to you. Trigger. What activates it? When does this part jump in? Criticism? Conflict? Silence? Authority figures? Being needed? Feeling lonely or unseen? Write the specific situations, people, or feelings that wake it up. Promise. What does it claim it will accomplish? Every persona is selling you something. Ask, when this part takes over, what does it promise me? Examples: I'll keep everyone happy so you're not rejected. Pleaser: I'll impress them so they can't hurt or ignore you. Performer: I'll fix them so you don't have to. Pick the mask that feels most in control of your day right now. Examples: the efficient professional, the always available parent, the easygoing friend, the spiritual leader, the fixer, the ghost. Right, the persona I'm examining is.
2. Write its credit card statement.
Imagine this persona sends you a monthly bill like a credit card company. At the top it lists benefits you receive. List honestly what it gives you: income, praise, stability, fewer conflicts, a sense of importance, numbing, etc. Then, under that, list the charges. Use these prompts: daily charges, every day, this persona charges me. Energy, self-censorship, constant vigilance, pretending, overthinking. Weekly charges, most weeks, it charges me. Missed rest, neglected hobbies, time with loved ones, unprocessed emotions. Relational charges, in my relationships, it charges me. Honesty, vulnerability, being truly known, fair division of labor. Health charges, in my body and mind, it charges me. Tension, sleep, anxiety, depression, stress symptoms, compulsive coping. Be concrete, even if it stings. This is your itemized bill.
3. Ask, is the deal still worth it?
Now read your own list, slowly. Then answer, in one sentence: given these costs, the deal I have with this persona is, circle 1 still worth it, only barely worth it, no longer worth it. Be honest. No one else has to see this. If you circle still worth it, that's okay, you're not ready to change this one yet. At least now you know why. If you circle only barely worth it or no longer worth it, you've just created pressure for change from the inside, not from shame but from clarity.
4. Lower the interest rate by 5%.
Now, choose one small behavior that will reduce this persona's interest rate by about 5% this week. Not a total overhaul, one concrete, doable shift. Examples. For the work persona, leave on time 1 extra day. Do not check email after a set hour twice this week. For the pleaser, say, I can't do that, once, without over-explaining. Let one person be mildly disappointed in you without rushing to fix it. For the ghost, share one honest opinion or feeling with a safe person. Show up to one thing you'd normally avoid and let yourself be seen a bit more. For the performer, admit I don't know once in a setting where you usually impress. Let yourself be present without being on in one social interaction. Write your version. This week, I will reduce the interest on this persona by 5% by, then schedule it. Put it in your calendar or to-do list like any other commitment.
5. Debrief with the persona.
After you do it, come back to the page and answer, what did my persona predict would happen? What actually happened? How did my body feel afterward? More tense, less tense, the same? Finally, from yourself, write a short note to this persona. We tried paying you a little less this week. You were afraid what actually happened was I am here to make sure the life we're buying with you is one we actually want to live. Repeat this process again in a week, or with another persona when you're ready. You have been borrowing against your future self for a long time. You did it because you had to. You did it because no one taught you another way. You did it because your system cared more about survival than about wholeness. Now you are old enough and aware enough to ask a harder, braver question. What if I stopped paying this much just to stay split? You do not need to rip off every mask tomorrow. You need to begin by seeing what you're actually paying, by daring to pay a little less, and by discovering, step by step, that your life does not fall apart when more of you shows up in it. The interest rate on compartmentalization is high. You are allowed to stop signing the bill and start building a life where yourself, not your masks, sets the terms. Feel helpless. Fixer. I'll disappear so you can't be attacked. Ghost. 6. Strategy. What behaviors does it use? How does this persona carry out its promise? Be concrete. What do you say? What do you do? What do you avoid? How does your body respond? 7. This is your inner staffer's operating manual. 8. Payoff. What immediate relief or reward does it create? Personas always work in the short term, or you wouldn't use them. Ask, what feels better right away when this part takes over? What do I get in the moment? 9. Maybe, tension drops, conflict pauses, you feel important, you feel invisible, which feels safe, you get a hit of control, admiration, or relief. 10. Cost. What does it cost you over time? This is where you stop lying to yourself. Look past the immediate payoff and ask, what does this pattern cost me in the long run, in my relationships, my body, my integrity, my time, my joy? 11. Write the real bill: resentment, burnout, loneliness, self-betrayal, health issues, staying in places or relationships that hurt you. 12. Fear. What does it fear would happen if it stopped? This is the heart of the audit. From the persona's point of view, complete, if I stopped doing my job, then would happen. It might fear, you'd be abandoned, you'd be humiliated, you'd lose your job, you'd be helpless, you'd have to feel grief or rage you've never faced. 13. Do not argue with this fear yet. Just get it on paper. 14. Updated role. If it could serve you without running you, what would it do instead? This is where leadership comes in. From yourself, calm, clear, compassionate, ask this persona. Sona, if you didn't have to be in crisis mode all the time, how would you like to help? For example, the pleaser could become genuine empathy and diplomacy, without self-erasure. The performer could become inspiring communication and creativity, without faking strength you don't have. The fixer could become wise support and collaboration, without taking over people's lives. The ghost could become healthy privacy and observation, without vanishing when you need to be seen. 15. You are not firing this part. You are rewriting its job description.
Why this works. Compassion becomes practical.
When you do this honestly, something powerful shifts. You stop screaming at your parts. You stop calling yourself lazy, dramatic, weak, or fake. You start seeing the logic in what you've been doing. Compassion stops being a vague, soft idea and becomes strategy. Of course my pleaser overacts. Here's what it's afraid of. How can I protect that exile in a healthier way? Of course my warrior won't rest. It still thinks we're in the old house with those old threats. How can I give it evidence that we're safer now? This is internal leadership. Not self-bullying. Not self-abandonment. Leadership. You are the CFO sitting down with your inner staff saying, "Thank you for keeping this company alive."
Let's look at the numbers. What's working? What's killing us?
How can we use your strengths without letting you run the whole show?
That is adult work.
Practical exercise. Do one full persona audit.
Do not just nod at this. Put it on paper. Pick your most dominant persona, the one that runs most of your day. Use the 8 questions as headings. Name, trigger, promise, strategy, payoff, cost, fear, updated role. Answer them like a CFO. Precise, unromantic, honest.
No theatrics. No self-hate.
Just data. When you see it laid out, you will not need to force change with more self-tax. Your own clarity will persuade you. From there, you can start negotiating with that part, protecting what it's been trying to protect, keeping its real strengths, and finally ending the pieces of its job that are bankrupting you. That is how life changes, not by waging war on your personas, but by sitting them down, hearing their case, and choosing, as the one in charge, what happens next.
Chapter 26. Trust versus control.
You have worshipped 2 gods for a long time. One is control. If I manage everything hard enough, I won't get hurt. The other is trust. Even if I can't manage everything, I can still live, choose, and love with my eyes open.
They are not opposites. They are competitors.
Control is what your system reaches for when it doesn't trust the environment, other people, or yourself. Trust is what you begin to build when control is no longer your only tool. You are not stupid to choose control first. If you grew up in instability, emotional, financial, spiritual, or physical, control did keep you safer. If you could control your grades, maybe you could secure praise or escape. If you could control your tone and your face, maybe you could avoid explosions. If you could control your body, your sexuality, your emotions, maybe you could avoid humiliation. Control, in a dangerous house, is not a flaw. It's a survival skill. The question is not, was control bad back then? The question is control still the God I want to serve now? Because for adults, control stops being a shield and starts becoming a tax. It taxes your nervous system with constant vigilance. It taxes your relationships. People feel managed, not trusted. It taxes your body. Hyperontral means your physiology rarely rests. It taxes your integrity. The more you try to control, the more you're tempted to manipulate, perform, and suppress. At some point, often in midlife, the cost becomes too high. You either double down on control and harden, or you begin the frightening, liberating work of learning to trust.
How control quietly became your God.
No one sat you down and said, "From now on, worship control." They didn't need to. Reality did the training.
1. Chaos taught you to scan.
If the adults in your life were unpredictable, easily angered, unstable, consumed by their own pain, your body learned, if I don't stay on high alert, something bad will happen without warning. So you became expert at reading microexpressions, anticipating emotional weather, adjusting yourself in advance to avoid impact. This is what Internal Family Systems, IFS, calls a manager protector, the part of you that obsessively checks, what's coming? How do I get ahead of it? To that part, control isn't optional. It's oxygen.
2. Conditional love taught you to perform.
If affection, approval, or basic calm only showed up when you were helpful, quiet, excellent, pure, strong, you absorbed a brutal equation: I am safe when I control myself and my surroundings well enough. Your high achiever, pleaser, good soldier personas, chapters 18 to 22, are all children of this equation. They learn to control your output, control your opinions, control your needs, so you wouldn't risk disapproval or abandonment.
3. Spiritual or cultural narratives sanctified control.
Maybe you grew up with messages like, guard your heart or it will destroy you. Submit your desires, they can't be trusted. Real men, real women are in control of themselves. God helps those who help themselves. If you suffer, you must have done something wrong. Read through a nervous system trained by fear, those messages morph into, if I just control hard enough, my body, my mind, my kids, my partner, my employees, my tone, my image, life will finally be safe. Control becomes not just a strategy, but a moral ideal. Losing control doesn't just feel scary, it feels shameful.
The limits and costs of control.
Control does work, for a while, and on certain things. You can control how prepared you are, control whether you keep your word, control how you choose to respond to feelings, control what you agree to and what you refuse. But control promises more than it can ever deliver. It whispers, if you do everything right, they won't leave. If you anticipate every angle, you won't be humiliated. If you never need too much, you won't be rejected. If you pick perfectly, nothing will fall apart. Reality disagrees. People still leave. Bodies still break. Jobs still vanish. Institutions still betray. Your own heart still surprises you. When that happens, a person ruled by control does not say, the promise was false. They say, I must have failed. Next time I'll tighten the screws. So control doubles down, more spreadsheets, more rules, more hypervigilance, more silent resentment, more compulsive coping in private. The costs mount.
Relationally.
Around a controller, other people don't feel trusted. They feel handled, corrected, evaluated, subtly policed. Even when your intent is care, I just don't want you to get hurt, the impact can be suffocating. Kids raised under heavy control don't learn to self-regulate, they learn to hide. Partners of controllers don't feel cherished, they feel graded. Colleagues under controllers don't innovate, they comply or disengage. Control protects you from short-term anxiety. It starves your relationships of long-term trust.
Physically.
A life of control is a life of chronic fight-or-flight, constant scanning, chronic tension, shallow breathing, difficulty resting without guilt, stress-related symptoms no test can explain. Your body understands what your mind won't admit. We are always braced for impact. Control keeps your muscles tight, your sleep light, your digestion shaky. It never really lets you land.
Spiritually and psychologically.
Perhaps most painfully, control turns you against yourself. You do not trust your own desires, they must be managed. You do not trust your own grief, it must be stifled. You do not trust your own anger, it must be moralized away. You do not trust your own joy, it must be earned. Anytime something leaks outside your tight plan, you treat it as a problem instead of a message. You become more loyal to your strategies than to yourself.
What trust is not.
Trust is often dismissed by controllers as naive, weak, irresponsible, for people who haven't seen how bad things can get. That's because most controllers secretly equate trust with fantasy. Everything will work out. No one will hurt me. If I just think positive, bad things won't happen. That is not trust. That's denial. Real trust is far more sober, and far more powerful. Trust is not 1. Blind optimism. It does not say, nothing bad will happen. It says, bad things can happen, and I will not abandon myself when they do. Passivity. It does not mean failing to prepare, failing to plan, or refusing to act. It means acting from values, not from panic. Ignoring red flags. Trust does not mean trusting everyone or every system. It means trusting your capacity to see, to respond, and to leave if necessary. Handing your life to someone else. It does not say, I trust them so much I don't need boundaries. It says, I trust myself enough to set boundaries even with people I love. Trust is not the opposite of fear. It is how you move anyway, with fear in the passenger seat instead of at the wheel.
Trust as reality as risk.
Think of trust as a different contract. I accept that I cannot guarantee outcomes. I will still show up with integrity, because that is who I want to be. In practice, that looks like, you prepare for an interview as best you can, then you walk in without trying to mind control the panel. You tell someone how you feel, knowing you cannot control their response, but you refuse to control your own truth away. You set a boundary with a parent, knowing it may upset them, but you choose self-respect over appeasement. You start therapy, a group, or a difficult conversation, knowing you may uncover pain, but you trust that facing it is better than circling it forever. Notice, trust is not about trusting fate to be kind. It is about trusting yourself to be present and capable if fate is not kind. That is the difference between a child and an adult stance. The child needs the world to be safe. The adult knows the world is often not safe, and chooses to live aligned anyway.
Self-trust, the missing piece for controllers.
You cannot trust others more than you trust yourself to handle disappointment, grief, and change. If the exile inside you still believes, if someone leaves me, I will shatter. If they see the real me, I will be destroyed. If I fail, I will never recover, then, of course, your protectors cling to control. From an IFS perspective, your exiles still hold the raw terror from earlier years. Your controlling managers say, we cannot let that happen again. We will control everything so those parts never have to feel that again. Self-trust grows as you prove a new truth to those exiles. If we are disappointed, I will not shame us. If we are hurt, I will not abandon us. If we fail, I will stand by us and learn. You build that proof in small experiences, staying with a feeling for 60 more seconds than you usually can before numbing. Being honest one extra sentence past your typical cutoff. Letting someone see that you're not fine, and surviving their reaction. Making a mistake and practicing repair instead of disappearing or over-controlling. Each time you do, your system learns, we felt something hard. We did not die. We did not have to drink, scroll, rage, overwork it away. We handled it. That is self-trust, not a mantra, but a track record.
Trusting others in gradients, not extremes.
Controllers tend to think in or nothing, either I control this, or it will be chaos. Either I trust you completely, or I don't trust you at all. Reality is gradient. Healthy trust in others looks like calibrated risk, not blind handover. You share a little, watch how they handle it, then share more, or less. You delegate a task, see whether they follow through, and adjust accordingly. You forgive, but also track patterns, not just apologies. You invest in communities and institutions that earn your trust over time, instead of demanding blind allegiance from you on day one. You are allowed to trust someone with your time but not your finances, trust someone with your laughter but not your secrets, trust someone with basic cooperation but not with your deepest loyalty. Control says, if they're not 100% safe, I must manage everything. Trust says, I can relate in degrees. I can step closer or further back, and I will still be okay.
The midlife shift, from control to trust.
Midlife is often when control starts to crack. You have seen that doing everything right doesn't prevent illness, loss, or betrayal. You have watched institutions break the very values they preached. You have realized that your hyper-controlled life is technically fine and emotionally empty. This is the crossroads. Double down on control. Become tighter, colder, more rigid, more cynical. Or pivot toward trust. Become clearer, braver, more honest, more human. The first option gives you the comfort of familiarity. The second gives you the chance at a life you can actually feel. This pivot does not mean abandoning preparation, throwing away boundaries, tolerating abuse, pretending you're suddenly chill. It means letting yourself, not your fear, have the final vote. Keeping the useful parts of your controlling protectors, discernment, diligence, planning, and discarding their tyranny. Allowing more of the world to be as it is, while you choose who you are within it. In other words, control says, I can only be okay if everything goes my way. Trust says, I can be okay even when things don't go my way, because I will not abandon myself. That is the transition this chapter is inviting you into.
Practical reflection. One area of over-control.
Do this in writing. If you only think about it, your control system will find ways to wriggle out of clarity.
1. Name one area where you over-control.
Pick a place where you recognize yourself, your partner's choices, your kids' emotions or futures, your team at work, your own body, schedule or image, a friend's recovery or decisions, a project, ministry, or cause. Right, one area where I tend to over-control is, be specific.
2. List 3 controlling behaviors you use there.
For that area, list the actual things you do. In this area, I try to stay safe by 1. Examples. Constantly checking, reminding, or correcting. Doing things yourself instead of delegating. Monitoring phones, social media schedules. Rephrasing or softening your truth so no one is upset. Secretly redoing others. Work. Forcing yourself through pain or exhaustion rather than listening to your body. 3. Ask. What are you afraid of underneath? From the controlling part's perspective, complete this sentence for each behavior. If I didn't do number 1, I'm afraid that if I didn't do number 2, I'm afraid that if I didn't do number 3, I'm afraid that. Let the answers be blunt. They'll leave. Everything will fall apart and it will be my fault. They'll make a mistake that proves I failed. I'll have to feel how powerless I really am. This is the real engine of your control.
4. Find the age of the part that is afraid.
Close your eyes for a moment and ask inside, the part of me that is this afraid of letting go, even a little, feels about years old. Write whatever comes up, even if it surprises you. Then add, at that age, I learned that if I didn't control, people got hurt, I was blamed, no one protected me, everything exploded, etc. You are not making excuses. You are naming context.
5. If you trusted yourself 10% more, what would you do differently this week?
Do not aim for 100%. Aim for 10%. Complete this sentence. If I trusted myself even 10% more to handle disappointment, conflict, or mess in this area, I would experiment with, this week. Examples. Letting an email sit for a few hours instead of instantly smoothing it out, allowing your child or partner to make a small mistake without rescuing, telling someone the truth once, then stepping back instead of trying to manage their reaction, stopping work at a set time, even if everything isn't perfectly done. Schedule that experiment. Treat it as data, not a referendum on your worth.
6. Debrief with your controlling part.
After you've done your 10% experiment, write, you, my controller, predicted that if I did this, would happen. What actually happened was, my body felt, more tense, less tense mixed. I'm not trying to erase you. I'm trying to show you that we can survive with a little less control than you think. Keep this page. You will need evidence when your control part panics next time. Control once saved you in rooms where no one else was looking out for you. But you are no longer that child alone in those rooms. You are older now. You have more tools, more language, more choice. You do not have to throw control away. You do have to stop worshipping it. Trust is not a soft, sentimental idea. It is a hard, adult practice, of seeing the world as it is, of knowing you cannot guarantee outcomes, and of showing up as yourself anyway. Let control retire, slowly, from guardhood to what it always should have been, just one helpful advisor at the table, no longer the one who gets to decide how much of your life you're allowed to live.
Chapter 27. The Community Shift.
You've been running yourself like a private company. You manage risk. You optimize output. You control your messaging. You protect your brand. It worked. You stayed safe in rooms that rewarded performance more than honesty. You climbed ladders. You earned respect. You avoided certain disasters. But you can feel it. The model is reaching its limit. Because being a private company is not the same thing as being a person. And having an audience is not the same thing as having a community. There is a shift that often happens in healthy midlife, the move from performance to community. Not from success to failure. From performing for approval to contributing from integrity. If you let it, this shift will change how you work, how you love, how you serve, and how you see yourself. If you resist it, you can keep your brand and lose your life.
Community is not a social calendar.
People hear community and think, more events, more small talk, more obligations, more people asking for your time, money, or energy. If that's your association, of course it sounds suffocating. You're already overextended. So let's be precise. Community is not a schedule. It's an orientation. It is the difference between building a life to impress people versus building a life to stand with people.
Community means
your life is not only about your individual story arc. Your gifts are not only for your own survival or ego. Your wounds are not only private miseries, they can become medicine for others. Your decisions are not only optimized for your brand, they are aligned with your values and their impact on the people you touch. You can have a buzzing social calendar and no community. You can have a quiet life and be deeply woven into community. Community is measured in reliability, reciprocity, shared reality, mutual commitment, not in followers, invites, or how many people know your name.
Why performance was safer than community.
You didn't choose performance because you're shallow. You chose it because it was safer. Look back at what you've already uncovered. In childhood, you learned that worth was conditional, chapter 20. In adolescence, you learned that status and toughness were armor, chapter 17. In work, you learned that reading authority well was rewarded, chapter 18. In institutions, you learned that obedience preserved your inclusion, chapter 22. In IFS language, your exiles absorbed, I'm only wanted when I'm useful. If I show too much, I get mocked or punished. If I stop achieving, I disappear. Your protector personas built a survival strategy, the performer, I'll be impressive so no one can ignore or discard me. The pleaser, I'll keep everyone happy so no one will attack or abandon me. The good soldier, I'll stay aligned with power so I'm not on the chopping block. Performance was smart. You could control it. You cannot control genuine mutuality. You could measure it. You cannot easily measure being known. You could brand it. You cannot brand being fully human. So you built a life that made sense, roles where you are admired, relationships where you are needed, visibility that confirms you exist. But over time, performance has a side effect you can't outrun, loneliness. Not necessarily isolation. Loneliness. You can be surrounded by people who love what you do and still feel like no one really sees who you are. That is the ache driving the community shift.
From audience to community.
One of the most dangerous illusions in a performance-as life is this: because people pay attention to me, I must belong. No. Attention is not belonging. Admiration is not belonging. Dependency is not belonging. Belonging is when you could lose some of your shine and they'd still be there. You could fail and they'd help you get up without gloating or rebranding you as the fallen one. You could say, I'm not okay, and they'd meet you as a human, not as a broken asset. Ask yourself plainly. Who knows you beyond your role? Who has seen you not performing and still wanted to be there? Where can you be ordinary without feeling like you're disappearing? If your honest answer is almost nowhere, then no matter how outwardly successful you are, your system is starving for community. And here is the hard truth. You cannot get community while clinging to performance as your main survival strategy. Because performance always keeps a layer of management between you and other people. You curate. You edit. You show the angles that earn you points. You hide the angles that you fear would cost you everything. That's how you handle an audience. Community requires something else: shared reality, shared risk, shared responsibility. Not you on a stage. You on the ground, with everyone else.
Contribution. The opposite of self-branding.
If performance is how do I look, then contribution is what can I reliably give and receive here. Contribution is not martyrdom. It is not endless self-sacrifice. It is offering your skills, insight, time, presence, in proportion to your real capacity, allowing others to offer their gifts back to you, orienting your life not only around what do I want, but also what are we building. Contribution assumes mutuality.
You matter. So do they.
It turns your life from a solo sport into a team sport. You already know how to show up when you're being evaluated. Contribution is showing up when there is no scoreboard, no grade, no applause, helping someone move, mentoring quietly, being a consistent friend, providing childcare for a struggling parent, serving in your community in ways no one posts about, staying with the long, unglamorous work of change.
In IFS terms, your self leads.
Protectors still bring their strengths, competence, organization, empathy, but in service of real people and real values, not in service of managing your image.
This is the community shift.
From how do I keep my stock high, to where can my presence make something sturdier, for me and for others?
Why this shift feels terrifying.
If your identity has been welded to performance for decades, the idea of relaxing it feels like death.
You might hear inside, if I'm not the strong one, who am I?
If I'm not the helpful one, why would anyone keep me around? If I'm not the impressive one, I'll become invisible. If I'm not always right, they'll see I'm a fraud. Your performer, pleaser, and high achiever parts are not going to applaud this shift.
They are going to panic.
Because, in their math, ordinary equals irrelevant, vulnerable equals weak, needing equals burdensome, mutual equals out of control.
And historically, they're not wrong.
In your early environments, being ordinary did mean being overlooked. Needing did trigger criticism or neglect. Letting things be mutual did mean being exposed to others' unreliability. So when you even think about loosening performance, those parts flood you with fear. They warn. If you take the mask off, there will be nothing underneath. But you've already glimpsed the truth in earlier chapters. There is self underneath, calm, clear, connected, compassionate. There are exiles who still need care and visibility. There are strengths that are not tied to your ability to impress.
The terror is real.
The conclusion is false.
You can't bypass community with self-talk.
Here's another trap for high-functioning adults. Once you realize your life has been built on personas, you might decide, I'll go away and work on myself until I'm healed enough to come back as my true self. Then I'll be ready for real community. It sounds wise. It's actually another performance contract. I'll return once I'm impressive in a different way, emotionally literate, trauma-informed, perfectly boundaried, spiritually mature. You are still bargaining. I will give you my presence once I can guarantee you a polished version of me. That is not community. That is rebranding. Yes, you need space for solo work, therapy, writing, reflection, healing. But there are things that only heal in relational space. Learning that you can show need without being despised. Learning that conflict can be worked through, not just avoided or exploded. Learning that others have limits and still love you. Learning that your limits don't automatically doom relationships.
IFS is relational at its core. Self relating to parts.
Self and parts relating to other humans.
Your protectors were injured in relationship.
They will not fully relax outside of relationship. You cannot wait until you are finished to show up. You have to show up as you are, and let community become part of the healing.
From being impressive to being reliable.
Performance asks, are they impressed with me? Community asks, can they count on me, and can I count on them? Reliability is deeply unsexy. It is also the backbone of any real community. Being reliable does not mean saying yes to everything, never changing, never needing help, never failing. It means you are roughly who you say you are, across contexts. Your yes and no mean something. You repair when you mess up. You don't vanish without explanation when intimacy feels uncomfortable. You keep showing up, even when you're not at your best. For a life run on personas, this is revolutionary. Because personas are, by design, context-dependent. Work you, family you, social you, spiritual you. Each has different rules. Each performs a different script. Reliability requires integration. You don't have to be identical everywhere, but your core values and basic honesty travel with you. Your colleagues don't see an entirely different person than your partner. Your friends don't meet a stranger when they glimpse you with your kids. Your community doesn't find out you have a hidden life you never hinted at. You become one person, expressed in different roles, rather than a cluster of masks. That is the community shift, from being impressive in fragments to being reliable as a whole.
What community asks of your personas?
Let's talk directly to some of the parts that will resist this the most.
The performer.
Old job. Keep us admired. Hide anything that looks weak or ordinary. Community asks you to use your communication and charisma for connection, not just applause. Let conversations be mutual, not performances. Tell a story where you look good and a story where you don't, and stay in the room for both. Your skill is still needed. It just shifts from spotlight to campfire.
The pleaser.
Old job. Keep everyone happy so no one leaves or explodes. Community asks you to tell the truth even when it might disappoint. Let people have their own emotional reactions without sprinting to fix them. Trust that you can survive conflict and still belong. Your empathy is still needed. It just stops requiring your self-erasure as payment.
The ghost.
Old job. Stay invisible so no one can target or burden us. Community asks you to step into view in small, tolerable doses. Offer your perspective once in a while, even if your voice shakes. Let at least a few people know what you actually think and feel. Your sensitivity and observation are still needed. They just get a seat at the table instead of hiding in the walls.
The fixer, good soldier.
Old job. Carry everything so nothing falls apart, and never admit you're overloaded. Community asks you to let others share responsibility. Resist managing adults as if they were children. Admit I don't know and I need help without seeing it as failure. Your competence is still needed. It just stops being the only thing you're allowed to offer.
Small, unimpressive acts that build real community.
You do not build community with grand gestures. You build it with repeated, ordinary, non-dramatic choices that prove, I am a person you can trust with a little more of your reality, and I trust you with a little more of mine. Examples: texting someone back when you say you will. Following up when a friend mentions a hard thing instead of letting it drop. Sharing one honest thing in your small group, not the polished testimony version. Admitting a mistake at work and making it right instead of covering. Letting a neighbor help you with something you could technically do alone. Hosting something simple, coffee, a walk, without curating it into an event. These acts are beneath your persona's threshold of interest. They don't make a highlight reel. They don't show up on a resume. That's exactly why they matter. They are for relationship, not for brand.
Practical reflection. From performance to presence.
You cannot think your way into community. You have to practice it. Take 10 to 15 minutes and write this down. Name 3 places where you perform. Be specific. Roles, groups, relationships. Examples: work team meetings, your faith or volunteer community, a particular friendship group, online spaces, family gatherings. Write, 3 places where I mostly perform are, 1, for each one, add a brief note. In this place, I perform by being the funny one, the wise one, the helper, the strong one, the quiet one, etc. Name 1 place where you could bring more of your real self. This does not need to be the most loaded relationship in your life. Pick somewhere with moderate safety, a reasonably kind friend, a small group, a sibling you mostly get along with, a colleague you trust more than most. Write, 1 place where I could experiment with being more real is, then answer, the persona I usually bring there is, it tries to protect me by. Define 1 small act of presence, not performance. Ask yourself, what would it look like to show up there as a person instead of a role, by just 10%? Examples: admitting, I've been more tired, lonely, overwhelmed than I let on. Not making a joke to deflect a sincere question. Asking for a small favor instead of insisting you're fine. Saying, I don't know, instead of impressing. Gently disagreeing once instead of going along. Write, This week, I will practice being a real person instead of a role, in that place. Make sure it feels slightly scary, but not impossible. Do it, then debrief after you try this small act, come back and answer. Before I did it, my performance part predicted. What actually happened was, my body felt, more tense, more relieved, mixed. Finish with a note from yourself to your performance persona. You have kept us safe by being impressive for a long time. I see why you're scared to relax. But I'm starting to learn that we can be ordinary and still matter, we can be honest and still belong, and we can contribute without constantly managing how we look. I don't want to fire you. I want to give you a healthier job, one where you serve connection, not just our brand. You have spent much of your life becoming someone people could admire. You are now invited to become someone people can depend on and be real with. Performance protected you when community was unsafe or unavailable. It gave you a way to survive and sometimes to thrive. But it was never meant to be the point of your life. The community shift is not a downgrade. It is the upgrade from being a polished product to being a present, contributing human being. You will not be adored by everyone. You will not be invulnerable. You will be something better, part of a web of lives where your presence, in all its imperfect reality, actually matters.
Chapter 28. When you stop living en route.
Many people live en route. They live as if their real life begins after the promotion, after the debt is paid, after the kids are grown, after the diagnosis is handled, after the election is over, after the next quarter, after the next crisis. En route living is a persona strategy. It postpones presence. It says, if I can just get through this, then I will become myself. But life does not wait for you to arrive. Midlife is often the period when people finally see the cost of postponement. Decades can vanish in maintenance mode. The opposite of en route living is not irresponsibility. It is moment ownership. It is choosing to live in the actual day you are in, not the imagined day you hope for later. This is where identity gets reclaimed. Not through grand reinvention. Through repeated alignment.
Practical reflection.
Write down one thing you keep postponing that you can do in a small version this week. Not the perfect version. The honest version.
Part 6. Senior years.
Senior years, whether that means your 60s, 70s, or simply the period after you have survived enough to stop lying to yourself, are often misunderstood. People imagine aging as decline. In many cases, it is refinement. It is the phase of life where the performances become less interesting and the truth becomes more urgent. It is also the phase where some personas quietly retire, not because you force them out, but because you finally have enough internal stability to live without them. Part 6 is about integration, the shift from managing parts of yourself to leading your whole self. It is also about legacy. Not the legacy of money alone, but the legacy of nervous systems, what you pass down in your tone, your repair, your courage, your honesty. And it is about choice. The most adult word in the language.
Chapter 29. The recovery persona vs. the integrated self.
Recovery often begins as a costume you put on before you feel like it's really you. I'm the sober one now. I'm the healed one. I'm the new me. That is not fake. That is scaffolding. When you stop drinking, using, acting out sexually, exploding in rage, starving or binging, disappearing for days, you rip out a central support beam in your nervous system. Something has to go in its place. In early recovery, that something is often a recovery persona. You cling to rules. You introduce yourself as your clean date or your diagnosis. You say, I don't do that anymore, as both promise and shield. This is not a problem. At first, it is exactly what keeps you alive. The danger is staying there. Because if recovery never grows beyond persona, it becomes brittle, performative, another mask designed to earn approval and avoid shame. You didn't get sober or healthy just to live behind a different mask. At some point, you have to move from scaffolding to substance, from being the recovered one to being a whole, integrated person who happens to be in recovery.
Why early recovery needs a persona.
You cannot integrate what is still on fire. In early recovery, Your nervous system is unstable, flooded, confused, used to reaching for the old coping method automatically. Rules and identity statements are not overkill, they are life support. I don't drink. I don't watch porn. I don't text them. I go to meetings. I call someone before I use. These are not signs of weakness. They are how you build a first layer of safety around a system that used to be run by impulse. From an IFS, internal family systems, perspective, here's what's happening. Your firefighter parts used to rush in with your addiction or acting UT behavior to put out emotional fires. Your recovery persona is a new manager part that says, we're doing this differently now. Here are the rules. Here is who we are. Without that manager, you would slide straight back into old relief patterns. So early on, the recovery persona is essential. It interrupts automatic behavior, gives you a script when you'd otherwise freeze or cave, earns you time and space to actually heal. Do not hate this part. It got you to the starting line. But it is not the finish line.
When recovery becomes just another mask.
If recovery stays only as persona, if it never deepens into integration, something starts to feel off. You might notice. You talk about your recovery more than you live in your body. You feel pressured to be the success story in your group or family. You hide any ongoing urges, struggles, or slips because people look up to you now. You feel secretly terrified that if you ever admitted how hard it still is, you would lose your status as the changed one. This is where recovery quietly mutates into perfectionism in new clothes. A high achiever script, I must be the best at healing. Spiritual or psychological performance, I must sound enlightened, regulated, grateful, all the time. On the outside, you look stable and inspiring. On the inside, you are white-knuckling urges alone, drowning in shame about still being human, afraid to tell the truth because so much has been built on your new you story. That is not freedom. That is a more respectable prison. The recovery persona served its purpose. If you cling to it forever, it becomes the next cage.
Integration. When you don't have to hide the struggle.
So what is the alternative? The PDF draft says it plainly. Integration means you can admit you still have urges without worshipping them. You can admit you still have anger without obeying it. You can admit you still have fear without letting it run the meeting. Integration is not the absence of temptation, the deletion of anger, the end of fear. Integration is, you know you have parts that still want the old fix, and you don't panic or lie about that. You know you have parts that still rage, sulk, or want to disappear, and you don't hand them the steering wheel. You know your nervous system still flares under stress, and you choose your response instead of pretending you're beyond it. In IFS language, yourself, calm, clear, compassionate, is now chairing the meeting. Your recovery persona becomes one advisor at the table, not the dictator. Your old addict compulsive firefighter parts are no longer exiled or shamed. They are understood, supervised, and re-asked. You can say inside, yes, part of me wants that drink, that hit, that binge, that text. Of course it does. It remembers that as relief. And we are not doing that today. That sentence is the sound of integration. Honest, non-rhematic, self-ed.
Recovery is not the absence of temptation.
Here is the line from the draft you need burned into your mind. Recovery is not the absence of temptation. It is the presence of choices. If you believe recovery means never feeling pulled toward your old coping, then every urge feels like proof you failed. Then your inner critic screams, see? You're not really better. You're fake. If they knew, they'd be disappointed. So you do what you've always done with shame, you hide. But when you adopt the integration definition, urges become information, not verdicts. Triggers become messages about what still hurts, not signs that you are hopeless. Slips become data points for refining your support and strategies, not reasons to throw away your identity and start at zero. You stop treating recovery as a fragile costume that tears if anyone tugs on it. You start treating it as a real, lived way of relating to yourself. I am someone who now meets my pain with care and structure, not with self-destruction and secrecy. That doesn't end on your sober date. That deepens, year after year.
From I don't do that to this is who I am.
Rules are not the enemy. They were, and sometimes still are, your guardrails. But there is a difference between rules that keep you from falling off a cliff, and values that tell you why you're walking this path at all. The draft puts it like this. Rules keep you alive. Values help you live. Your recovery persona speaks mostly in rules. I don't drink. I don't lie. I go to meetings. I text my sponsor. Your integrated self speaks in values. I protect my clarity. I tell the truth, even when it costs me. I seek connection instead of numbing out. I treat my body as something worth keeping. Rules answer, what do I avoid? Values answer, who am I becoming? When recovery is only persona, you're always one rule break away from identity collapse. If I slip, I'm not the sober one anymore. I'm nothing. When recovery is integrated, even a slip, while serious, does not erase who you are becoming. I'm someone who gets back in alignment, repairs what I can, and keeps living from my values. That is not an excuse to minimize danger. It is a refusal to let shame define the rest of your story.
Practical reflection. From rules to values.
Do this in writing. Make it real, not theoretical. List the rules that helped you stabilize. Title a page, Rules that kept me alive, or got me stable. List them. Examples, no alcohol in my house. No pornography on my devices. I don't keep secrets about money, food, substances. I go to therapy group every week. I don't contact that person. I leave events if I feel triggered past a 7/10. These rules were scaffolding. Honor them. List the values you want to live from now. On the next page, title it, Values I want to live from as I stabilize and grow. Write statements like, honesty over image. Connection over isolation. Care for my body over short-term numbness. Curiosity over shame. Repair over disappearing. Service and contribution over self-beation. Make them yours, short, clear, compelling. Draw one connecting line. Choose one rule from list 1 and ask, what value from list 2 is this rule serving? For example, rule, no alcohol in my house. Value, protecting my clarity and safety. Rule, I don't text them. Value, honoring my dignity and not returning to dynamics that destroy me. Write it out, this rule is serving this value. Choose one tiny, value-driven action this week. Beyond just not doing the old behavior, what is one small, positive step that expresses your value? For example, if your value is connection over isolation, reach out to one safe person and tell them one honest thing about how you're doing. If your value is care for my body, do one small act of care, sleep, food, movement, medical appointment you've been avoiding. Right, this week, I will express the value of by doing. This is how you move from only I don't do X to I actively live like someone who values Y. You do not need to throw away your recovery persona. You need to graduate it, from fragile image to steady presence, from rigid script to honest leadership, from look how changed I am to here is how I keep choosing life, even when the old Paul shows up. Recovery began as scaffolding so you wouldn't collapse. Now it is time for substance. A self that can hold your urges, your anger, your fear, and your freedom without hiding, without pretending, and without giving the past the final say in who you are.
Chapter 30. The real you is not a single thing.
If you have ever thought, part of me wants to change, but part of me won't let me, you are not messed up. You are describing a human mind accurately. You are not one smooth, unified will. You are a system.
One part wants health. Another part wants relief. One part wants love. Another part wants control. One part wants truth. Another part wants safety at any price. The mistake that keeps you stuck is this: believing that only one part is the real you and everything else is the enemy. That belief has probably fueled years of self-hatred. Why do I sabotage myself? Why can't I just decide and stick with it? What's wrong with me that I always go back? Nothing is wrong with you for being divided. The division is evidence of how hard you tried to survive conflicting demands.
Parts are not enemies. Parts are strategies.
You do not have bad sides and good sides. You have strategies that formed under pressure. The part that overeats or overdrinks at night. Strategy. The part that cuts people off before they can hurt you. Strategy. The part that won't rest, ever, because we can't fall behind. Strategy. The part that sweetens your truth until it's barely yours. Strategy. Some strategies are outdated. Some are blunt, clumsy, or harmful. But most are trying to protect you from something they consider unbearable: humiliation, abandonment, powerlessness, exposure, grief. The hurting parts of you are exiles. They carry the raw memories and beliefs: I'm not enough. If they see the real me, they'll leave. I'm only safe if I disappear, obey, perform. Your protectors form personas to keep those exiles from ever feeling that again: the pleaser, the performer, the controller, the tough one, the ghost, the addict, the good soldier. They fight each other because they have different maps of what safety is. One says, hide. One says, dominate. One says, numb out. One says, be perfect. If no one is leading, they grab the wheel from each other all day. That inner chaos is not proof you're broken. It's proof you've never been taught to lead your own system.
Integration does not make you simple. It makes you honest.
You've been sold a myth. One day I'll become my true self and all my contradictions will vanish. That fantasy keeps you stuck, because every time a messy part shows up, you think, this must not be the real me. Get rid of it. So you wage civil war on your own mind. Discipline versus impulse. Care versus contempt. Compassion versus cruelty. Hope versus despair. You try to kill the parts you hate. You swear you'll never drink again. You swear you'll never text them again. You swear you'll never binge again, never explode again, never go numb again. Then the trigger comes. The old strategy storms back in. You relapse, rage, ghost, overwork, disappear. And the critic part piles on. See? You're hopeless. You'll never change. This is who you really are. You believe it, because you still think real you must be a single thing. It's not. Integration does not mean you become simple. It means you become honest about being complex. You stop pretending you are one voice. You admit you are a council. A council with scared seats. A council with angry seats. A council with tired seats. A council with wise seats. Integration is not. I finally deleted my dark side. Integration is, all my sides are in the room, and something steady in me is chairing the meeting. That something steady is what IFS calls self: calm, curious, compassionate, clear. It's not a fantasy. You've tasted it in moments, when you comforted a friend instead of judging them, when you could see your own fear without instantly obeying it, when you felt both I'm scared and I've got myself at the same time. The work now is to let that part of you lead more often.
From civil war to council.
Right now, your inner system likely runs like this. 1. A trigger hits. Someone doesn't text back. You make a mistake. You feel lonely. You feel criticized or ignored. 2. A protector sprints in. We need a drink. We're working late, no time to feel. Text them 5 times. Don't let them drift away.
Shut down, don't show anything. 3. Another protector fights it. No, we're supposed to be sober. We promised we'd have boundaries. Don't be needy. Don't be a doormat. 4. They brawl. You white-knuckle, or you give in. Either way, you feel like you've lost to one side. That's civil war, parts fighting parts while no one leads. The shift to council sounds like this. 5. Trigger hits. You notice which parts leap up. From self, you say internally, I see you. I get why you're here. Thank you for trying to protect me. And I'm going to decide what we do next. Then you choose, intentionally, in line with your values, not your panic. You don't exile the part, shame it, pretend it isn't there. You acknowledge it and overrule it. The sentence that marks this shift is simple and profound. I hear you. Thank you. And we are not doing that today. That is not repression. That is leadership. I hear you, part that wants to drink. You remember that as relief. Thank you for trying to help me cope. And we are not doing that today. We're going to text a friend and go for a walk instead. I hear you, part that wants to blow up this relationship before they can leave. You're scared of abandonment. Thank you for wanting to protect our heart. And we are not doing that today. We're going to tell the truth about how we feel without burning everything down. I hear you, part that says work harder, longer, don't rest. You believe that's the only safe way. Thank you for keeping us afloat all these years. And we are not doing that today. We're closing the laptop at 6 and letting our body breathe. Calm. Firm. Compassionate. This is one of the purest expressions of adult self-respect you will ever practice. Not because it makes the noise disappear, but because it refuses to let the noise keep dictating your life.
You do not have to pick a single real you.
You've been exhausting yourself trying to decide. Am I the strong one or the weak one? Am I the caring one or the selfish one? Am I the spiritual one or the mess? Am I the healthy one or the addict? The answer is, yes. You are all of those impulses. Different parts of you dominate in different conditions, because they were trained in different eras of your life. The part that shows up in crisis is not the same as the part that shows up in play. The part that shows up with your parents is not the same as with your friends. The part that shows up online is not the same one that shows up alone at night. Stop asking, which one is the real me? Start asking, who is leading all of these parts? Because whoever leads them, shame, fear, people-pleasing, or self, is determining your actual life. If shame is leading, every part is a defendant. If fear is leading, every part is a security guard. If self is leading, every part can become an advisor. Thank you, fear, for pointing out a risk. Thank you, anger, for alerting me to a boundary violation. Thank you, craving, for showing me where I still hurt. Thank you, ambition, for reminding me I want more from life. You are not choosing one real you. You are choosing who runs the room.
A persuasive truth you need to accept.
You will not become free by killing off parts of yourself. You will become free by understanding them, listening to their fears, updating their information, and refusing to let them drive. That is what this whole book has been training you toward. Your personas, protector parts, are not the enemy. They are overworked employees who have been running the company without a CEO. It is time to walk into that boardroom, not as a tyrant, not as a savior, but as a leader, and say, I'm here now. I will listen to every one of you. I will protect the parts of us who were hurt. And I will make the final decisions. You do not need every part to agree. You need every part to know, someone sane is at the head of the table. That someone is you, not the frightened child you once were, but the self you are learning to inhabit.
Practical reflection. Turn your civil war into a council.
Do this on paper. Seeing it written down is how you prove to yourself that you are more than any one impulse. Name 3 parts that show up under stress. Think about a recent hard day. Who showed up inside?
Examples. The panicker, the nummutin de crole part, the angry defender, the pleaser, the performer, the controller, the ghost, who wants to disappear. Right. 3 parts that show up under stress are: 1. Give each a simple, descriptive name. Let it fit how it feels to you. Let each part say what it fears. For each one, write a single sentence from that part's perspective. I am afraid that if I don't do my job, will happen. Be blunt. We'll be abandoned. We'll look stupid and be laughed at. No one will take us seriously again. We'll feel the old pain and never stop crying. They'll hurt us like last time. You're not debating. You're listening. Respond once from yourself. Now, from your calm, adult self, write a short answer to each part. Use this basic template and adjust it. I hear you, part name. You're afraid that it makes sense you'd feel that way, given what we've lived through. Thank you for trying to protect us. And today, I'm going to lead by instead. Fill it in. Lead by taking a walk and texting a friend instead of drinking. Lead by telling the truth calmly instead of exploding. Lead by saying I need a pause instead of ghosting. Be specific. Say it out loud once this week. Pick one of those parts and, the next time you feel it surge, pause and literally say, quietly, under your breath if you need to, I hear you. Thank you. And we are not doing that today. Then follow through on the alternative you wrote. You are not promising never again. You are practicing one self-ed choice. Afterward, notice. What did the part predict would happen if you didn't obey it? What actually happened? How did your body feel? More tense, less tense, surprised? Write 2 or 3 lines about it. This is how you accumulate evidence that your system can function with self at the center. You do not need to become a different person. You need to become the person in charge of the many persons in you. The real you is not a single thing. The real you is the one who can look at every part, panicked, angry, numb, hungry, controlling, and say, you are welcome at this table. You do not get to run my life. I will listen. I will lead. That is the end of civil war. That is the
Chapter 31. Generations and the New Mask Economy.
Your personas did not appear out of thin air. They are not just about your childhood, your parents, or your choices. They are also about your era. You are not only your family's child. You are your generation's child. Born into a certain economy. Soaked in a certain media. Disciplined in a certain way. Handed certain stories about what a good life looks like. You did not choose those conditions. You did absorb them. If you don't name that training, you will mistake generational programming for personal truth. I'm just not emotional. Or were you punished for emotion? I'm just a workaholic. Or were you told rest is laziness? I just don't care about anything. Or did caring stop feeling safe? I have to be perfect. Or were you raised on metrics and comparisons? Once you see the water you've been swimming in, you can finally decide, what from my generation am I keeping, and what am I done letting run me? That is the point of this chapter.
Generational training. The air your personas breathe.
Personas don't form in a vacuum. They form in cultures. Your generation is not your destiny. It is your context. Each generation is trained by the conditions it inherits: economic tides, war or political fear, technology, parenting norms, social expectations, what was considered normal discipline and good behavior. Let's sketch this in a US-centric frame. Adapt it as you need for your own context.
The post-World War II template. Toughness, obedience, productivity.
In the decades after World War II, family life, work identity, and authority structures were reshaped. Many parents were taught that toughness is virtue. Obedience is safety. Productivity is worth. Emotion was often treated as weakness. Silence was often treated as maturity. If you were raised by people trained in that mold, you likely absorbed messages like, "We don't talk about feelings. Don't make a big deal out of it. Do your duty, then maybe you earn rest." This is fertile ground for personas like the stoic, "I don't need anyone. I handle it." The good soldier, "I don't question authority, I do my job." They are not random. They are history wearing your face.
Gen X, self-reliant and skeptical.
Gen X often grew up with higher divorce rates, latchkey kid norms, cultural cynicism, Watergate, corporate scandals, institutions losing automatic trust. Training looked like, "Don't count on anyone. Figure it out yourself. Authority is probably lying." So many Gen X-earing personas learned. The lone wolf stoic, "I'm fine. I don't ask for help." The detached observer, "I'll watch, not join. I don't get fooled." Strength, resilience, independence, a sharp eye for BS. Cost, isolation, difficulty trusting, default disengagement.
Millennials, Gen Y performance meets broken promises.
Millennials were raised on grades, test scores, college admissions, resumes. You can be anything if you work hard, tech optimism. Then, 9/11, wars, recessions, student debt, precarious work. They learned to perform, be impressive, be well-rounded, be endlessly productive and passionate, then discovered the economy did not keep its promises evenly. Default personas here. The striver, prove your worth. Don't slow down. The burn-duty idealist, I must care deeply and also grind endlessly. The brand, I am my LinkedIn resume polished profile. Strength, adaptability, creativity, willingness to learn. Cost, chronic burnout, identity fused to performance, shame about needing rest or changing direction.
Gen Z, the digital mirror.
Gen Z grew up in a constant internet, no before online, social media as normal from early adolescence, school shootings, climate anxiety, political instability, mental health talk and unprecedented comparison. Identity is performed publicly, commented on in real time, fed into algorithms, monetized by platforms. Social consequences are amplified. Attention is a commodity. Default personas. The curator, carefully manage perception. Everything is content. The activist, moral clarity as identity. If I'm not fighting, who am I? The nihilist, nothing matters, so nothing hurts. The anxious censor, everyone is always watching, any misstep is fatal. Strengths, high awareness of injustice, digital fluency, emotional vocabulary, early questioning of broken systems. Costs, anxiety as baseline, performance pressure, difficulty knowing who you are off a mirror.
The new mask economy.
Technology didn't just give you new tools. It created a new economy of masks. In this economy, attention is currency. Outrage is engagement. Productivity is moralized. Personal brand feels mandatory, not optional. So your personas are not only for family and work anymore. They are products on platforms. The funny one. The wise one. The hot one. The woke one. The hustler. The chill one. Each mask is rewarded with likes, views, clicks, opportunities, or at least the illusion of them. And every reward trains your nervous system. Be more of that. Be less of everything else. If you are not careful, you become a full-time curator of a self you can't actually live inside. Polished online, productive at work, pleasant at home, quietly crumbling in private. You start treating your whole life as a series of stages instead of as a place you inhabit. This is the new mask economy. Your personas are not just survival tools, they are potential commodities. If you do not consciously choose how you show up, the market will choose for you what plays. You deserve better than being an algorithm's character.
Default generational personas. Stoic, striver, curator, activist, nihilist.
Let's name a few of the era-riven personas the draft hinted at, and make their logic visible. None of these are moral failures. They are adaptations.
1. The stoic, don't need anyone.
Training. Emotion equals weakness. Vulnerability equals danger. Dependence equals shame. Voice. I'm fine. Others have it worse. It's not that deep. Short-term benefit. You avoid embarrassment. You stay functional in hard conditions. Long-term cost. No one really knows you. Your body collapses under unprocessed stress. Tender needs leak out sideways, in illness, irritability, addictive relief.
2. The striver, prove your worth.
Training. Metrics decide your value. There's always more to do. Rest is for people who haven't earned it. Voice. Just a little more. You can't slow down now. Who are you if you're not achieving? Short-term benefit, success, money, praise, status. Long-term cost, burnout. Relationships that feel secondary to your to-do list. Panic when you're not productive.
3. The curator, manage perception.
Training, everything is shareable. Mistakes live forever online. Image is a safety device. Voice, how will this look? I need the right angle, caption, take. If they really saw me, they'd leave cancel me. Short-term benefit, applause, belonging, on-trend identity. Long-term cost, dissociation from your own reality. Never feeling off-duty. Confusing aesthetic with authenticity.
4. The activist, moral clarity as identity.
Training, systems are unjust. Silence equals complicity. You must always be on the right side. Voice. If I'm not loudly against this, I'm part of the problem. I can't rest, there's too much wrong. Nuance is betrayal. Short-term benefit. Purpose, community, righteous energy. Long-term cost. Cynicism, exhaustion, contempt for your own limits, difficulty with complexity.
5. The nihilist, nothing matters, so nothing hurts.
Training. Repeated disappointment. Overload of bad news. Seeing adults and institutions fail, again and again. Voice. What's the point? Who cares? It's all rigged anyway. Short-term benefit. Protection from heartbreak. Long-term cost. Life shrinks. Joy feels embarrassing. You stop investing in anything that could change you or others. Again, these parts are not villains. They are era-shaped protectors doing their best with the training they got. Your task is not to hate them. Your task is to decide whether you still want to let them run your life.
Inherit the strengths, refuse the cages.
Every generation has gifts. Post-war toughness can become resilience and responsibility, without emotional starvation. Gen X skepticism can become discernment, without chronic disengagement. Millennial striving can become creativity and initiative, without self-erasure. Gen Z urgency can become courageous honesty, without burning out your nervous system. The opportunity is simple and demanding. Inherit your generation's strengths without inheriting its cages. To do this, you have to make conscious revisions. Take a message you absorbed and upgrade it. Old, don't talk about feelings. New, we don't dump feelings on people, but we do share them with those we trust. Old, you are your achievements. New, achievements matter, but they don't replace character, relationships, or rest. Old, if you care about injustice, you must be on fire 24/7. New, sustainable care honors my limits so I can stay in the work. Old, everything is content. New, not everything belongs to the internet. Some moments are just for me and my people. These revised scripts are not theoretical. They are daily instructions for your personas. In IFS terms, you, as self, tell your era-shaped protectors, I understand why you learned it that way. We're updating the policy now. You stop being just an echo of your upbringing and your timeline. You start being a conscious ancestor for whoever comes next.
Practical reflection. Rewrite one generational script.
Do not rush past this. This is where you move from interesting insight to actual change. Take 10 minutes and write this down. 1. Name your generational weather. Write. The generation I most identify with, or was raised by, is. Then, in 2 to 3 bullets, describe its emotional weather. We were taught work is everything, feelings are private, authority is unquestionable. We were taught to hustle, optimize, never be satisfied. We were taught everything is political, everything is content, everything is fragile. Be honest. This is the air you breathed. 2. Write one message you absorbed about work, emotion, or authority. Pick one core message that lives in your bones. A message I absorbed was. Examples. You're only valuable if you're useful. Strong people don't cry. Good people don't question leaders. If you're not exceptional, you're failing. If you're not outraged, you don't care. Let it be as sharp as it really feels inside you. 3. Feel how that message has shaped a persona. Ask yourself, which persona in me is built around obeying this message? Write. This message fuels my persona, who tries to keep me safe by. Examples. My striver, who keeps me working until I can't feel my body. My stoic, who shuts me down anytime I tear up. My curator, who never lets me post or say anything that might be unpopular. My activist, who guilts me for resting. Notice, that part is not your enemy. It is being loyal to your training. 4. Write the revised message you want to pass forward. Now, from yourself, write the message you wish you'd been taught, one you want to live by and, if you have influence on anyone younger, pass down. Keep it short enough to remember. The revised message I choose now is. Examples. My worth is not up for negotiation. My work is one way I express it, not the source of it. Emotion is information, not weakness. I share it with care, not shame. Respecting authority does not mean surrendering my conscience. Rest is part of responsibility, not its opposite. I can care deeply and practice sustainability at the same time. You are not just rewriting a sentence. You are rewriting a script your nervous system runs under pressure. 5. Choose one small act that lives this new message this week. You will not believe your new script until you act on it. Complete. To live this revised message this week, I will. Examples. Say, I can't take that on. My plate is full once at work. Tell a trusted friend, I've been struggling more than I've said. Ask a leader, respectfully, can you help me understand the reasoning behind this? Rest one evening without earning it, and notice the guilt without obeying it. Log off a platform for one day and be fully present in an offline moment. Make it specific. Make it small enough that you cannot wiggle out by calling it too much. 6. Tell your generational persona what you're doing. Finally, write 3 to 4 sentences to the persona that has been obeying the old message. To my part, you learned from our generation that kept us safe and accepted then. Thank you. Now I'm choosing to live by instead. I know that scares you. I'm not throwing you away. I'm updating our rules so we can have a life that fits who we are now, not just what the era demanded. This is how you stop being a passive product of your time and become an active author of your life. History has already written on you. Generational weather has already shaped your masks. You cannot change the era you were born into. You can absolutely change how much authority you give its scripts inside you. You can take the best of your generation, its resilience, its creativity, its honesty, its fight, and refuse to keep paying for its cages. Silence, overwork, branding yourself to death, outrage without rest, numbness in place of hope. That choice will not be made for you by politics, by markets, or by algorithms. It will be made in small, repeated, defiant acts of self. I see what my era trained me to be. I honor why those masks formed. And I choose, starting now, to wear only what serves my values, and to pass forward something kinder than what I was given.
Chapter 32. Choosing right when it costs you.
You already know what is right far more often than you act on it. The real problem is not ignorance. It's pressure. Pressure from bosses. Pressure from institutions. Pressure from how it's done here. Pressure from your own fear of losing status, safety, or belonging. Under that pressure, good people do things they never thought they would, sign off on something they know is wrong, stay silent while someone is scapegoated, enforce rules they would never defend to their younger self, help bury a decision they hope never becomes public. Not because they are evil, but because they are conditioned. Courage is not a personality trait you either have or don't. It is a behavior you practice, which means you can train it.
How authority pressure actually works.
Authority pressure is not random. It has a structure you can learn to recognize. Most unethical orders or gray area requests show up wrapped in some combination of 1. Legitimacy. This is coming from the top. Legal has signed off. This is policy. Urgency. We don't have time to debate this. We need an answer today. Just get it done. Social proof. Everyone else has already agreed. Other teams do this. This is how it's always been handled. Incremental escalation. First, can you just fudge this a little? Then, since you did it before, can you go a bit further this time? Until you're somewhere you never would have agreed to all at once. 2. Responsibility transfer. Don't overthink it. This is above your pay grade. If there's an issue, it's on me. We all have to be team players. When you don't see this pattern, you will think, this is just how it works. I'd be naive to resist. When you do see it, you can name what is happening. They are asking me to rent out my conscience. From that moment, you have a choice.
The 3 things that protect integrity under pressure.
When pressure hits, you will not rise to the level of your ideals. You will fall to the level of your preparation. To act ethically under authority pressure, you need
1. Clear values.
3 things in place before the moment arrives. 1. Clear values, so you know what you stand for. A rehearsed refusal, so your body has a script, a support system, so you're not standing alone. Without those, the nervous system defaults to the easiest move, compliance. Let's be explicit. You must know your personal non-negotiables. I do not lie to cover harm. I do not help retaliate against someone for raising concerns. I do not destroy evidence, fudge numbers, or mislead people who trust us. I do not participate in humiliation, discrimination, or scapegoating. If those lines are not clear on a normal day, they will not magically appear on a high-pressure day. Your good soldier persona, chapter 22, will take over, and you will tell yourself, it's not my place. Everyone else is fine with it. I need this job. Clarity is how you refuse to be surprised by your own behavior.
2. A rehearsed refusal.
In a pressure moment, your heart rate spikes. Your thinking narrows. Your mouth goes dry. If you have to invent words on the spot, fear will win. You need a script your body already knows how to say. Not a dramatic monologue, 1 or 2 steady sentences you have practiced out loud. So when the moment comes, your nervous system has a path other than silence or compliance.
3. A support system.
Courage is rarely a solo act. If you are the only one resisting, your brain screams, this is unsafe. We will be punished. Back down. You need at least 1 person you can call after you refuse, one mentor, peer, or friend who knows your values and will hold that line with you. One place where, when you say this felt wrong and I said no, the response is, I'm proud of you. How do we support you now? Without this, even the right decision can feel like a catastrophe. With it, the cost becomes survivable. You do not need to yell, moralize, or make a scene to act with courage. Often, the most powerful moves are calm, boring sentences that slow things down, create a record, or quietly remove your participation. Here are 4 refusal scripts pulled directly from the draft that you can adopt and adapt. Practice saying them in your own voice. I'm not comfortable doing that. What alternative do we have? This signals a boundary and invites problem-solving. You name your discomfort without attacking. You force the room to consider options beyond the unethical one. I need this in writing, including the rationale and approval chain. This moves the request from the shadows into documentation. People are far less bold about unethical orders when they have to sign their names. It buys you time and often makes pressure back down. Help me understand how this aligns with our stated values and policy. This calls the organization back to its own words. If there is a legitimate justification, this gives them a chance to state it. If there isn't, you've just spotlighted the gap between values and behavior. I cannot participate in that. I will support a different approach. This is firm, clear refusal. You are not telling others what to do, you are defining your line. You also offer cooperation on an ethical alternative, so you are not just difficult, you are principled. You do not need all 4. You need one you can say even when afraid.
Courage doesn't always look heroic.
You might imagine that doing the right thing means whistleblowing publicly, resigning dramatically, confronting your boss in front of a crowd. Sometimes it does. But more often, courageous integrity looks smaller and less cinematic. Asking one hard question in a meeting everyone else wants to rush through, refusing to sign your name to something you know is wrong, quietly insisting on documentation, stepping aside from a task so your hands are not on the harm, supporting someone with less power who has raised the alarm. Courage can look like documentation instead of blind trust, slowing down instead of letting urgency steamroll ethics, withdrawing your participation instead of going along to be a team player. Your personas will scream. The good soldier, you're being disloyal. The pleaser, they'll be upset with you. The survivor, we will lose everything. Your nervous system will spike. This is normal. The question is not, can I act without fear? The question is, when fear shows up, who leads, my fear or my values?
Courage can be trained.
You are not at the mercy of the moment. Just as experiments like Milgram's showed how ordinary people can be conditioned to comply, you can also condition yourself to resist. Every time you ask for clarification instead of silently obeying, document instead of quietly absorbing risk, choose a small ethical stand over a comfortable compromise, you are training your system. We can survive this. We can tolerate disapproval. We can act in line with our values and still be okay. That training compounds. Courage becomes less about dramatic one-time heroism and more about a pattern of small, self-led decisions under pressure.
Practical reflection. Write your pressure plan.
Do not wait for the crisis to find out what you'll do. Decide now. Take 10 minutes and put this on paper.
1. Name one likely pressure situation.
Think about your real life, work, family, community, faith, politics. Write, one situation where I am likely to be asked to compromise my values is. Be specific. Being told to hide or spin bad news to clients. Being asked to ignore a colleague's unethical behavior because they produce results. Being pressured to enforce a rule I believe is discriminatory. Being pushed by family to keep the peace by lying or pretending abuse didn't happen.
2. Name the value at stake.
Which of your non-negotiables is on the line? The value at stake for me is truth, fairness, non-harm, dignity, transparency, etc. This matters. You are not just being difficult. You are standing for something.
3. Write your refusal script.
Choose or adapt one of the 4 scripts so it fits your voice and your situation. Write it exactly as you would say it. My refusal script will be. Say it out loud once or twice. Notice how it feels in your body. If it feels shaky, that's okay. Adjust the wording until you can imagine actually using it.
4. Choose who you will call afterward.
You cannot carry the emotional weight alone. Right, after I use this script, I will contact friend, partner, mentor, therapist, colleague, and I will tell them what happened so I'm not holding it alone. Put their name in your phone favorites if you need to.
5. Commit to one small rehearsal.
This week, rehearse courage in a low-takes place. Use a softer version of your script in a minor disagreement. Practice asking for clarification when something feels off but not extreme. Say, I'm not comfortable with that, in a context with little risk. Then debrief in writing. What did I fear would happen? What actually happened? What did I learn about myself? You will not always get rewarded for courage. Sometimes you will pay a real cost, tension, awkwardness, being labeled difficult, even material consequences. But you are already paying a cost every time you betray yourself to stay comfortable. That cost is your sleep, your self-respect, your sense of who you are. You cannot control what bosses, institutions, or families choose. You can control whether you sell them your conscience. Train your courage now, so when the moment comes, you do not have to wonder who you are. You will know.
Chapter 33. Legacy.
Legacy is not your intentions, your theories, or your one-day aisle speeches. Legacy is what actually leaks out of you. You pass it on in the way you speak when you're tired, how you come back after a fight, what you do with stress and disappointment, whether you own your impact, whether you apologize or double down, whether you tell the truth when it would be easier not to. The people closest to you, kids, partners, friends, co-workers, absorb your nervous system long before they absorb your advice. They learn how much emotion is allowed, what happens when someone makes a mistake, what love looks and feels like under pressure, whether power is used for protection or control. This is why persona work is not a private hobby. Your unexamined personas become everyone else's training ground. If your hypervigilant protector runs the house, your family learns, love means always being on guard. Safety equals scanning for danger. If your performer achiever runs the house, your family learns, worth is earned by results. Rest and limits are suspect. If your ghost avoider runs the house, your family learns, needs are risky. If you feel too much or want too much, you will be left alone. If your integrated self is mostly in charge, your family learns something rare, big feelings can be survived. Conflict doesn't mean exile. Repair is possible. Respect does not require fear or domination. You will not hand down perfection. That was never on the table. What you can hand down is repair. I'm sorry, that was my stress talking. That wasn't fair to you. I got that wrong, let me try again. Thank you for telling me how that felt. I want to do better. Those microments become the emotional DNA of the people around you. Your legacy is not a speech at your funeral. It's the pattern people carry in their bodies when they walk away from you.
Practical reflection.
Put this on paper.
1. Name 3 nervous system habits you do not want to pass on.
Examples: snapping when you're anxious, shutting down and going silent, overworking instead of resting, sarcasm instead of honesty, disappearing when there's conflict. 2. Write. 3 habits I don't want to hand down are 3. Name 3 nervous system habits you do want to transmit. Examples: pausing before reacting, apologizing without excuses, taking breaks instead of exploding, saying what you feel calmly, asking for repair. 4. Write. 3 habits I do want to hand down are 5. 6. 4. Choose one visible daily behavior that supports the legacy you want. Something small, concrete, and observable by others. For example, when I'm stressed, I will say, I'm overloaded, I need 5 minutes, instead of snapping. If I raise my voice, I will circle back the same day and apologize. Once a day, I will name one feeling I'm having out loud, without blaming anyone. Write, one small daily action that supports the legacy I want is. Then do that, quietly, again and again. Money, achievements, and stories matter. But the deepest thing you will leave behind is how safe it felt to be human around you, including how you handled it when you weren't.
Chapter 34, The Final Mask. Forgiveness without amnesia.
Forgiveness is often misunderstood. Some people think forgiveness is denial. Others think it is reconciliation. Others think it is weakness. It is none of those by default. Forgiveness, in its healthiest form, is the decision to stop remaining psychologically tied to harm. It is the choice to release the fantasy that the past can be rewritten. It does not require amnesia. In fact, it requires clarity. You can remember what happened and still refuse to let it define your identity. You can grieve what you did not get and still build what you want now. You can acknowledge that someone harmed you and still choose not to carry them in your nervous system every day. Forgiveness is not a gift you give an offender. It is a boundary you give yourself. Sometimes forgiveness includes contact. Sometimes it includes distance. Sometimes it includes a final goodbye, spoken only in your own mind. The persona that struggles most with forgiveness is often the protector. The protector fears that forgiveness equals vulnerability. Integration allows a new truth. You can be compassionate and still have boundaries. You can release resentment and still refuse access.
Practical reflection.
Write one sentence that begins with, I release the right to keep punishing myself for. Then write one sentence that begins with, I release the fantasy that will finally become the parent boss partner I needed.
Epilogue.
People crave a transformation story with a clean, cinematic ending. We want one breakthrough conversation, one retreat, one rock-bottom moment that flips the switch forever. But the truth is quieter and far more powerful.
Change is repetition.
You don't become the real you in a single brave act. You become real by practicing 1,000 small, honest choices. You become real each time you notice a persona rising, and you pause long enough to decide whether it gets the MIC. Most of those decisions will never be dramatic. They will be private. Ordinary. Invisible to anyone but you. It looks like this. Choosing not to send the reactive email. Choosing to apologize before the silence hardens into distance. Choosing to tell the truth kindly instead of performing peace. Choosing to rest without first putting yourself on trial to see if you've earned it. Choosing to say no without explaining yourself into exhaustion. Choosing to refuse harm, even when the system has branded that harm as normal and necessary. These are not small things. They are the exact moments where your life's direction is being set. Your personas will not vanish after this book. They are not supposed to. Instead, they will learn their rightful place. The child parts that learn to survive at any cost will begin to trust the adult in you who can now lead. The hypervigilant nervous system that has been on duty for decades will, slowly, begin to understand it is allowed to stand down. That is what healing looks like in real life, not a personality transplant, but a system that no longer believes it must be at war 24/7. If you remember nothing else from these pages, remember this. You are not the worst thing you have done. You are not the worst thing that was done to you. You are the person who gets to decide what happens next. Not in some distant, perfected future version of you, but in the very next choice you make after you close this page, the next conversation, the next boundary, the next moment you feel the mask rise and you either obey it, or gently, firmly say, not today. I'm leading now. One moment at a time, you are voting for the person you are becoming. That is how you become who you really are, not by waiting for a final, flawless persona to descend on you, but by choosing, again and again, the truest, kindest, bravest. Next step you can see, and letting those steps, repeated, turn into a life.
Appendices.
These tools are designed to make the book actionable. Use them lightly at first. Precision matters more than intensity. If any exercise feels overwhelming, scale it down. A smaller honest step is better than a large performative one.
Appendix A. Persona Inventory Worksheet.
Purpose. Identify your dominant personas, what triggers them, what they protect, and what they cost. Instructions. Fill out one table per persona. Start with the persona you use most often. Persona Inventory Table. Copy or paste as needed. Persona Name. Contexts where it shows up, work, a home, social. Trigger. What activates it, what it tries to protect me from, what it helps me achieve in the short term, what it costs me in the long term, what it fears would happen if it retired, new job description, how it can serve without leading. One-sentence integration practice. I notice is here. Thank you. We are choosing.
Appendix B. Authority Pressure Test.
Purpose. Act ethically under pressure by using a simple decision filter and refusal scripts. Use this when a boss, institution, or group asks you to do something that conflicts with your values.
Fast filter, 60 seconds.
1. If this were public tomorrow, would I stand by it? Who is harmed, directly or indirectly, if I comply? Is the harm reversible? If not, slow down. Is this lawful and policy aligned? If unclear, document and escalate. What is my minimum ethical alternative?
Refusal scripts, choose one.
I'm not comfortable doing that. What alternative do we have? I need this in writing, including the rationale and approval chain. Help me understand how this aligns with our values and policy. I cannot participate in that. I will support a different approach.
After action, integrity recovery.
Who will I debrief with? What will I do to calm my nervous system after refusing? What small act of repair do I owe anyone impacted?
Appendix C. Glossary, plain English.
Amygdala, a brain region involved in detecting threat and generating rapid protective responses. Prefrontal cortex, regions involved in planning, inhibition, decision-making, and meaning-making, supports regulation. Infantile amnesia, the common difficulty of retrieving episodic memories from the earliest years of life. Attachment, the relational system that shapes how we seek closeness, handle separation, and regulate emotion with others. Moral injury, psychological distress that results from acting against, or being forced to violate, one's moral beliefs. Persona, a context-driven behavioral interface used to maintain safety, belonging, or control. Integration, the ability to acknowledge parts of yourself without letting any single part dominate your choices. Shame, the belief that you are fundamentally wrong or unworthy, often drives hiding and persona formation. Guilt, the recognition that you did something misaligned, can support repair when not fused with shame.
Appendix D. Reading pathways.
If you feel stuck in people-pleasing, chapters 2, 4, 25, 26, then Appendix A. If you struggle with anger, chapters 3, 15, 25, 30, then Appendix A. If you struggle with addiction or compulsive relief, chapters 19, 29, 30, then Appendix A. If you struggle with authority pressure at work, chapters 14, 22, 32, then Appendix B. If you feel numb or disconnected, chapters 6, 9, 16, 23, 27, 28, then Appendix A. If you want integration and a clean daily practice, chapters 30, 33, Epilogue, then Appendix A.
Appendix E. Recommended reading.
Next steps. If this work spoke to you, if this workbook stirred something in you, memories, questions, or a hunger to go deeper, do not let that energy fade. The most powerful thing you can do now is keep learning from people who have walked this road before you. Clinicians, researchers, and survivors who have mapped the territory of trauma, parts, shame, family systems, and recovery. What follows is a curated list of books that align closely with the ideas in this workbook, especially internal family systems, IFS, childhood trauma, nervous system healing, shame, and family dynamics. Use this as a menu, not a checklist. Start with whatever title makes your body say, yes, that's what I need right now.
Core parts work and internal family systems.
No bad parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model, Richard C. Schwartz, Ph.D. The foundational book for the No Bad Parts perspective reference throughout this workbook. Schwartz explains IFS in accessible language, showing how our inner parts form, why protectors do what they do, and how self can lead with compassion instead of shame. Read this if you want a deeper, primary source understanding of the model behind much of this workbook. Introduction to Internal Family Systems, Richard C. Schwartz, Ph.D. A concise overview of IFS that bridges theory and practice. Originally written for professionals, but clear enough for motivated lay readers. Read this if you want a structured, step-by-step view of IFS and how parts work is done in real sessions.
Childhood trauma, parts, and personal recovery.
Broken Toys, Broken Dreams, C.J. Murphy. A raw and honest exploration of how childhood trauma shapes our inner world, our personas, and our adult choices, and what it looks like to begin healing. Written from the inside of the journey, not from a clinical distance. Read this if you resonated with the personal tone of this workbook and want to see the same ideas lived out in story form. Complex PTSD, From Surviving to Thriving, Pete Walker. A landmark book on complex trauma, CTSD, especially for those who grew up in chronically unsafe or shaming environments. Walker unpacks emotional flashbacks, the inner critic, and practical tools for self-protection and self-compassion. Read this if you see yourself in survival patterns you can't logic your way out of. The Deepest Well, Healing the Long-Term Effects of Childhood Adversity, Nadine Burke Harris. MD connects childhood adversity, ACEs, to lifelong health, explaining how early stress shapes the body and brain, and what healing can look like on a community and individual level. Read this if you want a clear link between your early experiences and your adult health and stress patterns.
Trauma, the body, and the nervous system.
The Body Keeps the Score, Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma, Bessel van der Kolk, MD. A modern classic on how trauma lives in the body and brain, explaining why talk alone is often not enough, and why body-based and experimental therapies matter. Read this if you want to understand why your reactions can feel out of proportion and why your body seems to have a mind of its own. Waking the Tiger, Healing Trauma, Peter A. Levine, Ph.D. introduces somatic experiencing and the idea that trauma is not just what happened to you, but what got stuck in your nervous system. Read this if you sense that your body is holding something your mind can't quite reach.
Family systems, secrets, and attachment.
Family Secrets, What You Don't Know Can Hurt You. John Bradshaw. A powerful look at how hidden family dynamics, secrets, shame, unspoken rules, shape our sense of self and our adult relationships. Bradshaw shows how bringing these patterns into the light can begin to free us. Read this if you suspect your family's unspoken rules still live inside you. Healing the Shame That Binds You. John Bradshaw builds on Bradshaw's work on family systems to show how toxic shame is internalized and how it can be transformed. Read this if you feel fundamentally wrong or not enough, no matter what you accomplish. Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, Lindsay C. Gibson, PSYD describes the impact of growing up with parents who could not meet you emotionally, and how to stop repeating those dynamics in adulthood. Read this if you struggle with guilt, over-responsibility, or emotional loneliness that traces back to childhood. Attached, The New Science of Adult Attachment and How It Can Help You Find and Keep Love, Amir Levine, MD, and Rachel Heller, MA, explains attachment styles, anxious, avoidant, secure, and how early relational patterns replay in adult romantic relationships. Read this if you see yourself cycling through the same relationship fears and patterns over and over.
Shame, vulnerability, and authenticity.
Daring Greatly, Breen Brown, Ph.D. A deeply human exploration of shame, vulnerability, and courage. Brown blends research with stories to show why putting the mask down feels terrifying, and how it can also be the path to real connection. Read this if you are tired of performing, but terrified of being seen as you are. The Drama of the Gifted Child, Alice Miller, MD. A piercing look at children who adapt to meet their parents' emotional needs, becoming gifted at sensing others while losing sight of themselves. Read this if you were the responsible one, the good one, the talented one, and now struggle to know what you really want. The Myth of Normal, Trauma, Illness, and Healing in a Toxic Culture, Gabor Mate, MD, with Daniel Mate, explores how modern culture normalizes disconnection, stress, and illness, and how trauma is less the exception and more the rule. Read this if you want a big-picture view of why so many of us end up with the same wounds and coping strategies. When the Body Says No, exploring the stress disease connection, Gabor Mate, MD, connects emotional repression and chronic stress with physical illness, arguing for a more compassionate view of self-harm and boundaries. Read this if you push yourself past your limits and your body is starting to rebel.
Authority, obedience, and systems.
Obedience to authority. An experimental view, Stanley Milgram's own account of the famous obedience experiments discussed in this workbook. He explains how ordinary people can be led to do harmful things under authority pressure, and what that means for all of us. Read this if you want to understand how good people end up doing things that violate their own values. The Lucifer Effect, understanding how good people turn evil, Philip Zimbardo, PhD, a deeper dive into the power of systems and roles, centered on the Stanford Prison Experiment. Read this if you are wrestling with complicity, systems, and how environments shape behavior.
How to use this list.
You do not need to read all of these. You need to choose the one or two that speak most directly to where you are right now. Ask yourself, do I most need to understand my inner parts? My body's reactions? My family system? My shame and sense of worth? My struggles with authority and boundaries? Then start there. Let that author walk alongside you for a while. Take notes. Pause often. Notice which parts of you feel seen, which feel defensive, which feel hopeful. Each of these books is another voice saying, in its own way, you are not crazy. You are not alone. And there is a way forward from here. Let them strengthen your resolve to keep doing the work you have already begun.
The Human Workforce Publishing Collection, The Agentic Insider, How AI is Transforming Corporate Espionage, Financial Crime, and Enterprise Security. Jack Burns, Insights from the Human Workforce Podcast. Copyright 2020.